Good morning, everybody, and welcome to round 2 of the 2026 NKC, and we're at ROWRAH, sunny ROWRAH, would you believe it? We're here in the heart of Cumbria, just in the western part of the Lake District, and it is a beautiful day to go racing here at a track that has been pretty much an icon of UK karting over the years, been here since the early 60s. Did I mention to I will. No, I'm going to do that later. I'm Joe Bradley, as I will be all day, and alongside me this weekend is Gaz Bury. Gaz, welcome to ROWRAH again.
And it's great to be back, isn't it? We haven't been here for, 2 years,
Couple
I think,
of years,
with
yeah.
NKC. Yeah, I think I brought the weather from Peterborough too. It's lovely, isn't it, today?
You have, incredible. It's raining across in the east for a change, and it's bright and sunny here at ROWRAH, and it literally is perfect conditions. I think we've got an ambient temperature of about 11 degrees yet, and we're not going to see very high temperatures. I think it's going to get to a balmy 14 by this afternoon, but that does give us perfect conditions to go racing. Track conditions are absolutely ideal, and importantly, and I know this can change at any minute here in Cumbria, the forecast is for no rain whatsoever, which is quite a rare occasion here it is the middle of May, and it can rain at any time, but the forecast is for no rain at all, and that's what I like to see, a nice consistent track for the whole of the day.
Yeah, and if you've been to ROWRAH before, you know that sometimes that is completely irrelevant, as it has its own microclimates that often have affected the racing game more often than not.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about racing in the Lake District, I suppose. There's a reason why it's green, and there's a reason why there's lots of lakes here, because it rains in the west of England. So we're here with round 2 here on Karting Live TV, bringing you all of the 2026 NKC for the coming season. It's all about the twists and undulations of ROWRAH. Like I say, we've got a track that's been operating at a pretty high level of British karting for about 60 years. It's been going a long time, and lots of history, lots of heritage, karting culture here in Cumbria, and all of the big names, all of the top names that are now at the very top of this sport have all raced at some time during their karting career here at ROWRAH. It's been a part of the karting scene for a long time, Gaz.
Yeah, it has. 1963, it made its first appearance as a slightly shorter circuit back then. There was no first chicane as there is now. Used to turn right at the McRae's hairpin and then back down the hill through St John around Sunny Bend. That hasn't changed much over the years, aside from extra runoff and a new pit entrance.
Well, I may not have mentioned this, but I actually did my first ever kart race here in April of 1986. Almost.
I can still speak.
Almost.
For those of you who've been with Karting Live TV over the last few years and our 6 previous visits to ROWRAH, you may be getting a feeling of deja vu. For new viewers, enjoy.
Yes, this is the place, and the chicane was there, but then you came, like you described, you came out the chicane, and then you turned right into a hairpin, which brought you back on. So there was none of these hairpin loops at McRae's and Iredale's, and the top one is the Stewardesses, of course, which is going to be a bit of a pinch point. We're about to go racing. We've got karts in the collecting area, and to kick things off, in fact, they've been released. They're already on track, and we've got a grid of senior Rotax. Significantly, no Jensen Watts here. Jensen, real life getting in the way probably, making a massive trek from the south of England up to Cumbria. So that's going to have a significant effect on his championship challenge, if indeed there is going to be any. So he's going to be a big miss. There's a couple of other drivers that are not here. Macaulay Austin is another name that comes to mind who hasn't made the trip. Let's have a look at the grid, though, with Taylor Dixon. Mentioned the grid. We're on mixed grids. We're back to mixed grids here. We're alternating between time qualifying and mixed grids here. More of that later, going into more detail and a nice chat to Ollie Varney about that, which you'll see in the Paddock show. But it's Taylor Dixon and Ben Harper leading the field round. Finlay Underwood, Robbie Rigby on row 2 with Bobby Rosier and Jack Maidment, Brodie Skinner and Jacob Felton are next. Then Sam White, Arthur Thacker, Michael Seddon, William Eberhardt, Mason Perrin and Bradley Howes, Luke Evans and Joey Brown, with James Wood, local driver here, James from Workington, Jacob Mockler alongside, Hobby Lee Winteridge, Jensen Hartshorn, Jamie Kidney and Riley Thatcher, Ollie Varney and Reece Green, Isaac Reynolds, Zauri Visarek, Braden Hill, Kieran Gifford, Alexander Campbell, JJ Hine, Joshua Priest, Via Manu, and 33 karts rounded off by Chris Yordanov.
quite to the grid, isn't it? I think Kieran Gifford towards the back. Looking quick yesterday in practice, tops the timetables, and if history is anything to go by, we should be able to see him make some moves and pick his way forward. He's been very good at that, hasn't he? I think he did some 40-odd overtakes, didn't he, at Dunkswell a couple of years ago?
40-odd?
Something I can't read. It was many numbers.
Yeah, mega. Well, this is what mixed grids brings us, isn't it? It's what do we mean by mixed grids? Well, it's the old school karting way of going karting. We had time qualifying at round 1. We'll have time qualifying back for round 3 and 5, but intermingling with the traditional mixed grids where, as a driver, you get one start near the front, one start in the middle, and one start at the back. It means that you can have faster drivers at the back of the grid, and like Gaz said, they've then got the opportunity to practice their overtaking. And if you're not one of the faster, more experienced drivers, then you get an exercise in how to defend and how to keep the faster drivers behind you. Here we go. We're about to go racing for the first time this weekend. Then round 2 of the NKC at ROWRAH kicks off and into the chicane at ROWRAH. We've called it ROWRAH, guys, because it looks like a reversed Eau Rouge, doesn't it? It's a massive, massive incline there, up and over the brow.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great corner. Can be tricky on the opening lap with its narrow entry and exit, but currently as we head up to Iredale's for the first time, it's Finley Underwood on the 11 kart, the familiar red LRG. Have they slowed it down, or is it just me?
Have we got a full
start?
I can't see.
Think, yeah,
yes, we have. Yeah, we have. Confirmed.
Oh, there
yes,
you go.
that's a bit of a practice start. That was a nice rehearsal for us, boys.
Yeah,
nice rehearsal. Just, I'm going to have to do that all again and really bring a crescendo up to start the thing off again. But yeah, the false start flags were out there. The timer hasn't started clicking by on the official timing board just beneath us. We're just overlooking we're live from the driver's lounge here at ROWRAH. We're just overlooking the start-finish straight. So just beneath us, I've got to kind of stand up off my stool. And thankfully, the radiator's going off that we're up against. So 8 minutes showing on the clock and the grid being brought round. Taylor Dixon, Finley Underwood, the front row drivers there. The number 43, Taylor Dixon with LRG, who's kind of local across the other side of the country, based in Warden Law. They've got to just travel across the Pennines to get to ROWRAH. And ROWRAH is one of the places where LRG will come and test. So they are on kind of home soil-ish. They know this place like the back of their hand, Louis Large's team. So Taylor Dixon representing them will have to do it all again. And I'm going to say it again, we'll go racing for the first time. Round 2 of the NKC at ROWRAH. And we've got a kart going down the escape road at the chicane. He will rejoin. Hopefully didn't make too much of an advantage. But Taylor Dixon having to defend his line there through the left-hand hairpin. We've got consternation there in the midfield, Gaz.
Yeah, I think half a field has been caught up, isn't it, as they dived into McRae's for the first time. Couldn't see what happened. I think somebody got rotated and it just always bottlenecks, doesn't it? It's not a very wide track here, like a Dunkswell, for instance, as we were at last time.
Well, that's a lot, and that's only half of the carts that were stopped as well.
Yeah, there's an LRG in the back of that. I think it was Eberhardt trying to pick up some numbers for you.
Ollie Varney, number 25. I saw Ollie Varney there just beached on the curb. Hopefully we'll get those carts cleared. They're beginning the great efficient marshalling by the marshals down there at the hairpin. But it's Taylor Dixon who is leading from Ben Harper. Bobby Rosie up to 3rd, Philly Underwood 4th, Robbie Rigby down to 5th, Jack Maidman, Zauri Visarek up to 7th, making up 15 places. Kieran Gifford up 15 places to 9th, and that's all because of that issue. James Wood up 10 places to 13th. So they took advantage of that incident at the first hairpin there, the left-hander at McRae's, catching people out on the cold tyres, I think.
Yeah, definitely. There was certainly that consternation in the McRae hairpin. If they had room on the inside, then yes, they've managed to squeeze their way through. And as you'd expect from two very experienced drivers, 3 experienced drivers, they've done very well to move forward with still 6 and a bit minutes left on the clock for them to make a bit more progress going.
It's quite an art form to stay out of trouble, but sometimes you just can't. And the majority of those drivers were just absolutely on that first lap into this hairpin here, McRae's. Very, very tight. And you'll see them using all of that curb. No track limits infringements going to be called here, guys, because basically a bit of free rein. Very difficult to police, isn't it? It's all very subjective as to whether or not you gain advantage there. But certainly out of the hairpin there, as down the inside has gone what looked like the number 111, or it might even be Finley Underwood on Ben Harper for 3rd. But there's the leaders through the sweeping right-hander of St John's there, through Sunny and then on towards the Paddock turn here. It's a sweeping 180 degrees, sweeping open hairpin, and it's faster than it looks. And this section here, guys, that is one of the best sections of kart. If you ever drive a kart through there, it is an absolutely fantastic feeling just popping up over the brow there.
Yeah, a long time ago did I race a senior Rotax through there. Back then the curb's much bigger and it was a much more of a challenge trying to keep the kart pointing the right way. But a little challenge for the lead as we head down to the Stewart S's. A great corner this one because it's a late apex. Normally a dive bomb move, but the normal natural line takes you wide to catch that later apex and leaves the door open quite a lot.
Yeah, Taylor Dixon, though, you saw there, he went into there with the door firmly shut, didn't he, on the number 43 there, the red and white livery of LRG. That's a Rolf Racing kart of Bobby Rosier behind him here. Bobby, who was shy on the mic yesterday in the Paddock show. I wanted to get some insight from a driver of his experience as he goes down the inside of Dixon and into the lead. Dixon will do the switch back, and it's side by side now into Iredale's, and it's Rosier who had the line, guys.
Yeah, I don't think this is over just yet, though, is it? He's going to have a better exit down the hill now into the Stewart S's. We look for a move. I think it's better of it this time. But yeah, great little bits of duking that out, wasn't it, for the lead of this race?
Yeah, and Bobby Rosier he followed him a couple of times. Taylor Dixon knew it was going to come sometime. He was defending very, very well, and we just knew that time was going to run out as a driver. I mean, former champion, guys. When did Bobby Rosier win the championship? Was it 22 or 23?
24.
24, was it really?
Yeah.
Yeah, so a former NKC champion there. We know how fast that blue and yellow kart of Rolf Racing. He's got his teammate Finlay Underwood behind him. By the look of the livery, I'm not sure if Underwood is with Rolf.
Yeah.
We're in the driver's lounge. Come and tell us what team these people are in. It's Bobby Rosier, Taylor Dixon, I should say, Finlay Underwood, Robbie Rigby, Zari Visarek up to 5th. He's making progress. Ben Harper just drops to 6th. Kieran Gifford stays in 7th. Jack Maidman. James Wood up to 9th. Sam White. Now, James Wood in 9th there. He always makes progress here at ROWRAH. He comes out at ROWRAH and he probably has his best run of the season in the NKC when he comes to his home track. That's because he virtually lives here.
Yeah, I think he falls out of bed and arrives at the circuit.
He lives under one of those rocks out there.
I think he does, yes. But yeah, certainly always very quick, always a contender at the front. We've seen it across the years, haven't we, with James Wood? He brings the speed, doesn't he, when he's back at home, for sure.
You must know this place. You must know every single inch of every blade of grass. Not that he wants to be anywhere near the blades of grass, but you know what I mean. He knows where the speed is to begin, and especially there, the Stewart S's. It's a hairpin entry to the what is effectively a chicane S-bend, and it's probably one of the most technical parts of any kart track in the country. As we have 2.5 minutes on the clock of this 8-minute heat. All of the heats running to 8 minutes and 1 lap. We'll have more information on the finals going forward. This category, the senior Rotax, the 162 kilogram category, has a B final because of the size of the grid. So hopefully you're not the one who ends up in the B final. It's all about sort of dealing with the adversity that motorsport and karting can throw at you, isn't it, on days like what we've just seen at the McRae hairpin.
Yeah, Ollie Varney especially is going to be frustrated at that because Ollie's proved that he's got a lot of pace, hasn't he, when he's in a kart. I think he did get going, didn't he? He's
out.
Oh, he did pull out.
Chris Jordanov, the novice driver, is out. Ollie Varney's out. Joshua Priest is out as well. He retired on lap 3, and on lap 4 we lost Jacob Mockler, and I'm not sure whether they were connected with that. Everybody else, and pretty much I would suggest almost half of this field, was involved in that incident at the McRae's hairpin, and that can happen. A hairpin with a tight braking area, with a narrowing optimum line on cold tyres, you've got to be very, very cagey going in there.
Yeah, and again, mixed grids, it's a type of format that almost induces a lot of that, isn't it? From you get to the fast drivers need to get through as quickly as they can. They're against some drivers that aren't as quick necessarily, and you've got to make the moves happen, especially somewhere like ROWRAH, where offline, even just half a kart width, the track, as I walked it this morning, there's bits of rubbish, there's old tyre rubber, there's stones, there's rocks, and it's quite dirty offline, so trying to get the advantage early on is going to be key today throughout all our heats.
Yeah, interesting. A shame about Ollie Varney, but we do. Ollie is part of our Paddock show, which will come up in the lunch break, and I asked Ollie his opinion on the time qualifying and mixed grids, and it's very. I'm not going to tell you what he said, but it's well worth a watch and very massive insight from a lad who's been karting since he was a small child, quite literally. This is the battle for second, though, as Bobby Rosier has already pulled a gap of just under 0.6 of a second. As we get towards 2 more laps of racing, there's Rosier in the lead of this race through the chicane out towards McRae's. Now, the question is, Finlay Underwood coming up to the rear bumper of that number 43, the red and white LRG kart of Taylor Dixon. Can he make a move? This is what we're going to have to watch. And he closes the gap massively under braking there.
Yeah, it looked like he got caught out, didn't it, by Taylor Dixon on the red 43. I think, looking at these two now, I'd look through their practice times, and they've been at the front quite a lot. So I think these leading 3, in fact, are going to be much of a muchness on times and things. So I think they've got a good pace throughout the rest of the day, and been at the front of this heat this morning is going to do their final grid positions no harm at all.
No, this is the sort of solid first heat that you want, a top 3 finish. Even though Taylor Dixon might be feeling a little bit robbed, he can't be too disgruntled with the race that he's having. We're on the last lap here, and Bobby Rosier is off and extended the lead to almost a second, and that's purely down to Taylor Dixon and Finlay Underwood now sort of coming together. And as I say that, Taylor Dixon's pulled a cushion into the stewardesses for the final time. He's pulled that cushion, guys. That's probably going to give him a solid second place here without any challenge from Finlay Underwood becoming a problem.
Yeah, with 1 corner to go, it'll be a do or die effort from that far back, but I think that one's going to be settled as they round Paddock corner for the final time, and Bobby Rosier crosses the line to take Heat 1 of Senior Rotax this morning with a convincing victory ahead of Taylor Dixon, who hangs on. Finlay Underwood comes home in the third. Kashwari White Shirt, I can never say that.
Zawari Visarek. Forget the K. Zawari Visarek.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure that's how Zawari said. How we pronounce his name. The rest of the field come through. Then we'll have a look at the provisional results when they are finally across the line. That's pretty much everybody over the line. We lost 4 karts from the field. Jacob Mockler, Joshua Priest, and of course Ollie Varney and Chris Jordanov involved in that McRae's hairpin issue. Bobby Rosier takes the win. Taylor Dixon second. Finlay Underwood third. Zawari Visarek fourth. Kieran Gifford was fifth. James would be delighted with that 6th place coming up from the back of the grid there. And then in 7th we got Joey Brown, Robbie Rigby, Sam Wyatt 9th, 10th was Ben Hart. But then we have Brodie Skinner, Luke Evans, Bradley Howes, Reece Green, Michael Seddon, Braden Hill, Arthur Thacker, Harvey Lee Whitridge 18th, Jack Maidment, Riley Thatcher, Jensen Hartshorn, Jimmy Kidney, Alexander Campbell, Mason Perrin, Via Manu, the novice driver in 25th, Isaac Reynolds, Jacob Felton, William Eberhardt, involved in that first lap incident, was 28th. JJ Hind was the last of the finishers in 29th. And then, as I said, we lost Jacob Mockler, Joshua Priest, Ollie Varney and Chris Jordanov. That's our first look at Senior Rotax. And as ever, some strong racing there. And, of course, as ever, in the NKC. Guys, we had incident and drama.
As ever.
Yeah. As ever.
Mainly at the first corner, wasn't it? But that's certainly helped people like Kieran Gifford, who made some 23 spots in that.
Alongside us this weekend, Gaz, as you've probably spotted, we've got our producer, Nick Damon.
Back in the role.
Who's given himself a microphone.
Yeah, well, that's my prerogative. Normally the producer is told to just point buttons, but no. Much as I have to do to help you out in the UAE when you and Henry are flagging for conversation and for ideas, because that happens so often. Yes, I'm here just to interject, shall we say.
Interrupt, I think is the term.
And I would like to put on record, I say thanks to Gaz, because Gaz has come in at very short notice of. We were let down by someone to be the second co-commentary voice.
He literally parachuted in.
He parachuted in via a large truck and a barbecue.
You were in the RAF, though, weren't you? So you probably helicoptered in.
Just called a favour from the Royal Air Force Chinooks.
I wonder what that big over the. Yeah, so he's rappelled down for his commentary.
I thought that was Paul Bateman. We've got a little bit of a shuffle going on from. We've got
Ash has told me.
Ash and Paul are our camera people out there.
You can call them men because they are men.
Well, it's 2026, so I call them camera people.
Oh, Joe Bradley in woke shock.
Yeah, it really is. What's next? Junior Rotax.
Why did you look at me?
I'm quickly dragging us back to credence of professionalism.
Why don't you? Are you monitoring the chat for people who are talking to us?
Oh, I'm not. That's what we do.
Do you know what? What I'll do is I'll help you out. I'll do your job for you. Sam Walsh says, hello to all our friends taking part this weekend, especially everybody at Dragon Motorsport. From Sam and Devon. And Michelle Harper, 4605, says, Ben Harper, 62, and a good luck emoji. That one's the good luck emoji, isn't it? The crossed fingers.
Yes, it is.
Old man tries to read emojis.
You're down with
that's
the kids.
an emoji. I recognise
That's fingers crossed.
Yeah, crossed fingers.
That's fingers crossed, yeah. Even I knew that.
Do you know what? It's nice to know my dad knew that.
Oh, you're not going to tell that story, are you? It's so bored
At some
of it.
point.
Yeah, I know that. I know
At
it's coming.
some point. 2.5 years. It's all about a haircut, though, isn't it, Joe?
It is, mate. Clearly, yes, because it's never happened this weekend.
Not so far.
Anyway, let's have
there is a bit of a delay for the next heat. It's a bit of a clear up. Obviously, when all
Yes.
those carts going off, and also there's another cart that went off on the start finish. So they've got a bit of a clear up, get the machines back into safe position before they can release what will be. Is it Junior Rotax next?
It is Junior Rotax, yes. I'm just skipping to.
So we have an early grid.
Yeah, can do. Let's have a look at the grid that's about to go out on their first heat again. Mixed grids. Callum Wilson, Ewan Scott having their start at the front here. Eden Salvage and Eli Mann with Hector Sadlowski and Ethan Hunt. We've got Freddie Wall and Zach Charl on the fourth row. Fifth row is Amelie Davey and Leonardo Palagi. Harry Harvey and Lucy Lovell start on row 6 with Jesse Whitmore and Benjamin Lorne. Matt Scott, Jack Dimbleby are next with William Spencer and Joe Stonehouse. Elijah West and Harrison Matthews. Elijah, remember, coming up from the Intermax class from last year. Liam Crosby, Spencer Trehorn. Logan Hartshorn and Cody Longdon. Tyler Rackham and Sam Green Gomez. George Theobald and Ryan Sadlier. Lucas Hilton, Nico Webers. Reese Kelsel, Philip Jankowski and Fenton Roderick with James Gordon rounding off 34 cart field. If I take you back to Dunkswell, a young man here, where is he? There he is starting 14th, Benjamin Lorne. He's with Coles. He was absolutely outstanding at Dunkswell. Started the final on the pole position, and it rained. And it was probably the first time the carts had gone out on wet tyres. What we subsequently found out, because he had a nightmare. Benjamin had an absolute nightmare. It was the first time he'd ever driven his cart on the Maxis wets. And there was a reason why he was firing it into all the corners, because he was trying to find, he wasn't sure where the grip was. It was every corner was a voyage of discovery. And unfortunately for Ben, he fell down the order, and he must have been kicking the weather gods, because they really did him a disservice. He was the driver to beat all day long, and then the rain came in the final, completely spoiled it for him. So keep an eye on Benjamin Lorne there, starting 14th. Barring any kind of issue, we should see him moving through the order.
I have to say I approve of his attitude, though. Just send it and see.
Yeah, here we go. You want the live timing, Gaz?
That's what, yes. It turns out your laptop isn't touchscreen as I thought it was.
No,
did
you touch the screen?
I did, yeah.
It's a laptop, mate.
Got you.
Here we go then. Carts for the first heat for Junior Rotax being released. And Junior Rotax, no need for a B final, so this is the first time we will see them. And as I said, mixed grids. So we've got faster drivers, more experienced drivers near the back. They'll be moving through the order. We'll keep an eye on movement there. Sam Green Gomez starting in 24th. I noticed you, who took, it was Jensen, did Jensen Hookie take the win at round 1?
Yeah, he won from last year and came all the way forward and took the victory, didn't he?
Yes.
I think he overtook everybody.
And he did the same. He's a Dunkswell specialist, though, isn't he, Jensen?
Yes. To be fair, though...
Is he here?
I haven't seen him on the entry list.
I don't think he's here. He's another one of the front runners that have not made the trip from the south of England up to Cumbria. So again, if Jensen is planning on completing the whole season, all right, we have to drop rounds, but you're going to put the pressure on yourself by not attending a round, aren't you? If you then, the rounds that you do turn up for, you have a bad round, ideally that would be your drop round. But so taking a bit of a risk there.
Or just quietly confident.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
And he was pretty dynamic last year, wasn't he? Always at the front. I remember at Forest Edge when we did that one together. He came through the field a lot. I was at the front more often than not throughout the day. Again, a southern track though, so possibly in his favour.
So we've got Callum Wilson and Ewan Scott. Callum rounding, and it looks like they are with the Flex team. We've got a Flex in the form of Ewan Scott with the Flex team, similar livery to Rolf Motorsport, which is Callum Wilson's team. So 2 yellow and blue carts from different teams at the front of this field, bringing the field around, and we will get things underway. We'll keep an eye out for any false flag starts into ROWRAH for the first time, guys.
Yeah, and it's a clean getaway as they all filter through. No, I say that and I'm instantly proven wrong. But yeah, the field is through at the minute anyway, and into the first of the hairpins, McRae's. There's a cart pointing the wrong way already. Yeah,
we expect that at the hairpin now. Relatively cold tyres. It's going to take about, they've had 2 formation lapses. Looking at, again, defensive driving from the lead cart, which I think is Callum Wilson from the pole. We'll get a check on that as they come back into view here. Down the hill through St John's, and then the left-hander at Sunny just in front of our camera view. There's an Origin cart that has gone through and into second here, or has he? Round the outside, side-by-side action for second place. It is Hector Sadlowski on the number 45 that has to settle into third behind Callum Wilson. It was indeed Ewan Scott that is the leader, and because of that the black and white Origin cart now moving through into second place, Sadlowski now ahead of the pack that is absolutely blaring down behind him. This is allowing Ewan Scott to break a bit of a gap. We'll have to wait and see whether or not Sadlowski can bridge that gap and make it a battle for the front rather than just second place.
Yeah, you can see, can't you, when you pull a move here, how much it concertinas the rest of the field back up and allows the cart ahead to break away, as we're seeing with our leader Ewan Scott as he comes across the line one more time in the lead. And yeah, I didn't know Brian Cole was running a Rotax this year. He's famous at TKM, isn't he?
Yeah, Flex team, they're a stalwart team that run TKM competitors, let's say, run TKM predominantly, but one of his customers must have wanted to go the Rotax route. Here we are in juniors with Ewan Scott, and already Sadlowski breaking away from Ethan Hunt. Harry Harvey in fourth. Fifth is Freddie Wall. Callum Wilson's dropped to sixth. Lucy Lovell in 10th. Benjamin Lawn up to 11th already. Joe Stonehouse up 4. Is that 4 places? Yes, 4 places on just that lap there to 12th. Elijah West up to 14th. Spencer Trehorn, another driver with Origin, he's up to 15th there. So we have got drivers moving up from the rear of the grid here, and without any kind of issue, without any kind of drama. There's another 3 positions for Benjamin Lawn as Eden Salvage and Jesse Whitmore move up the order as well. He's up to 8th now, is the Coles driver, number 185. Now let's see if they can make any further progress, because we've got the first 5 carts now pretty much spread out, guys, and they're just running their race here, aren't they, trying to bridge that gap.
Yeah, they'll be looking to follow Hector Sadlowski, who's just popped in the fastest lap of the race last time round, some 3/10 quicker than our race leader Ewan Scott and the 108 Flex carts. I think, as you say, Joe, because it's mixed heats and that, if you're at the front, you just make sure you get to the end, don't you, and get some good points, get a good final grid slot for later on, and survive the heats, isn't it? Is what it comes down to in a mixed grid field. Yeah, you sometimes have to. Callum Wilson drops behind Benjamin Lawn as the leaders do look like they're coming back together. Ewan Scott, Hector Sadlowski and Ethan Hunt not that far away from each other, and then just there keeping a watching brief there, Harry Harvey and Freddie Wall in 4th and 5th. Behind them, Eden Salvage. Benjamin Lawn now up to 8th ahead of Callum Wilson, as I said. Lucy Lovell up to 10th, inside the top 10 now for Lucy. As we've got the carts now coming back towards us
back towards the paddock there, out of Sunny, using all of the curb out of the Sunny corner there, as we've always done, and then completing another lap. We're at half distance.
Already at half distance. Just look at the curb they use there. That's so much different as the exit of ROWRAH now. They've skimmed the top of those curbs down. A lot of the bark missing. That used to be on the exit of McRae's, you can see. He's now just tarmac runoff. As leaders filter through Airedales, downhill to fight for another lap. Not really closing in, I'd say. I think they've kind of stagnated a little bit at this stage of the race.
Sadlowski in second place, the second place cart there, catching the yellow and blue cart of Ewan Scott ever so slightly. And that kind of indicates to me that he's got pace to catch the leader. However, he hasn't got a massive amount of pace. As I say that, he proves me a liar again by closing the gap massively there and almost coming up to the rear bumper.
And all was the fastest lap of the race for a brief second as the time starts to tumble, as the grip goes down. But yeah, I think he's got enough pace to get there. Has he got enough pace to get by our current race leader? Time will tell, won't it? A couple of places he can do it. This is one of them in the Airedales, if he gets to go run out of the first hairpin at McRae's. This is another one as they head down to the Stuart S's. You see the natural racing line takes you away from that first apex to grab the second one. Normally leaves the door open. And if they get a good exit through here, down the dip, flat out, touch the brakes, chuck the nose in, this could be a spot as they head into Sunny's.
You've got to be very brave to have a dive at Sunny, though, guys.
It's last race of the day, last lap.
Yeah, it really is.
Send it and see.
Yes, yeah. As I thought, Sadlowski's got the pace to catch Ewan Scott. Whether or not he's got enough pace to make a move on him, we've got no movement here. Lucy Lovell now updates. Benjamin Lawn just ahead of her in 7th, with Jesse Whitmore, Freddie Wall ahead of them in 5th and 6th. Harry Harvey still 4th. But this battle for the lead still continuing. It's these drivers are absolutely flat chat here early doors. First heat for Junior Rotax, and they're not thinking about tyre management. They're not thinking about anything other than hitting their braking points and hitting their apexes and going through these turns as fast as they possibly can. And Ewan Scott there looking very, I was about to say looking composed. He's looked over his shoulder probably for the first time that I've noticed, and he's got a good right to be, because he can now hear the motor from that cart behind him. Sadlowski will be in his ears now, and he'd be fully aware he's there.
Yeah, definitely. There's a quick hand gesture of the follow me, the good old follow me that you love so much in Junior Rotax. I really don't think Hector Sadlowski is going to be bothered about that. He's going to be looking for a way by. As Ewan Scott goes defensive, that's going to open the door for the run down the hill to the little bit of a... Was that rear, front to rear? What are you doing, he says?
Yeah, a little bit. He tried to do the switchback, didn't he? It didn't quite happen. And there, third place takes advantage, the door being left wide open there. And Ethan Hunt says, thank you very much here. It was what you were talking about, guys, about taking the optimum line there. And Sadlowski opens the door, and Ethan Hunt, who's caught the two ahead of him because they were squabbling.
Yeah, held station, didn't he? Let it all unfold and then picked his moment, and now it's bumped him into second position, just half a second off our race leader. Still Ewan Scott somehow managed to come out ahead of the pack still. But Sadlowski now with only probably 2 laps left now has got some work to do, hasn't he? Now he's lost that spot.
Yeah, he's got even more of a job to do here, as Sadlowski there, the third place cart there. These two swapping positions has played nicely into the hands of Ewan Scott. They are going to get 2 more laps because they've got enough time to get around with 20 seconds on the clock. It's a very short lap here. They're lapping in 46 seconds here, and there was 50 seconds on the clock when they came through. So I do suspect that Ewan Scott's going to be right on the cusp of another lap, and he has indeed. He's crossed the line with only 2 seconds or so on the clock there. So we've got 2 more laps. So next time by, it will be the last lap board, as Harry Harvey on the red and white and blue livery of Coles, trying to get on terms with the top 3 there in 4th place.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of a mistake by Ethan Hunt into McRae's there. Carried a bit more speed than I think he wanted, but it's not really hurt him till our race leader, Ewan Scott. I think it's brought Sadlowski back into play slightly. I mean, he's got some work to do to get by now. It's not really going to be a lot of opportunity. These 3 really, well, I say nose to tail, aren't they? Matching times as well, so it's going to be very difficult to make a move, or at least force a move through here.
From our point of view, guys, this is perfect, because they've gone nose to tail going into the final lap. The last lap board flies there. Durkart, start line official, shows them the last lap board. Back markers coming into play. They're getting out the way very readily there to allow the first 3 through into McRae's. We've got Ethan Hunt getting down the inside. He's lost all his momentum. Sadlowski's going to come back at him, but he lost momentum too. That's allowed Ewan Scott to break a little bit of a cushion. That completely disappears by the time they get to Airedales, I should say. Now down to the stewardesses, and Ethan Hunt goes for that move. The door left wide open by Ewan Scott, who comes back at him. Has he got time to get through at St John's? It's a very brave move down the inside at St John's. He has to. Discretion, the better part of Vala. Sadlowski's coming in third, though. But definitely Ethan Hunt in that blue and white cart there, Gaz, did that textbook move at the stewardesses. He's been reading up one out to pass at ROWRAH, hasn't he?
Yeah, that was a great overtake, wasn't it? As I say before, the natural line takes you wide, and Ethan Hunt dives down the inside, takes that slightly early apex, gets the block move done, and yeah, textbook. We're going to see a lot of that today, especially probably towards the end of each race.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of defensive driving going into the stewardesses. For that very reason, Ethan Hunt takes the first heat in junior Rotax. He spent a lot of that heat in third place and just he's bided his time, and it's all about being that opportunistic move of that door, and he's probably been lining that up for some time. Let's have a look at the official result if we can then, as Ethan Hunt takes the win. Ewan Scott was second, with Hector Sadlowski in third. Harry Harvey fourth. Benjamin Long, great drive from Benjamin for Coles up the order there from the back of the grid. He'd be delighted with fifth. Freddie Wall sixth. Jesse Whitmore seventh. Lucy Lovell in eighth. Another great drive from Lucy. Eden Salvage ninth. Harrison Matthews with the BM, the Bedford Meadows number plate on his cart there in 10th. Jack Dimbleby 11th. Spencer Trehorn, another great drive from the back of the grid, up to 12th place for Spencer, with Liam Crosby 13th. Then we had Sam Green Gomez, Joe Stonehouse, Tyler Rackham, Logan Hartson, Callum Wilson in 18th, Cody Longdon, Nico Webers, Matt Scott, Reese Kelsall, Ryan Sadlier, Fenton Roderick, George Theobald, Amelie Davey, William Spencer, Eli Mann, and then we had Philip Jankowski, James Corden, Lucas Hilton, Zach Charles, Elijah West 33rd, who we lost. In fact, we lost these drivers. So Lucas Hilton went out on lap 7, Zach Charles went out on lap 5, Elijah West went out on lap 3, and Leonardo Palaggi went out on lap 1, I think.
That was a very good heat, I thought.
There's good racing. It was good racing. There wasn't a lot of overtaking, but the overtaking that we did see was very, very decisive, and it mattered a lot because the overtaking was for the lead.
Yeah, it was. And I have a little bit of information on Ewan Scott, if you'd like to know about it.
We always like to know stuff, mate.
Ewan Scott is, what was it Dom said? He is Jamie Scott's brother. Jamie Scott, of course, is our TKM champion, hence the reason why Ewan's running the Flex colours.
That explains a lot, doesn't it? It explains why he's in the Flex awning.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Dom.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Always good for information. If you've got any more that we don't know about, do get in touch on the chat and correct us, feed us information. Anything helps.
Yeah, if you've got a question to ask, then feel free to ask it. We're good.
Now, this is
James Wood joins us in the driver's lounge. He's lounging about after that very strong first heat. Nick, give James your mic for a second.
I was about to do some exciting information about the bird watch, but okay, fair enough.
We'll do the bird watch there. James, we talked about you. You didn't hear this, but you'll watch it tomorrow when you watch the live stream back. We talked about you with affection because you're a specialist round here, aren't you?
I'd like to think so.
Yes, yeah. I said you know every single blade of grass, not that you want to see the blades of grass.
Yes, you're right. Yeah.
That was good for that. Good first.
It's a tricky start, but got through and good.
Happy with that?
Happy with that. We'll see how the rest.
You're looking for the win in the final, aren't you?
I am.
You've got to come to. You have got to come to your local track and look for a win, haven't you?
That's what I'm chasing. I've not had it yet, so
I
need it.
Yeah, you've not won here in the NKC, have you, I believe?
No. Second is the best.
Today could be the day.
Yeah.
Let's hope.
Hopefully.
Great stuff.
Right.
Thanks, James. Good luck, mate. We've got the 177s out for their first time. Jack Taylor leads the field around with Lawrence Hilton alongside. Let's have a look at the grid as it forms up then. Nathan Wells and Tyler Fossey on row 2, with Patrick Williams, Roy Hodge and Lincoln Bailey Arneson on row 3. Row 4 is Will Murdoch and Ashton Parsons. Mark Gilly and Louis Rees on 5. We've got Ethan White and Dan Millward on row 6. Steve Gilly and Solomon Williams on row 7. Row 8 is Scott Smith and Josh Pickford. Then we've got Ian Brandfield, Ollie Owen, Matthew Lambert and Marcus Basley, Dan Milner and Cole Edwards, Adam Mallins and George Walker, Harry Taylor and Archie Elliott, and Ryan Layton starting on 27th. Keep an eye out for Archie Elliott. Now with Rolf Racing, keep an eye out for Cole Edwards, keep an eye out for Matthew Lambert. They're all starting near the back. Keep an eye out for George Walker. These are very, very quick drivers that will run through the field and want to gather as many points going forward.
Yeah, interesting how I've just spotted Cole Edwards is running the number 4 plate this weekend as opposed to his SW, which is the Southwest plate from Dunkswell. Happens in September normally, I think, or was it August? I can't remember now. But yeah, we need to keep an eye on these quick drivers towards the back because they're going to get through cleanly if they can. Naturally, I think we might see a bit of bumping and boring into Row Rouge in the first lap and then possibly into McRae's hairpin. But nonetheless, as they make their way down the hill to form up 2 by 2 for their first heat of the day.
Yeah, 177 is one of my favourite categories. 177 kilogram minimum weight. This is for the slightly taller driver, let's say. Obviously, heavier driver. This is where the people transition to as they get bigger and taller. As we've seen, Matthew Lambert, who took the win on the road at round 1, but then had a penalty at the end of that, so dropped down to, I think, 5th or something in the standings. Did Matthew Lambert? So keep an eye on for them. There's going to be action aplenty, though, as we get things underway, and we are indeed green. We've got a kart spinning off to driver's left there and just nudges the barrier. He will continue. He didn't hit the barrier very hard. It's a yellow and blue kart there. Not quite sure of the identity, but it was from the midfield, guys. Oh, there he is, 38.
35.
35.
Who was in 35? But yeah, clean start for the majority, though, as they filter their way through for the first time and head down the hill already. It
was Ashton Parsons, and he actually started 7th. He wasn't from the midfield at all. He was near the front.
That's going to hurt.
Yeah, so that's, again, that's he's way back now, and, well, he can only go in one direction now, and that's forward. We've got the leader breaking a cushion as we get to Sunny for the first time. We've got a Lando Norris kart in 2nd. We've got an LRG kart in 3rd. We'll get a full rundown of the top 10 as they come underneath us now, as they flash underneath us, side-by-side action. Will Murdoch and Jack Taylor going side-by-side. Will Murdoch coming out on top of that. It's Lawrence Hilton in the lead, though, guys.
Yeah, he's had a bit of break, hasn't he? But Will Murdoch, Will's come through quite quickly, hasn't he?
He's come
7
through
spots already.
Yeah,
and just
6 spots.
6 spots.
To be pedantic. 7
pedantic.
was close enough.
Yeah, you know, getting there. But yeah, certainly he's going to be quick throughout the day as he goes for a move into the S's, makes it stick. Mate, what was it the old saying, Joe? The tin opener? Definitely used it there.
He did. Yeah, and again, I think this is local track knowledge. He's carrying the number 7. That proves how quick he is because he was 7th in the 2025 NKC. And Will running with LRG, the local knowledge coming to the fore there on the ideal overtake into the stewardesses, proving to be the case. Had the textbook out on his lap, followed the instructions, and here he is leading.
Yeah, and already he's starting to break away, and he's some half a second in just that 1/2 lap. He's starting to stretch the field out at the front, certainly, as he pulls away from Jack Taylor on the 99. We look at the battle for 3rd and 4th between Nathan Wells and Lincoln Bailey-Arnis.
I've got to mention Mark Gilley. He's 2nd in the Masters. Lawrence Hilton, our early leader, is the 1st of the Masters in 5th. But Mark Gilley moving up the order there, took 2 places that time. Ethan Wyatt up 2 to 8th. Matthew Lambert up 2 to 10th. So we have got movers up the order. Cole Edwards stays in, he started 26th, he's up to 16th. So that a 10-place gain is not bad, but he didn't gain any places that lap. Let's see if that changes.
And to be fair to him as well, with no incident to make 10 places in the opening lap on a clean start and a clean opening lap is pretty good going, I think, from towards the back of the field around somewhere like ROWRAH.
Everybody racing really, really well here. No incidents to report of since we got racing proper. Tyres nicely up to temperature and operating pressure now. The drivers will have the balance in their karts where they've been trying to get them to in the practice day yesterday. We knew the weather forecast was going to be for dry, so everybody was looking at setting up their karts for the dry weather, the consistent weather. Bright and sunny here at ROWRAH. and there isn't more of a beautiful setting really when the sun does come out at ROWRAH, and it does. It doesn't always rain in the Lake District. It's a beautiful track to race around, and really envious sat here watching these drivers race around this track, because ideally, guys, that's where we want to be really. It's just I'm too old now. Yeah,
it is one brilliant circuit to drive, probably one of the better ones in the UK, I'd say, just for driving experience. It's up and down, the curbs are brutal. If you fall off the road, it's not exactly flat grass, as you can see on the screen here. There's bark on the exits of some of the corners. If you get stuck in that, it's quite the dig to get out. Over the chicane at ROWRAH, the circuit, or off circuit, it's so up and downhill from where the cars have gone over the grass so many times. So yeah, it's quite technical.
Even that plunge down the hill to St John's is a drop that you really feel. And this rise here, we're about to go into ROWRAH here, through the right-hander and up over the brow, that you really do feel popping up over the brow here. This is perhaps the most challenging part of ROWRAH, the hairpins. And it's such you just have to brake. You're on the edge of adhesion there, and here is a textbook outbreak here by Lincoln Bailey-Arneson from third place up to second place ahead of Jack Taylor, who now is under pressure from Nathan Wells here. This is a 3-cart scrap for second, third and fourth there, as Will Murdoch extends that lead to, well, second and a half last time we looked, and it looks like about to be the same.
Yeah, he's walking away a little bit. I was speaking to Louis Large during the week, and a little bit of insight. He was saying the guys have been working a bit harder than they have been normally, trying to make sure they have a really good weekend this time around.
They did a test here.
They did. Last week,
I think, and hired the track. And like I say, it's not much of a jaunt across from the East Coast at Warden Law across to ROWRAH here for them. So it's kind of like local turf for them, isn't it? So I expect LRG to go well this weekend, and their drivers likewise have a lot of local knowledge because they're from the north of England, so they'll be very familiar with.
Will Murdoch's lost the lead.
Will Murdoch has lost the lead, and it looks like he might be slowing, because that is a massive lead. Has he made a mistake? We're just singing his praises there, and Will Murdoch has dropped a second, and
he's lost about 3 seconds, hasn't
absolutely. He had a second and a half lead last time by, and now he has got a 7/10 deficit to our new leader, Lincoln Bailey-Arneson, carrying the number 9, ninth in the championship last year. So we know how quick he is. And I'm not sure that we didn't notice that. We were focusing on the battle behind him for third, fourth, fifth and sixth, which is now beginning to concertina up to be at least 6 carts there from third place down. But we'll have to find some insight there, Gaz, and find out what on earth happened to Will Murdoch there to make him drop nearly 2.5 seconds, that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he flashed through our screen coming out of McRae's in the lead, and then as we cut away for them chasing down the hill, he was in second, so I can only imagine that he's made a mistake into Iredale's, and because he did a 49 that time round, which is some 3 seconds off what he was doing. As the battle still rages on though, he's managed to hold on to second for the time being, so whatever it was, I would say it was just a mistake, hopefully nothing mechanical for him.
The blue, white and black livery of Nib Sport comes into my view as Matthew Lambert comes up into third place. From 21st on the grid, we've got side-by-side action going into Iredale's here. And just ahead of these carts, Lambert has made his way through and has broken away and is in a very strong third place there, as we're still scrapping, guys, for fourth place down. And this is Jack Taylor, Nathan Wells, Ethan Wyatt getting in amongst it, Scott Smith. And the first of the Masters is Mark Gilley in 8th place.
Yeah, Mark's come forward, hasn't he? Well, our poleman Lawrence Hilton, the other Master, who's in second in the Masters, has dropped backwards. But yeah, certainly to be at the front is extremely good for him.
Ethan Wyatt ahead of Jack Taylor there, catching him out at Sunny, going wide at Sunny. Ethan Wyatt going ahead of him, just behind Nathan Wells. I'm not sure whether we're going to get 2 more laps here, guys, because we've got 30 seconds on the clock. Can we get, it's going to be really tight whether or not we get another racing lap for Lincoln Bailey-Arneson, as we are at the stewardesses here, and the gap at the front beginning to close back up as Will Murdoch regains his composure. That's the third, there's the leaders there. So there is Murdoch, and he's, whatever it was that cost him the lead, is now gone away, and he's got performance, and with 2 seconds literally on the clock, we're going to get 2 more laps of racing. Will Murdoch says, thank you very much, it's what I need.
Yeah, definitely. Some second, or he was a second behind him. He's made another half second on that last lap around, hasn't he, to get onto the tail of our race leader, Lincoln Bailey-Arneson. I think we'll be paying him attention anytime soon, won't he?
Yeah, it's a big ask, though, these two drivers at the front of the 177 Rotax field for the last couple of seasons at least, with carrying the number 9, ninth in the championship, carrying the number 7 for second place cart there, the red and white cart of Will Murdoch. It will be the last lap board. He closes up on certain parts of the track, I think, Gaz, and then it kind of ebbs away from him. So he'll try and keep on terms with the leader. Bailey-Arneson, though, looking composed through ROWRAH for the final time and on towards the McRae hairpin.
Yeah, I think Will Murdoch, you say he's quick, but he's quick where the overtaking spots are, isn't he? Which is going to be key for him to try and find a way past our race leader as they head through Iredales and down the hill to the S's for the last time. I don't think he's nowhere near close enough, is he, at the minute? But Bailey-Arneson going slightly defensive, a little bit narrower into the S's. Does that bring Will Murdoch a bit closer as they head into Sunny's?
Yeah, but I'm not sure he's going to have to, he's going to have to really be fired out of a cannon to have a go into Paddock here as they head down to Paddock for the final time. Murdoch takes the ideal line. Is he going to do the switchback? There's no room at all because the run to the line is through a right-hand sweep as Lincoln Bailey-Arneson takes the win from Will Murdoch. Matthew Lambert, what a drive. 21 places for Matthew Lambert. He's come into this round, Gaz, leading the championship. Even after that, he took the win at Dunkswell on the road, but the penalty put him down the order somewhat, and he will finish a very strong third there. Ethan Wyatt finished in fourth there, and Ethan, 14th place gain for Ethan. He'll be happy with that. Let's have a look at the official result, Gaz. There it is. Lincoln Bailey-Arneson, then Will Murdoch, Matthew Lambert third, Ethan Wyatt fourth, Nathan Wells fifth, Scott Smith was sixth. Well, then we had Jack Taylor. Mark Gilly finished in 8th place and finishes as the first Masters. That's a strong showing from him. Josh Pickford, Louis Rees just inside the top 10. Steve Gilly, it's a 1-2 in the Masters for Team Steve Gilly as Lawrence Hilton comes 12th. Archie Elliott up from the back of the grid, and it's a 29 place gain for Archie Elliott to come 13th, so he'll be happy with that. Cole Edwards, likewise, a 26th place gain for Cole Edwards. They really did damage limitation there. Patrick O'Rourke was 15th. Then we had George Walker in 16th. George started 27th. Then we have Harry Taylor, Ian Brandfield, Tyler Fossey, Marcus Basley, Dan Milner, Ryan Layton, Ashton Parsons, Dan Millward, Solomon Williams, Adam Mullins. I'm talking rubbish, basically. Archie Elliott started 29th. There wasn't a 29-place gain. Archie Elliott started 29th, came 13th. Cole Edwards started 26th, just ahead of him. And Archie Elliott didn't just gain ground, but he went past one of his rivals to finish ahead of Cole Edwards there, 13th and 14th respectively for those two seeded drivers.
We have to give a round of applause, don't we, for Matthew Lambert. He's certainly showing his intent, isn't he, in 2026 with his drive in Dunkswell, and they're now here in Heat 1, coming from the back of the field, basically. Strong drive, strong showing. I think we're going to see a bit more of that from him today. Certainly won't do him any harm for his grid slot in the final. As long as he gets through his next two heats of the day, he should be looking pretty good.
Hello again to everybody out there watching on YouTube. We've got Craig Booth, good drive Ewan. I think that was from the junior race prior to this.
I think I should do the reading.
What, sorry?
Well, you're kind of peering in like the oldest man in the library going, what? What?
Well, it is right over there. The way you've positioned us, Nick, isn't helpful.
Do you know what you could do? You just lean over here and see it just here.
That's actually closer.
Yeah, it's like 3 times closer.
So 2 meters for my iPad, or literally 6 inches from your laptop.
Yeah.
Yes.
There
Why
we
don't
go.
you read them out?
Well, it could be.
Then
Adam
you can play a
Pottle.
part.
I am playing a part. I'm pressing the buttons. I'm very disappointed we haven't got a decent shot of the oyster catcher. It's very unfortunate since Ash has come down the hill. Paul, could you give me a shot of Ash, please? Because he looks like he's doing a full... we can't now. Next time we'll do that because he's doing a full Fernando Alonso. Good luck, Mac Thompson, today, all the way from Wiltshire, says Michael Burnich. Dom Cliff, his brother is Jamie Scott, TKM number 1, hence why Ewan runs with Flex. We have information already. Good drive. Ewan, says Craig Booth. And the most important thing is now is one of you two young gentlemen needs to read out the grid for this one.
Yeah, we do. Let's have a look. Callum Miller and Bradley Beggs start on the front row. Cian Cosler and Max Thompson on row 2, with Jack Daniels and Ayrton Goldsworthy on row 3. Harrison Parkin and Maria Jurglovic-Chuta on row 4, with row 5, Calvin Sherlock and Freya Bond. Ethan McNally, Robertson, Deacon Thomas start on 13th. Row 7 is we've had that before, haven't we? Ring Costler, Zane Williams, Oscar Tarsi, Travis Owens, Mai Maru, and the last of the drivers there just disappearing. Let's have a look at who it is on the back of the grid. It's Mari Mahu, Thomas Gulliver, Oscar Tarsi, Travis Owens, 15th, 16th and 17th. So we'll see 2 novice drivers at the back, Thomas Gulliver and Mari Maru, I should say. We'll see how they progress across the year, because Nick made a good observation many years ago with this Intermax class, how you get drivers that you see the development from the drivers as we go across the season, and they are, falling off the back of the field, and then by the time we get to the final round, they are absolutely in amongst the rear of the field. So great to see that. Callum Miller is the driver that leads the field round. Bradley Beggs was very quick in practice yesterday. He's with Cartal. We have a great interview in the Paddock show with Mr. Cartal himself, Alan, who gives us the insight as to how restricted and how we police basically the Intermax class. They're on a heavily restricted Rotax 125cc water-cooled engine, exactly what we see in all of our Rotax classes. However, because of the age group, they are heavily restricted on the air intake and indeed the exhaust. And because of the restrictions, there are massive gains to be made by small attention to detail changes that you can do on these carts. So it has to be heavily policed and scrutinised to make sure everybody is inside the regulation.
Yeah, as away we go into Row Rouge for the first time for Heat 1 of the Inter Rotax. Everybody through and out the other side, and we have an early lead breakaway already by Callum Miller. Yeah,
Callum Miller has taken advantage there with the optimum line through the first sequence of corners here, which is the chicane, which we've affectionately called Row Rouge, as it reminds us of that iconic piece of track at Spa, doesn't it? It's the undulation of it all. Callum Miller has absolutely pulled out a massive gap. Or is that Bradley Beggs? That's a Cartal cart, isn't it? That's
yes,
Beggs.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is Beggs. Right. It's not Miller at all. It's Bradley Beggs. So they come back underneath us. It's Bradley Beggs doing what he did yesterday in practice and running near the front. In fact, he is at the absolute front here as they come across the line for the first time. Then confirmed Bradley Beggs, Callum Miller, Jack Daniels, another fast runner in this class, Cian Cosler, Ayrton Goldsworthy, Harrison Park and Max Thompson, Zane Williams, Ethan McNally, Robertson, Calvin Sherlock there. Up 5 places, I've got to mention there. Oscar Tarsi, another LRG driver, gaining off that, learning a lot from that test session they did here last week.
Yeah, when I did my track walk this morning, Louis was just talking to Oscar, Louis Large that is, was talking to Oscar this morning about lines and what to do in places and how to get the best out of it and not looking over your shoulder and just, helping out as a team owner does. And it's been good to watch, and hopefully we'll see some progress by Oscar Tarsi in 2026.
Well, we have an interview with Oscar. He comes here to the NKC for the first time. It's only his second ever race weekend on a Rotax kart. He came here as the FAT champion. The FAT championship being the Rob Smedley electric kart series. The Arrive and Drive Formula electric kart, slight difference, and Oscar tells us the difference between this Rotax Intermax kart and his FAT electric kart. Great insight, and considering only in his second race, we expect to see again the development of these youngsters going through the season. It's all about catching these 3 at the front though. Bradley Beggs, Callum Miller, Jack Daniels beginning to pull away from the 4th place Cian Cosler, who is in just ahead of Ayrton Goldsworthy, and he's beginning to ebb and flow back towards each other, and then they stretch it out and then they come back. It's the 111 of Callum Miller, who is being challenged massively from Jack Daniels there, guys. That almost came off at Paddock.
Yeah, Jack Daniels is looking extremely menacing at the minute, isn't he? He's all over the back of Callum Miller, looking for a way by as soon as he can to get on terms with Bradley Beggs, who continues to lead. Got a couple of kart links. I say that. No, he hasn't. It's all changed again.
It goes.
I don't know why I do it.
I don't know. It's the nature of ROWRAH, I think. The hairpins, they kind of concertina up going into the braking area, and then as they accelerate out, they all spread out again. Here's the challenge at the stewardesses. We're going to see this a lot, as you said, Gaz. Jack Daniels down the inside of Callum Miller, and that was Callum taking the optimum line to fire out with maximum speed out of the stewardesses. However, that compromises you massively by leaving the door open, and Jack Daniels said thank you very much, and he's into second. Now then, we know how quick Daniels is. He's second in the championship after one round. The win at Dunkswell was for the reigning Intermax champions, sort of lap of honour really. Casper McAllister came here at Dunkswell in round one and took the win. He's moved on to juniors now in another series, and so it's all to play for. And here we have the proper, the championship protagonist proper, I want to say, Gaz.
Yeah, I think so. I think Casper's disappearance from this series, unfortunately, I think, because he showed some real talent, didn't he, last season? And it has opened it up now, hasn't it? Certainly, as we see Zane Williams in the 4th position, he's come from the back, isn't he? He's our current championship leader. Just looking, here he is on screen. Second of these two carts. He's going to be looking for a way by as soon as he can, because those two at the front are starting to pull a gap now, aren't they? I think Callum Miller is certainly sliding backwards now.
Yeah, I think it's been overtaken for second as Callum Miller loses that third place to Zane Williams. So championship leader now into third and chasing off after the two in front of him, which is Bradley Beggs and Jack Daniels. We've got the three championship protagonists, really: Zane Williams, Jack Daniels, Callum Miller, Ethan McNally-Roberts, fourth in the championship. But these two now, it's a battle for first, Gaz. And Bradley Beggs with Cartal leads into and out of the stewardesses. But Jack Daniels was having a sniff there, wasn't he? He was on a bit of a research mission there into the stewardesses. He's having a look at that open door and thinking, can I just fit through there?
Yeah, definitely. I've just watched now he's got his car set up. It's very pointy. He's using a lot less tarmac on some of the exits of these corners as opposed to our leader, who's got a very flowing, open, kind of arcing kind of style, if you like. You're watching through the corners here now. So much shallower. Takes the same line on the way out that time round, but certainly as they come down St John's, you'll see he's taken a much shallower, tighter line.
This is vital. Iredale's is one of the most vital corners here because it dictates your speed all the way down this straight. Now, Beggs is aware, and he puts his cart, that's just middle to the outside. That's not an optimum line, but it's nigh on optimum, and optimising his exit speed down to this section here. The very, very fast right-hander at St John's, and then the equally fast Sunny corner, using all of the curb and more there. We're not bothering about track limits here at ROWRAH, so it's all about momentum. And Beggs, a tighter line across the start-finish straight. The 2-minute bell has sounded, metaphorically, and we are now racing towards this first heat win as a challenge down the inside. But that sweeping line, guys, as you described, maintaining Beggs' lead. Yeah,
that was a bit of a look at taking the lead rather than a proper dive there, because he backed out of it quite quickly, realising he wasn't fully alongside. But that certainly gives him an idea now, doesn't it, for the last remaining probably 4 laps we're going to get out of this yet. But has that shown his hand? And it's difficult to say, isn't it, because someone like ROWRAH is difficult to get by more often than not with the narrow line, as we said before. And see what I mean? Again, much shallower, using a lot less road, isn't he? He goes for a move again, not this time. Again, you just need that extra tenth, don't you, to get a clean pass done here. And
Beggs is not being phased at all by that car coming down his inside. Now, the perspective is that we think he's alongside. He might not be alongside. From that perspective, he might just be there. And Beggs completely just keeps to his line here. Again, optimised entry to Iredale's, and then out towards, down this back straight towards the stewardesses. It's a long sweeping 180 degree, almost hairpin into the chicane. That's the chicane there, switching left and right, coming back into our view, out of the barriers. And Beggs maintaining the lead through St John's here, now into the left-hander. These carts, very little speed difference between St John's and Sunny, so it's not really an optimum place for overtaking, as we've probably got one more lap after this one, Gaz.
Yeah, I've just taken a notice on our third place and championship leader, Zane Williams. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. There he is, just flashing through the back of your picture as our leaders head up to Iredale's. Again, that nice flowing line we're seeing by Bradley Beggs. I don't think he's really defending, is he? He's certainly just maintaining the racing line and carrying his speed and leaving it up to Jack Daniels. Again, he goes for a move.
Oh, and there's a touch. Yes, the door slammed shut, and Beggs is going to be third. Now, this is what we saw potentially coming here. Jack Daniels just pokes his nose down the inside. Beggs continuing on the line he has for lap after lap after lap. And whether or not he was aware, he was completely unaware that Jack Daniels had stuck his nose in there. We've got a new leader. In fact, it's Jack Daniels who leads. He didn't really cost him any time there. And it's Beggs who comes through in third. Ethan McNally Roberts fourth. Harrison Parkin still fifth. Keane Cosler, Ayrton Goldsworthy, Oscar Tarsi up to eighth. Max Tomsit ninth, and 10th Freya Bond. Calvin Sherlock dropping just outside the top 10 into 11th there. But Jack Daniels now in the lead after just poking the nose down the inside here at the stewardesses. I'm not sure what the officials might make of that. I'm glad it's not our job, guys. We just have to comment on what we see.
Absolutely, yeah. It's much easier to do that part, isn't it? But
yes.
Yeah, I think it was a late move, and as you say, Jay, you can't see by that point of the corner. You have to be fully alongside, so the driver next to you has got an idea. But nonetheless, they round the last corner for the final time, and it will be Jack Daniels who takes the win provisionally, I think, ahead of Zane Williams, who's come forward from a long way back, hasn't he? Made some 13 positions.
Yeah, 15th on the grid he started.
Bradley Beggs, unfortunate in that incident, I think, but a third place for the time being. A good drive by him. That was a solid effort, wasn't it, throughout?
Let's have a look at this again. Jack Daniels just goes down that open door, the open door at stewardesses, and he just wasn't alongside at all, and his left front connects to the right rear tyre of Beggs. And that was an unfortunate occurrence there, more than anything. I'm not sure how that will be seen. Let's have a look at the result then. Jack Daniels takes the win, Zane Williams second, Bradley Beggs third, Ethan McNally Roberts fourth, Harrison Parkin fifth, Keane Cosler sixth, and then in seventh, Freya Bond with Max Toms at eighth, Rishan Kosler in ninth, 10th is Thomas Gulliver, then we had Calvin Sherlock, Travis Owens, Maria Jurgelova-Tuta 13th, Ayrton Goldsworthy 14th, Oscar Tarsi, who was up to 8th, and then on the final lap ends up in 15th across the line, so incident for Tarsi. Deacon Thomas 16th, Mai Maru in 17th, and Callum Miller, who was a retirement after 3 laps. So Callum Miller, remember, was at the front of the field and challenging for the lead, guys. Something happened to him, and I think he came off into the pits.
Yeah, we did see him drop off from the front of the field, didn't we? Progressively through the first half of the heat. He lost some, 4 or 5 positions, didn't we, while he was battling for the front, and kind of disappeared out of view after that, didn't he? Whatever it was. Hopefully it wasn't a mistake and it was just something that's easily rectified for him.
And here we have, by the way, a cameraman in his native position doing a full Fernando Alonso. Sitting down in his deck chair, enjoying the sun.
A tough day in the office for Ash, isn't it?
There you are, ladies. That's Ash for you.
He can hear us, can't he?
You can hear me. And you can hear all of us, actually.
All right, okay.
You can. There, he's waving. Oh.
He's not waving at the camera, though. That's Paul's camera. There it is.
That's an IKEA chair.
Is it really?
Yes, it's basically his first thing for his new house.
Has he been working out?
It's a very weird question to ask about a man, but
you can see his shoulders. He's really bulking up on his shoulders there. He's really working on that. You can really see that there.
Do you want a date
just
or something?
Just give us a little pump up there, Ash. there, yeah, definitely.
Sun's out, guns out.
Definitely been working
out. It's actually quite chilly out
definitely
there. So otherwise,
yeah,
you have a topless Ash.
You want to do some David Attenborough stuff?
We can't see the plover. We can't see the oyster catcher. Unfortunately,
can Paul's camera not get it?
I don't know. Paul, can you see the oyster catcher? You can't. Can you? If you zoom right on to the middle of the track, but that's it, right there. Right, zoom as hard as you can of that mound of. You maximum zoom.
That rock.
Yeah.
He's maximum zoom. So on that rock is a little nest, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a little
with 4 eggs.
There's an oyster catcher who's sitting on her nest. You can just about see it on the right of those two mounds. That is the oyster catcher. Yes, so that's our ornithological thing, but more important, it's a racing thing. It's a senior TKM, so hopefully the oyster catcher can breathe through all the smoke.
A bit of a dire tribute to David Attenborough, who turned 100 years old the other day. Let's have a look at senior TKM then. They're being led round by Ben Watson and Lee Whittingham. Leo Crabtree and Mitchell Ball are on the second row. Then we've got Matt Slate and James Hull. Michael Cornell, winner of round one, and he is the top masters as well. Michael alongside Gareth Ains. We then got Chris Whiteside and Matthew Temple-Purcell. Jamie Scott, the number one, carrying forward for our champion from 2025. Jake Cox alongside. He's the number 9, another seeded driver. We've got Matthew Harrison, James King, Al Patterson, who we get a great interview with Al in the Paddock show. Look out for that in the lunch break. Samuel King alongside. Will Cregeen and Matthew Horton are next. Molly Nicholas Biles and Alexander Lehman. Tom Johnson and Charlie King. Nathan Bullock, Joe Booth with D. Bolt and Ryan Messer. D. Bolt on the novice is a Masters. Welcome to D. First time I've noticed D here. And Ryan Messer, I think, is another newcomer as well. He's on a novice plate as well. So welcome to those two new drivers to the senior TKM category here at the NKC.
Yeah, and here we go for one of my favourite classes. This is TKM.
Yeah, it's one of mine.
The racing has always been spectacular to watch, hasn't it? We'll have to see what Ben Watson can do, because he didn't finish, did he, at Dunksville, if I remember correctly? Did he?
No, he's not. He's certainly not in the top 10 of the championship table going forward. Michael Cornell was downright unbeatable.
Yeah.
It seemed he was on fire at Dunkswell. Now I'm not
Masters champion as well, of course. Let's not forget that.
Yes, of course, Masters champion going forward, but to win overall is a big ask. There's Dirk. He's our start line official as well.
He's a star in himself, isn't he?
He absolutely is.
He
should have his own sitcom. Yeah, absolutely. Great to see Dirk here at ROWRAH as ever, controlling the starts of our races, running back into position there to meet the carts coming through Paddock turn. It's the two-stroke Smoky Hares of TKM that we see get underway, and they go into ROWRAH for the first time. And it is a very, very busy-looking racetrack. It's you know what, guys, that looks absolutely chaotic when you watch it from here. But when you're in amongst that, it's quite calm, actually, isn't it? It's just you get on with whatever's in front of you and what's behind you.
Yeah, it's like you said, it's a narrow racetrack, so it does Constantine and everybody together very tightly knit as they head out and down the hill for the first half of this opening lap. Ben Watson's held on to the lead, hasn't he? Which is, I think, the inside line here into ROWRAH has a massive hand in that, doesn't it? Because if you're on the outside, you're immediately losing 2 or 3 spots normally. And
you fire it into the first right-hand bit of the chicane, and that then gives you the optimum line into the left-hand bit on the first lap. Ben Watson leads across the line, the number 2, the vice champion from 2025 in this class. Lee Whittingham hangs in there, 3rd place in last year's championship. Mitch Ball, multiple champion Mitch as well, isn't he? 4-time champion in the NKC TKM class there. He's in 3rd place on that yellow and blue liveried flex cart. As we've got the leaders, are they both from the Klassen team? They look like they've got the same livery. I know Ben Watson is Lee Whittingham with Klassen as well. Paul Klassen's team here, another stalwart of the NKC here, and indeed TKM. If anybody can get TKM's performing, it's these two teams that we've mentioned there. Yes, it is. They are both on Klassen cards. So the Klassen teammates, this gives a different dynamic. Or does it, Gaz?
Wow. You'd think working out the same morning you'd have a bit more respect, but sometimes it's not always the case, is it? It's just for the engineering hand that the team offers, and it's a case of, it's all about me, isn't it? As racing drivers tend to be.
Yeah. And it is. It's kind of inter-team rivalry as well. You want to finish ahead of your teammates, no question. Yes. And this is now about 2nd and 3rd place, guys, as Mitchell Ball comes into play down the inside into the stewardesses. He made that look too easy.
Yeah, and that's the thing, though. You saw how far alongside he was of Lee Whittingham before he completed the move, which is how you need to get it done, really, as you head into the S's at Stewart's. Because it's such a tricky place. The vision, your peripherals, you can't see fully to your sides with the helmet and the visor and things like that, narrowing your vision. But, can Mitchell Ball make inroads to Ben Watson? Because we know Ben's quick. He's wearing that number 2 for a reason. He has got a bit of a gap, hasn't he? I think half a second might disappear with Mitch at the front of this field now.
It tends to do that, doesn't it? Under braking fighters. Look at the way that Mitchell Ball has pulled away from Lee Whittingham, for instance. Lee Whittingham very shortly is going to be having company from Leo Crabtree and Matt Slate. Michael Cornell's not that far behind on the number 5. He's in 6th place overall. Jamie Scott has moved up to 9th. He started in 11th. He's the current champion. He's in the mid-pack, but already you've got a challenge mounted here.
Yeah, Mitch has got so much more drive. He must be running a slightly smaller tooth sprocket, I'd say. Slightly longer tooth sprocket, just to get that drive and punch out of the corners, because already he's on the back of Ben Watson, our race leader, who seems to have good straight line speed towards the end of the straight. But watch Mitch out of the hairpin as they head into McRae's. This is where Mitch will make an awful lot of time. By the end of the straight, he'll be on the back of him, I'd say, into the braking zone.
I know Mitchell Ball made it look very easy for him to move into 2nd place. They do moves onto the rear end of Ben Watson. He moves alongside into the braking area for the stewardesses. And again, he made that look very easy. And that was all about coming out of Iredale's hairpin here, guys. Yeah,
it was a great move. As I say, he's got so much more drive at the bottom end, and it helps him to get alongside Ben Watson cleanly, fairly, down the inside. And that is a 100% textbook move from How to Overtake book.
Now then, Mitchell Ball has had pace to catch and indeed overtake both Lee Whittingham and Ben Watson. If that continues, then we should see him pulling a gap. However, that's not happening quite yet, as Ben Watson on that black livery car, the all black livery of Klassen, right there on the bright yellow and blue of Flex. These two teams certainly know how to put a TKM car together, and we're seeing that as they now. Mitchell Ball seems to have that punch out the corner that you described there, Gaz, is spot on there. So a little bit different gearing perhaps from Mitchell Ball, giving him that oomph out of Iredale's hairpin, which he's able to maintain all the way down the back straight. That's the battle for 3rd, as Leo Crabtree has got ahead of Lee Whittingham. So we'll see a change for 3rd over the line here. It's Ball, Watson, Crabtree now. Michael Cornell follows him through into 4th. Lee Whittingham now down to 5th. Gareth Haynes, Matt Slate, Al Patterson up to 8th. That's a great drive for him. Jamie Scott up to 9th now. In fact, he's been overtaken by Al Patterson. Matthew Temple Purcell is the driver rounding off the top 10, but it's still all to race for with just over 2.5 minutes to go. And we had a little bit of a mistake there, didn't we, from the number 5 corner.
I'm not sure if he had a hand or if he just locked the rear there as he headed into Iredale's. Did he have a hand? A little bit of a touch perhaps, but I wouldn't say that was the sole reason as to why Michael Cornell...
Did it cost him? Did it cost him a place? We're going to find out. We're going to find out across the line, because Michael Cornell was 4th. It looks like he's now down to 5th as the leaders come underneath us now. Mitchell Ball, Ben Watson, Leo Crabtree, Gareth Haynes now up to 4th place, and Gareth Haynes has overtaken Lee Whittingham, and that incident with Michael Cornell puts him there. Lead battle still raging though, with Ben Watson not being dropped at all by Mitchell Ball.
No, not at all. I'm pleasantly surprised, to be fair, because the punch like Mitch was having out these hairpins and through some of the other corners, I expected him to pull away, but Ben, I think, has changed his lines slightly. He's carrying a bit more speed in certain places, and following Mitchell now will be extremely handy for him. And with the next 1.5 plus a lap still to go, it won't do him any harm just to see what Mitch is doing, why he's quicker in certain places. Is there anything Ben Watson can do after this heat to improve his rest of the day, basically?
Well, they turn in a very similar lap time, does Ball and Watson, but they produce that lap time in very different parts of the track here. Watson is very quick at this section here, through the McRae's hairpin, on towards Iredale's now. It's out of Iredale's where Mitchell Ball's cart really switches on here. The punch out the corner there is remarkable to see there. You can see that gap just develop there as he punched out of the hairpin there. And then we've got Ben Watson, who moves back towards the rear bumper of the leader, Mitchell Ball. It will be 2 more laps after this one as we head on down through St John's into the left-hander at Sunny, heading towards Paddock there. The Paddock turn just off on the top of the screen there. Everybody watching on from the viewing area as they come into Eau Rouge then for the penultimate time. It will be the last lap board next time by, with only one change. Al Patterson, our interviewer in the Paddock show, change for the lead. Ben Watson was coming, Gaz.
Yeah, that didn't see that coming. That was a very late move by Ben, but he's pulled it off well.
That was a mistake. We'll show it in the replay if it stays this way.
And it's not going to stay this way because Mitchell Ball punches out of Iredale's as we've seen him. He looks across to his left. Yes, Ben Watson is still there. It's going to be one more lap of racing after this one, so we've still got plenty of drama. That could then be the case with Ben Watson. Now, we saw Ben Watson into McRae's the last time, and was it a mistake by Mitchell Ball going in too deep? It's so easy to do with the hairpins here at ROWRAH.
It must have been out of ROWRAH then to cost him some straight line speed into the hairpin, I would have said. But the thing is, Mitch has got the punch where he needs it most, doesn't he? Coming out the slow corners.
Yeah.
In the overtaking zones, Ben Watson's going to struggle, I think, to get anything done at this part of the lap, and if Mitch can hold him off.
He was ready to defend as well, wasn't he? He now knows where Ben Watson can come.
Oh, it's a back marker.
Yeah, back marker not getting in the way at all there, not affecting the race. And Mitchell Ball, we've seen how strong he is. He defends massively into the stewardesses here through the 180 turn. Ben Watson there right on his bumper here, accelerating down towards St John's there through the kink, the left-hand kink. Down the hill, plunging downhill through the right-hander into the left at Sunny. Ben Watson comes back to his bumper. What can he do with Paddock? Can he do anything? He looks to the left. Mitchell Ball defends. Can he do the switchback? He can't because of the nature of the track here. It bends to the right, and you're able to defend there. And Mitchell Ball defending all the way to the flag there from Ben Watson. Let's have a look at this again then. This is where Mitchell Ball lost the lead. Mitchell Ball has got a huge gap there. Locks the rears. Yes, good spot, Nick. Locked the rears going into McRae's. So easy to do here. You're on a knife edge going into these tight hairpins.
For sure, and to be fair, it's not. You don't see many mistakes from Mitchell Ball, do you?
No, you don't. That's very rare.
That's quite surprising.
Yeah.
But
that's as rare as that bird nesting 4 eggs down there. Ben Watson takes the win. Mitchell Ball takes the win. Ben Watson in second. Leo Crabtree in third. Al Patterson. What a drive. Now, Al's lost a bit of weight. He was overweight at Dunkswell. He's been on a bit of a health regime and a fitness regime, and that bodes very well for Al. Well done him. He's a complete privateer as well, running his own car. Gareth Innes 5th then. Jamie Scott up from 11th on the grid to 6th. Lee Whittingham 7th. Michael Cornell finishes in 8th eventually. He's the first of the Masters. Matthew Harris in 9th. Matt Slate, Sam King, Jake Cox, Charlie King in 13th. And then we had... And then we had Joe Booth, Matthew Temple Purcell, Chris Whiteside, Matthew Horton, Alexander Lehman in 18th, Will Cregeen 19th, Nathan Bullock 20th, Molly Nicholas Biles 21st, Ryan Messer 22nd, and then we had third in the Masters, James King. James Hull dropped to 24th at the very last lap. D. Bolt takes the finish. Tom Johnson, we lost on lap 1. Hello, everybody. That's us in the driver's lounge here at ROWRAH. That's Nick waving. Just to Nick's right is me.
Oh, there's Gaz waving.
Then,
hello, Gaz.
And then there's Gaz.
Yes, you get to see men waving at a camera. It's a big day. I think Ash is back down with his book. I believe it's Mills and Boone. It's a historical romance. Apparently, it's actually a book titled 125 Ways to Surprise Your Girlfriend with a Proposal, despite driving 5 hours and setting up a complete film camera work.
He's a lovely lad. Lovely lad. He looks in great shape as well, lying down. We've got the senior Rotax out for their second heat of the day. Some of the drivers are out for the first time. Blake Ticehurst, Leo French will lead the field around. Oakley Garthwaite and Sebastian Benson on row 2. Reece Green and Ollie Varney, this time at the front for Ollie. William Eberhardt and Braden Hill are next. On row 5 is Ben Ballou and Luke Evans, with Mason Perrin, John Hobbs. Farrett Arian and Jacob Felton share the next one. And then we've got Alexander Campbell, Jack Maidment, JJ Hines, Ari Visserek, Isaac Reynolds, Brodie Skinner, Riley Thatcher, Jacob Mockler, Robbie Rigby, Joey Brown, Sam Wyatt and Jack Theobald, Arthur Thacker and Jensen Hartshorn, Zach Fletcher and Kieran Hammond, with Bradley Howes and Chris Yordanov. Chris Yordanov and Via Manu, of course, on the novice plate, so they will start at the back of this field. The novices always starting at the back of the mixed grids.
Yeah, it's nice to see the 124 making a return. That's Luke Evans. Luke, who's been missing from the NKC for about a year or so. He had an awful accident. He broke his leg. Not karting, I think just other things he was doing. Spent a bit of time away recovering. He will be one to watch if he's kept some of his pace. starting in the midfield, wasn't he? 11th, I think you said he was. A bit further down.
Luke Evans starts 10th.
Yeah, 10th.
Yeah,
behind.
He's got Ben Ballou in front of him and Mason Perrin behind him. So baptism of fire. Welcome back.
Yes, quite. It's going to be fireworks for sure as they filter through ROWRAH. I have no doubt about it.
So we're on our second formation lap here, and the grid will be starting to form up out of the stewardesses with Blake Ticehurst for the... He's a Coles Racing driver, Blake, isn't he? He's alongside Leo French with Oakley Garthwaite and Sebastian Benson on the second one. Now, Oakley is a local lad. He's from the northeast of England, so he will know ROWRAH quite well. He's on the black and white Origin cart there on the second row of the grid in third. Leo French is on the triple three. He's on the blue and white Rolf Racing. It's Coles Racing's Blake Ticehurst. He's the Southwest champion carrying the SW plate. So that we know how from that we can take it as we already know Blake as a very, very quick driver. He's going to be hard to get past here. Let's see if Oakley Garthwaite with some local knowledge can do that from the second row as we go off to Row Rouge for the first time. And everybody, dare I say it, through the... Oh, we've got 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers off, taking the escape route through the opened barriers there. A couple of carts hit the barriers, opened it up. Let's have a look at the replay, guys.
Yeah, it was William Elberhart on the 84 and the LIG coming into shot now. Gets turned round. There he goes. And it all kind of concertinaed there, and they found the wall because there's a barrier on the exit of ROWRAH to stop the cut through and to protect drivers from firing into each other on the rejoin. But that will ruin their day a little bit. Yeah,
Blake Ticehurst breaking away there, leaving second, third and fourth to squabble. And that is Leo French, Oakley Garthwaite and Reese Green on the number 4 crossing the line. So Reese, fourth in the championship last year, wanting to be better than that this year. And already on the rear bumper of Oakley Garthwaite, who is likewise on the rear bumper of Leo French. Now, if these three start to squabble about the placings here, that's going to play nicely into the hands of Blake Ticehurst. However, guys, I don't think he really needs them to because he's already pulling a gap.
Yeah, he's the quickest man on the circuit, albeit after the one lap, I suppose, at the minute. But certainly he's got a bit more pace in that kart in the opening stages, hasn't he? But I don't think... It depends how they've got the tyre set up as well, doesn't it? If they're running them a bit softer with the PSI down a bit, they'll come on sooner, but fall off towards the end. We see a move by Reese Green, taking the position away from Oakley Garthwaite. Oh, across the line, side by side.
That was a little bit too tight for comfort there. As we had, who was that came together? Was it the number 25 of Ollie Varney who tried to take advantage? So Oakley Garthwaite was slowed coming out of Paddock with Reese Green going down his inside. And down the inside of Varney has gone Mason Perrin. We know how forceful he can be.
Yeah, that was quite frantic, wasn't it? 30 seconds of pure entertainment.
All brought about by Reese Green going down the inside of Oakley Garthwaite and slowing him down. That allowed Ollie Varney to have a bash. Here we are. That's Oakley Garthwaite on the black and white cart. The red, white and blue cart of Ollie Varney is that second cart in for him, and then Mason Perrin on the rear bumper of Varney as they come through. They're in 5th and 6th place, Oakley Garthwaite 4th. The lead, though, has gone out to just over a second for Blake Ticehurst, so he's in complete control and command of the lead of this second heat for Senior Rotax. We have a B final for this class as we've got huge grid, so some of these drivers that we're seeing out for the first time, some drivers out for the second heat, Ollie Varney being one of them. There's a move from Reese Green. Reese Green down the inside of Leo French, and again, that looked like an easy move here. Textbook stuff.
Yeah, he's come from a long way back as well, isn't he? He's still got the kart stopped, still got ahead. I think, to be fair, there might have been a bit of a mistake by Leo French, almost as if he scared him out of the way, knowing Reese Green was coming by. But yeah, I think it was made a little bit easier for Reese Green, because that certainly was from a long way back, but I think also helped by Leo French going a bit too deep into the first part of the Stewart S's.
Now, lap time wise, Reese Green is lapping slightly slower than the leader Blake Ticehurst, so that might not be the case where Reese Green can catch Ticehurst. Ticehurst is perhaps the fastest driver on the track at the moment. We've got carts on the grass, guys.
That was really well held. So it was basically four wide, and was it Mason Perrin at the back of this group? You'll see him get shuffled to the side there. Or was it the That was John Hobbs, brilliantly held by John Hobbs there. How he kept that on the circuit pointing the right way, I do not know.
Clean up at aisle 4, I think, is the term.
Yes, he was going to be wearing his other race suit, I think, for the rest of the day.
Yes, yeah, yes, he will. Yeah, stay out of that awning. There's the field then, settling down. It's getting very, very contentious, isn't it, in that mid-pack here. Still drivers making their way forward in these mixed grid situations here. Blake Ticehurst, though, he's got command and control of the lead by 1.3 seconds from Reeds Green. Leo French is still in third place. Ollie Varney now in fourth. Mason Perrin, Braden Hill. Otley Garthwaite drops to seventh there. And I think that was the issue there. People trying to get by Otley Garthwaite. And Otley Garthwaite's a hard driver to get by, to be honest.
Yeah, certainly. We've got to follow the 16 of Joey Brown, who made the move last time round. He's going to make another one into the paddock turn. Yes, he does. We've seen that a lot, aren't we, in this class? Not in the others yet, but yeah, through paddock turn. That's a great move, and he's going to look to pull away to close that gap up to our 8th place man of Braden Hill. There he is, the red helmet just flashing through and up the hill. A few kart lengths there going on, but I think he might be able to close this down. Still got plenty of time in this heat yet.
Yeah, and Otley Garthwaite under pressure from Viserek as well. We know how quick Zauri Viserek is. He was, again, there's Viserek straight on the back of Otley Garthwaite and down the inside into the stewardesses. And Garthwaite is struggling here for pace to keep people behind him as the number 322 makes up another spot to 7th spot now, Gaz. 2.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Zaire Wojciech making his way forward in this heat. It started near the front, didn't he, I think? He was in the top 15. He's up 11 spots, so yeah. He's had a good heat so far, picking his way through.
You mentioned Luke Evans, who started in 10th. He still is in 10th. He's had a warning for something. I can only think that is something to do with driving standards. That remains to be seen whether it becomes anything more than just a warn.
Might have been for the incident at ROWRAH in the opening lap, because I know he was in and around William Eberhardt, wasn't he, on the grid? So it might have been that.
Didn't really cost him. Here's the battle for Joey Brown on Mason Perrin here. Now, Joey is an LRG driver, if my eyes don't deceive, and showing great pace here from the number 16 and challenging Mason Perrin. We're talking about the orange and black kart there, the orange helmet of Mason Perrin, and then the looks blue in this sunlight of the number 16. On down towards the stewardesses. And again, another LRG driver who's managed to benefit from that test session last week, as he's already gotten by. And again, local knowledge, guys, I think, come into the fore as the 16 now clears Mason Perrin on the number 30, and already pulling out a gap within about 3 or 4 corners.
Yeah, after I think that test session Louis Large held with his team last week is certainly showing it's paid off, hasn't it, so far? He's going to hopefully look to stride away and get onto the back of Ollie Varney in the 25, the kart smarts, just rounding McRae's. And always pick him out, can't you, with that green helmet? It certainly stands out against the blues and the reds that we see so frequently these days.
So Ollie, we did an interview with Ollie, as we'll pick that up in the paddock show. Ollie's running out of the ROWRAH team awning, but he's got a different livery. I'm not sure what the dynamic is there. So Ollie he's running his own team?
Yeah, it was the kart smarts.
Right. He might just need a small amount of awning space. So he did a deal with ROWRAH to run from their facility, really, from underneath their awning. Not keeping the rain off anybody this weekend. It's beautiful weather here.
Yeah, definitely don't need it. There was a move going on in the background I just clocked by one of the LRG drivers as we watch the chasing pack from our leaders. It's still Ollie Varney holding on to that 4th place, isn't it? The gap is coming down. Jimmy Brown is certainly making those inroads we were talking about. Yeah, bringing the other two with him as well, I think.
Got a lot of pace here, drawing up towards the back of the blue and white kart of Ollie Varney, who likewise is challenging French. Joey Brown putting in the fastest lap of the race of 45.914. And these two here, this is Leo French in 3rd. The blue and white with red trim is Ollie Varney. He's in 4th. They're about to be joined by Joey Brown, who's the man on fire here. And that's the last lap board that they can see. Blake Ticehurst has gone, by the way. His gap's come down, though. Reece Green has brought that gap down for second and third, as Ollie Varney goes ahead of Leo French for third. He doesn't bother defending into Iredale's and doesn't need the Joey Brown there in the orange cart, looking like he's about to challenge Leo French. And if Leo French isn't careful, he's about to lose 2 places on this final lap.
Yeah, I think Leo French's pace certainly died off, hasn't it, towards the end of the seat. He's going backwards. He's losing some half a second lap compared to the other field as we watch our race leader round Paddock Turn for the last time in this seat, and it's going to be Blake Ticehurst who takes the win quite convincingly ahead of very hard-charging Reece Green on the ever-familiar nib spot. Ollie Varney comes home in third. He'll be pleased with that. Mason Perrin did get Leo French on that final lap for fourth. Leo coming home in the fifth position.
How did Mason Perrin get by both Joey Brown and Leo French? I would, well, I don't know. We've got a replay. What is this? This is Ollie Varney going down the inside for third. So Ollie, that's his third place. Now, the orange card behind the yellow and blue card was Joey Brown, and I suspect, it's only a theory, that Joey Brown has had a go at Leo French. That hasn't come off, and Mason Perrin has said, thank you very much. There is the result, though. Blake Ticehurst, Reece Green, only half a second at the end there. Ollie Varney in third, Mason Perrin, Leo French, Joey Brown ends up sixth. Zari Visarek with Oatley Garthwaite eighth. And then we had John Hobbs, Luke Evans, Sam Wyatt, Riley Thatcher, Alexander Campbell, Ben Ballou, Braden Hill 15th, Jack Maidman 16th, Kieran Hammond, and then JJ Hine, Jacob Felton, Arthur Thacker, Brodie Skinner, Zach Fletcher 22nd, Sebastian Benson, Jack Theobald, Bradley Howes, Robbie Rigby, Jensen Hartson 27th. Chris Jordanov, the first of the novices, up to 28th there, ahead of recovering William Eberhardt after that first corner incident. And then the last of the finishers, Isaac Reynolds. We lost Jacob Mockler. I think that's his second non-finish as well. Via Manu went out on lap 6 as well, and Farad Arian, who did not complete the first lap.
Good race though, wasn't it? That I have to say.
Yeah, it's great.
Lots
of incidents,
many incidents.
Yeah, lots of things to go over for the officials, I think.
But interestingly, more overtakes at Paddock Turn this time than we've seen in other heats so far. So we might see a bit more of that in the senior Rotax and hopefully some one of the 7.7s as well. As we look forward to our next heat of the morning. Now we've completed already some 6 heats this morning. We're going to move on to junior Rotax. The juniors just holding in the paddock at the minute as we wait for the circuit to be cleaned up. I don't think there's any carts to be recovered now. I think we're pretty much ready to go. Oh, there is a cut being recovered. In fact, it's right in front of me.
It's Farad Arians.
Oh, of course, yeah, ROWRAH.
I don't want to prove you wrong immediately there, Gaz, but there's a cart being recovered.
It happens a lot when you commentate on karting anyway, so... But yeah, he's going to go for the gate.
Oh, it's a pretty shot. Oh, look, all the flags in the sun, everything. Look. And the rental carts in the foreground.
Yeah, if you ever fancy coming up here to Cumbria and you're holidaying in the Lake District, then pop into ROWRAH. They've got hire cart facilities there, arrive and drive. Get a chance to experience the track here before you race on it.
I assume the middle flag, or the green with the wavy lines, is the Cumbrian flag.
Oh,
the third one along, that's the Cumbrian flag, I assume.
I'll find Malcolm. He can tell us. Malcolm Fell.
Cars on track.
Yeah, carts on track indeed. It's Junior Rotax for their second heat. Junior Rotax, George Theobald is the driver that's leading them around, and we've got him leading the field. Liam Crosby alongside Ryan Sadalier with Nico Webers on row 2. Lucas Hilton, Ryan Kelso the next. Sam Green Gomez and Jesse Whitmore. Then we've got Matt Scott and Lucy Lovell. Freddie Wall and Ethan Hunt. Zach Charles and Harry Harvey. Hector Sadlowski and Leonardo Palaggi on row 8. Row 9 is Tyler Rackham and Amelie Davey. Cody Longdon and Logan Hartson. Joan Stonehouse and Philip Jankowski, Jack Dimbleby and William Spencer, Harrison Matthews and Spencer Trahon, Elijah West and Benjamin Lawn, Callum Wilson and Ewan Scott, Eden Salvage and Eli Mann, with Fenton Roderick and James Gordon, the novice driver, on the back of the grid. We are getting ready to get underway with this race as they come out of Paddock. We've already got a driver off as the field cross the line then. George Theobald leads into ROWRAH and gets the optimum line through. We've got everybody, dare I say it, Gaz, through the chicane and on towards the first hairpin.
We haven't.
Oh, no, we
three of
haven't.
them
There
off.
it is.
That's the 20. Nico Verbers of the LRG team. Not sure what happened there. I wonder if he's had a nerf as well. But look at the gap that's given our race leader. Huge advantage already. Some 1 second, I would say, he's got over the chasing pack already.
And there's a challenge for fourth.
We're going. They have called a full start or something.
Have we called a full start?
Yes,
we have. Yeah, we have. The reason I can tell definitively is because the timing board has gone back to 8 minutes.
I think definitively because they're not trying to bat 7 shades of something out of each other.
Now, that's a shame, really, because the false start, by the time the drivers don't know about the false start until they come out of the chicane. By then, the damage is done. There's Dirk ready to tell the drivers to slow down and behave themselves.
And do the 100-metre sprint to give him the green flag. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Maybe was it a jump start? It looked pretty clean to me, unless it was because of the incidents at the top of the hill.
It might be too fast, though. The starter needs to... certain starters have likes and dislikes about the starting procedure, and you get them varying across different series.
Yes.
So here we go. They accelerate. They stay in the tram lines. They're going to go around again.
Wow.
So
I just wonder if it is they're out of position slightly. Oh, hello.
And we've got a car that is doing a 360 pirouette there.
Was it the 25? Was it? I was just trying to see. There's so much glare, isn't there? It's difficult. Or the 15.
15. Where did he? It's
Eli Mann.
Eli Mann, who I'm not sure that car just appeared.
Pointing the wrong way.
Pointing the wrong way, turning through 360.
That's a new one. I'm not entirely sure what happened there. Maybe the start didn't get away at the front and somebody from behind us nerfed them round. It does happen occasionally. We saw it at Dunksville, didn't we, in the 177s when Ryan Taylor-Truman was spun off. But, yeah, we're going to go again. The acceleration line here is quite close as well to the finish line. It's going to be out of shot, but to our pole man's right-hand side, there's a little cone that tells him when he can and should accelerate. Not always the case, as they get a bit too eager to get going. But for the third time, we will try and get this heat underway.
Let's see if we can get this heat underway. The last thing we want is for delays to occur in the programme, of course. And let's hope that the whatever it was that was to the dislike of the starter, we can get on top of and get things done properly. It's a very fast start. We look like we are racing through the chicane for the second time. This time we are on course for green flag flying, and we are indeed racing, guys, into McRae's for the first time.
Yeah, and the fielders got through ROWRAH cleanly that time as they head up the hill. It's still is it still our pole man? It is, isn't it? The 54, Jod Theobald, who's leading them up and down the hill. A bit of a gap opening, so that might help him. No, it was wrong.
Yeah, this could be. Yeah, they're down the inside. Is that Jesse Whitmore with the white nose cone? We'll confirm that. Oh, we're coming together, coming out the stewardesses. That has caused all sorts of movement there down the order into St John's there, and it's George Theobald who's lost out the most there. The number 54 in third, about to become fourth as he loses lots of time towards the paddock turn. It is Jesse Whitmore who leads. Sam Green Gomez it was in second. Liam Crosby, Lucy Lovell forces her way into fourth. George Theobald now fifth. And he'd be probably thinking, guys, how did I end up in fifth there? Is that another move by... It's an Origin car. Is that Lucy Lovell again? Lucy Lovell being she had a great Dunkswell. And again, just absolutely forceful driving from Lucy. Going great guns here in third place now.
Yeah, she's up some 7 spots already at the start of this heat. Like I say, she's second in the championship currently after her brilliant performance at Dunkswell. She'll be looking to get away and get onto our leaders as quickly as she can. Make the most of the speed she's got.
Yeah, and George Theobald in fifth. I think he might have lost another place as the leaders come underneath us here. Whitmore, Green Gomez, Lovell, Ethan Hunt, Liam Crosby, Harry Harvey, Lucas Hilton, Reese Kelsall, Matt Scott, George Theobald down to 10th here. Hector Sadlowski outside the top 10 now as Nico Webers, after that off, was able to regain his grid slot after that restart, and he is having a good race there in 13th and moving up the order slightly.
Yeah, our pole man, George Theobald, has certainly tumbled down the order, hasn't he? I think There he goes, just out of shot as we follow the chasing pack for third, fourth and fifth. There he is. She is, rather. Lucy Lovell, just flashing through your screen. And pick up the two Coles carts. That is the 81 of Liam Cosbury heading his teammate, Harry. What is wrong with me this morning? Harry Harvey on the 25 through ROWRAH. What a great piece of tarmac that is in anything to drive. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
You have to come here and drive that just for that. Honestly, it's so good. So challenging to get it right. So Lucy Lovell making a few more gains on Sam Green-Gomez in second place. Gomez with his head down to get as much speed down the straight as he can.
Does work. Absolutely works that. Absolutely works. Might not work as effectively on these youngsters because they've got very little sort of size-wise, so the airflow not so much. But somebody my size definitely works. That's Lovell on the black and white Origin cart now, about to be put under some pressure by, is that Liam Crosby or Ethan Hunt here? Yes, here we go. It is Ethan Hunt. Sam Green-Gomez, sorry. Sam Green-Gomez as Lucy Lovell's gone up to second. So that's why it's so close, guys. That's the leader just ahead of her, Jessie Whitmore, with the gap at just over a second. If these three behave themselves and work together, they will close that huge gap of 1 second.
Yeah, I think to be fair, Lucy Lovell's got a lot more pace. She made the move here one lap ago, just as we see Ethan Hunt do the same thing to Sam Green-Gomez as Lucy one lap ago. I think Lucy's got a lot of drive in the lower end coming out of the corners. She's got an awful lot of punch. So I rather fancy she's going to be running possibly a tooth or two higher than some of the other drivers around her. But yeah, she's hugely faster. Fast lap of the race that time round.
Pulled out a gap of half a second and reduced the gap to the leader by just under a couple of tenths there. So she is on target to, and we literally just gone by half distance, guys. So she's got plenty of time to, if she continues this progress, she is going to make ground. She is going to catch the leader.
I wonder, though, if she'll run out of tyres, if she's run a slightly lower PSI to get them up to come on faster, which has given her that advantage when she made those 7 positions on lap 1. But then again, as well, she's still got good drive in the overtaking spots like you'd normally see in the hairpins, so as long as she can defend there, she might be okay.
Yeah, she's
like a bit wide there, Joe.
That's going to cost her. That's going to cost her second place. By the time they get to the chicane, Lucy has to slot in behind Ethan Hunt. Ethan, who has come through the field himself. Now it's Ethan's turn to close the gap to Jessie Whitmore, who that gap, I've got to say, guys, that gap's gone back out to just over a second as Lucy about to be attacked again and loses another place. And was that Sam Green-Gomez who comes back at her? He's on the Lando Norris cart, I believe, and Lovell has gone from second to fourth. He's in another look at it.
Yeah, nice opportunistic move there as Lucy Lovell got caught out by Ethan Hunt's line. She went defensive and kept it slightly to the right, left as he dived through on the right. Good move.
Now then, is that her got by again? She's come back at Sam Green-Gomez while we were looking at the replay. The time, the lap chart will show that Lucy Lovell was in third place and never lost that third place. However, during that lap, she absolutely did. She's come back and gotten back ahead of that yellow and blue cart of Sam Green-Gomez. And this is where she was caught out. She gets a nudge from Green-Gomez there, nudges her wide, and that was a definite contact there, guys. You can't argue that one.
No, did Lucy brake early, or did Sam Green? Because look how much speed he makes, or much tarmac he makes up on her. It's almost as she was braking earlier, and he was preparing to brake later, and it caught him out, I think.
There is a little bit of that, isn't there, in these hairpins here at ROWRAH?
Yeah, certainly cost Lucy, though, hasn't it? She's done 2 spots.
Yeah, it's cost her 2, hasn't it? She's going to be down in 5th place now behind Green-Gomez and Harry Harvey, who takes advantage of that situation. In fact, Liam Crosby has gone through as well, so she's down to 6th place. So that cost her massively there. Yeah, as this continues.
2 Coles carts getting together, that wouldn't be ideal for them, but that's opened the door, hasn't it, for Lucy to try and make a bit more ground. She's tumbling backwards, isn't she?
Yeah.
Compose yourself, Lucy. You'll be okay.
Yeah. She's gone down to 6th there, but still battling with the 2. And there's to get to place back. She's ahead of Liam Crosby, and she's having a very eventful race, getting lots of camera time there. Gets another nudge from behind, this time from Crosby through Paddock and across the line. We've got less than a minute remaining, so it's 2 more laps of racing for these youngsters. Jesse Whitmore still leading. The gap has come down. Ethan Hunt absolutely the man of the moment here, as Benjamin Lawn down the order in 9th. He started in 28th, and he has the fastest lap with a 46.486, I should say, as we've got Lucy Lovell being pushed wide, Gaz.
Yeah, again, look, you see, it's like she is braking slightly earlier than everybody else, because again, Harry Harvey carried so much more speed into it, and a little bit of a nudge, pushes her wide, but
that's the lead battle here. It has come down to the final few seconds here. They will cross the line. They'll get 2 more laps of racing, which gives Ethan Hunt ample time. He's caught the leader, Jesse Whitmore, who had a huge gap of just over a second there, almost 1.2 seconds. That gap is now 0 as they come out of McRae's side by side. Whitmore has the ideal inside line, but if Ethan Hunt uses his head, and he does, gets back on terms, sits on the rear bumper, Whitmore has been phased somewhat, Gaz, looking over his shoulder constantly, it seems.
Yeah, it was a good bit of defensive driving, though. He ran him wide, but all the while they've been doing that and squabbling, looking over their shoulder. Guess who's joined the party? It is the 3rd position man of Sam Green Gomez, who probably didn't think he had a chance of winning, but this has certainly boosted his chances an awful lot.
Well, time running out for Ethan Hunt as he pulls alongside. He's got the ID line into the chicane. Whitmore has to give space to him, and into the lead has gone Ethan Hunt into the chicane for the final time. Now Whitmore has to defend from not just Green Gomez, but Liam Crosby getting involved as well. Whitmore looks over his shoulder. He gets down the inside, squeezes him down the inside. It's 3 wide coming out of the corner, and it's Liam Crosby who's benefited. A little bit of wheel banging going on. It's Crosby in 3rd place now, or is that 2nd? It's Ethan Hunt who leads. Ethan Hunt is definitely our leader in the blue and white cart. It's a Coles 2nd and 3rd, though, and that looks like Liam Crosby and Harry Harvey has come through as well. We'll confirm this when they cross the line. I can confirm that Ethan Hunt is most definitely our leader and now our winner. It was Liam Crosby and Harry Harvey that forced their way through to 2nd and 3rd, and then we had Sam Green Gomez having to be, he was slotted down to 4th there. Hector Sadlowski through in 5th, Jesse Whitmore 6th, Lucy Lovell with an eventful race for Lucy. She's got a lifetime's worth of stories there just in one heat. That was a very, very eventful race. Benjamin Lawn in 8th place there from 20th place on the grid. We've got to keep an eye on that Coles driver, Benjamin Lawn, because he made up the most ground there. Let's have another look at this, guys. That's the move for the lead.
Yeah, a little bit of a touch, I think. In fact, there wasn't, was it? I think he just took himself wide.
Yeah, I think so. I think Whitmore had to make room for him, because coming out of that turn there, out of Paddock, through the sweeping right across the line, he then had the ID line into the chicane. He just had to sit there and hold his ground. There is the official result then. Ethan Hunt and Liam Crosby with Harry Harvey in 3rd, Sam Green Gomez 4th, Hector Sadlowski in 5th, 6th is Jesse Whitmore, Lucy Lovell 7th, Benjamin Lawn up from 28th on the grid to 8th place. He'd be delighted with that. Jack Dimbleby 9th, Freddie Wall 10th, and then we had Matt Scott, Tyler Rackham, Nico Webers, Fenton Roderick, Spencer Trehorn, Logan Hartshorn, Ewan Scott, Harrison Matthews, Cody Longdon, Joe Stonehouse, Lucas Hilton was 21st, George Theobald was next, Elijah West 23rd, Callum Wilson, William Spencer, Amelie Davey, Eli Mann, and Philip Jankowski was the final finisher. We lost Leonardo Palaggi on the penultimate lap. We lost James Corden on the penultimate lap also. Call me a detective. That sounds like a clue. Reese Kelsall, who went out on lap 6, and then Eden Salvage we lost on lap 3. That's the second heat for Junior Rotax, and that grid for the final forming up nicely, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. If we get a bit more of that, it'll be good.
Paul Maidmont 1656 says, DM Racing, best of luck, Badger, Jacko and Fletchy.
Yes.
I'd like to point out that the pair of you didn't manage to get all 112 changes of position on that last lap.
Yeah, there was a bit to take in, wasn't it?
It was a bit of a cracker, that one.
Yeah, a bit to take in. Just make a note of that one for the rest of the month, Nick.
Well, that has to go into your brain, not mine.
I know, and there's still plenty of racing to come, isn't there?
There's plenty of space in your brain.
We're not even halfway through this. And already we've had a lifetime of story. Lucy Lovell's got a lifetime of racing stories there in one heat. Absolutely tremendous from her perspective. So we've got next out, we've got the heavyweight class. I call it the heavyweight class. They're still lighter than us. The Rotax 177s. This is the 177 kilogram category. Senior Rotax class. And we've got a what looks like a... did we have 33 or 34 carts out for this one? Let's have a look at the grid.
I can tell you on my notes I created
I'm
for
be
us.
quicker than you.
Oh, I don't know.
It's 28. Yeah, 28. Well, I've got 28 here.
One of us is right.
Yeah, well,
I feel like it might be you.
Because
of the official.
We might have lost one.
Big name here, not here this weekend, of course, we should mention, is our current champion, Ryan Taylor-Truman. Ryan, who's not here this weekend for various reasons, racing elsewhere, I think, possibly.
Yeah, there's a lot of championship contenders that haven't turned up here in various classes. Jensen Watts and Macaulay Austin.
Freddie Worlock.
Freddie Worlock's not here. And a good spot there, Ryan Taylor-Truman isn't here as well. And Ryan Taylor-Truman was wanting to get, what he told us at the start of the season was, he was looking at getting a third consecutive title. He wanted to make that history. He's done it twice consecutively. That's not an easy job to do. Winning a championship over the course of a season isn't very easy. It's very, very hard. And he was the class of the field. I've got to say Dunkswell, which is a track he knows really well. He's from that part of the world. He wasn't as class of the field as we've become so accustomed to.
Yeah, he did have an incident, didn't he, I think, where he got bundled off at turn 1 on one of the, I think it was the final, wasn't it? He got caught up in an incident. But, nonetheless, he isn't here. So that does open it up a bit more for everybody else.
We've got the number 11 who has, and that's Marcus Basley, one of the masters. There is the grid though, Scott Smith and Steve Gilly, the first of the masters, starting on the front row. Ethan Wyatt and Joshua Pickford are next. Then got Solomon Williams and Ollie Owen, Louis Rees and Dan Millward. Will Murdoch starts alongside him on row 5. Cole Edwards and Marcus Basley. Dan Milner, Marcus Basley still down there, trying to get his cart started, I think. He actually hit the box, the starter officials box, did the number 11. I think he's gotten underway. Dan Milner, Archie Elliott in the middle of the grid for this one. Adam Mallins, Harry Taylor, Jack Taylor, George Walker and Matthew Lambert starting in 19th. Ryan Layton, Ian Branfield, Lincoln Bailey Arneson, Aston Parsons, Tyler Fossey, Mark Gilly starting down the order, Lawrence Hilton, Patrick Williams, Rohaj and Nathan Wells rounding off 28 carts. Here comes the number, yes, that is the number 11, just forming on the back of the grid there. Now, it doesn't have time to take his original spot of 12th. He will start on the back. Don't know what happened there, whether he was caught out by cold tyres coming out of the paddock, but we are indeed green through Eau Rouge. Oh, getting it really wide. Was that Steve Gilly there who almost lost it and hung on to that, Gaz, with all he knew? I think that's him ending off the track, by the way.
No, I think he kept it on, and somebody else got taken off.
Oh, really?
A bit further back in the pack. But yeah, look at the gap that is given Scott Smith at the front of this field. Scott, bizarrely, he was around the corner from me. How about that? But he's... How many cart lengths is that? That's going to take a while, isn't it, to get that back? But Scott, who doesn't run a seeded number, is a seeded number. I think he was 9th last season. Certainly going to be quick and one to watch over the course of the day as we follow the battle for second. Led by the Origin cart, not the orange one. That's the 56 of Joshua Pickford. Joshua, who's come from the field somewhat. He was down in 4th on the grid.
Yeah, started 4th. Steve Gilly is still in this. It wasn't Steve Gilly who ended up off track. I'm pretty sure it was Steve who had that massive slide. He's got Ethan Wyatt right on his bumper as well. In fact, there's a massive queue there. I think Ethan Wyatt has got by. Then we have Dan Millward, Will Murdoch, Cole Edwards, Louis Rees, Jack Taylor and Matthew Lambert moving up. Quite a few from 19th to 10th on that first lap for Lambert, so he's on a charge.
Yeah, he's certainly brought all of his talent of tricks, hasn't he, within this weekend, already making somewhat 20-odd positions in the 1 plus 2 minutes of a heat he's competed in. thus far as he looks for a move alongside Louis Rees, better of it into Sonny's. That would have been a tricky move. Louis wouldn't have known he was there, but they live to fight for another day as he fends off down Millward now as we 2x2 across the start line of Cole Edwards, and I couldn't quite see who was just overtaken there. Was that one of the LRG? Yeah, it was. That was
Murdoch?
Yeah, it might have been.
Yeah.
It's too...
Yes. This is why we love mixed grids. Because you've got absolute concentration. And the driver, the number 47, Louis Rees. Oh, Louis, you had absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with that. You were minding your own business, tried to turn into the hairpin, and there was 3 carts that stopped you.
Yeah,
unbelievable bad luck there for Louis Rees.
Matthew Lambert carried a lot of more speed, didn't he, on the way into the corner, and that caught him out. He jinked right. That Constantine had the other 2 to move right further, and at that speed on a narrow line, you're going to run out of room very quickly. To Louis' detriment, unfortunately.
And out of those 4 carts, Louis was the innocent party, and he ended up worse off than anyone. Ended up in the bark here at ROWRAH. A unique feature, I've got to say, the bark runoff. We are still side by side in Iredale's for the second time. That's the 22 of Dan Millward fighting with Dan Milner. That's a Masters scrap going on there.
Yeah, and on the back of those is the 480 of Matthew Lambert, who lost out a lot of places. They were 3rd and 4th, weren't they? And they've fallen down the order, so that's put him back a little bit. But he's already made a couple of places. He's already dispatched Dan Millward and is already on the back of the number 8, George Walker, as they filter through the last corner as we watch the battle for 3rd. Yes, it is 3rd.
Yes, it is. And it's 3rd, 4th and 5th there. 3 carts absolutely together. Steve Gilly now being demoted to 4th, it looks like, on the blue and green cart there. We've got the number 7, Will Murdoch, absolutely on a flyer here. He's in a bit of an LRG sandwich, as Steve Gilly, as he's got Ethan Wyatt, who is Will Murdoch's teammate there, on the other LRG red and white cart. Steve is the leading Masters there. Now, I'm not sure whether Steve will have in his mind here, I don't really have to fight with these guys because I can win a championship and a race win, an overall race win, not an overall win, but a class win in the Masters. He'll not be thinking about that at all, will he?
Steve will be thinking, I'm going to go as fast as I can and win everything. As if you know Steve, he's certainly reasonably single-minded when it comes to what he wants to get out of karting, and he won't be thinking about, look at that, is Will Murdoch really slow out of McRae's?
Yes, he did. Cost him dearly, and it almost cost Steve Gilly because he had to go on the outside, which allowed Ethan Wyatt to come by. This is a great scrap here. We're talking about 3rd, 4th and 5th here. 3rd place, Will Murdoch. 4th place, Steve Gilly. Ethan Wyatt in that 5th place. Ahead of them, Josh Pickford is still... We're not catching Scott Smith at all, by the way, guys. Scott Smith on the Tony kart has pulled out a gap of now just over 3 seconds.
Yeah, he's moving into next week already, isn't he? He's fastest lap of the race last time round by a couple of tenths over Joshua Pickford in 2nd place, who's just ahead of this battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. There's the move by Ethan Wyatt on Steve Gilly. That puts Ethan Wyatt up to 4th behind his teammate Will Murdoch on the LRGs. I wonder if Cole Edward, there he is, there's Cole on the number 4, not running the SW plate this weekend for whatever reason, prefers the seeded number of the 4, which is perfectly understandable.
You earned that over the course of a season rather than just one meeting, isn't it, at Dunkswell, the SW plate?
Yeah, I think I'd rather run the number 4 as well, personally. But I think he's he's making a lot of inroads on Steve Gilly. He's much more confident with his kart setup, I think, because Steve looks a bit more out of shape as they rounded Paddock and then through ROWRAH for another lap. Already into the last 2 minutes of this quite phenomenal heat. It's been 4 wide, 3 wide, carts off. It's been carnage, doesn't it, really?
Yes.
Brilliant entertainment.
Yeah, mixed grids, gotta love them. Lots of incident.
Certainly do.
Watch out for the Paddock show. Ollie Varney gives his opinion on them as well. And indeed, we talk about time qualifying, which will again be a feature of Wilton Mill for round 3. Wilton Mill also our all-plate meeting, I believe, Nick, is it? Yeah, confirms that. As we watch this battle now beginning to settle down somewhat, as we've caught the 2nd place kart of Josh Pickford. It's the 2 teams from the north here Origin Motorsport and LRG Motorsport are battling for second and third here. Joshua Pickford on the black and white cart. Nasty colour that. On the red and white cart, much better, is Will Murdoch. And it looks like Will Murdoch has the pace to not just catch, but indeed overtake. He's looking down the inside, and I'm not sure whether Pickford assisted that. There was a bit of a hand gesture.
Or there's a bump. He's pushed him off towards the exit of...
I'm not sure what happened there.
S's. I think Will
Let's
Murdoch...
have another look at this.
Will Murdoch, he was just wide with too much speed, and he balked. That was all, nothing major. Bit of curb use, and...
oh, yeah, there was coming together, though. He
Yeah.
got a nudge there, and I think that was more of a misunderstanding than anything. And now we've got Josh Pickford back into second place, but this time with Ethan Wyatt on his tail. Still an LRG cart, and Ethan Wyatt says, thank you very much, I'll have that second place from you. So Ethan Wyatt now up to second place. Will Murdoch, what rotten luck that is. Will Murdoch down to fourth, and is he plunging down further, is he? He has. He's got a problem. Now, I wonder if that was a problem of punch out of the corner, which caused Pickford... If Will Murdoch hiccuped coming out the corner, that caused that coming together.
I'm just wondering, watching him head down that back straight just then, he had his hand over his radiator, so I'm wondering if there's something going on with his engine, because it's the second heat in a row.
It is. I've just watched Will Murdoch coming out to Sunny, and the cart didn't pick up. It hiccuped. Yeah. And that's just costing him. That's why he's plunging down the order. He's down to ninth already. That's absolute terrible luck for Will Murdoch, who was running so strong there, and it manifested when he got into second place. So I have no idea what that could be.
It's the second heat in a row. We've seen him have some sort of gremlin, though, isn't it, where he's lost time and dropped down the order somewhat. But as we watch Carl Edwards fend off the attentions of Steve Gilly as they pick their way through the Stuart S's and down the hill.
Who's likewise fending off Archie Elliott, who gets it all wrong there going into the very fast St John's. Archie Elliott getting sideways there. Had to get out of the way of Steve Gilly. The gap was just closing on him. But Archie Elliott on the number 2. He's the 2025 vice champion. Down the inside of Steve Gilly there. Licked it and sent it.
Steve got a problem now. He's really slow. I think Steve Gilly's got an issue. Look.
Yes, he has.
Yeah.
Yes, he's slowing down.
Ah.
Yes, he's slowing down. Whatever that issue is, that's cost him dearly. I'm not sure how that's going to manifest, but he's lost another 2 places. So he's lost out to Matthew Lambert and George Walker. There's the leader on the final lap of the race cars.
Yeah, Scott's had a very easy heat number 2, his first heat of the day, as he rounds Paddock for his last time to take his first victory of the day in the senior Rotax 177 Heat 2. My words are in there somewhere. Ethan Wyatt picks up a brilliant second place, picked his way through quite convincingly, didn't he? Great move on Joshua Pickford, who comes home in third. Carl Edwards does pick up 4th place with Archie Elliott behind him in 5th. Matthew Lambert, a bit of recovery, wasn't it? But he comes home in 6th.
So, with Archie Elliott moving up from 14th on the grid, let's have a look at the official results then. Scott Smith, Ethan Wyatt, Josh Pickford, Cole Edwards, Archie Elliott. A great drive from him up to 5th for the number 2. Matthew Lambert, an equally good drive from Matthew up to 6th. 7th place was George Walker with Steve Gilly. First of the Masters, but he'll be disappointed in 8th. Dan Milner, second of the Masters, is 9th. Jack Taylor, 10th. And then we had Nathan Wells, Mark Gilly, Loris Hilton, and Ian Branfield, Lincoln Bailey Arneson, Ashton Parsons, Will Murdoch. Don't know what's happened with Will there, but certainly a problem there, dropping him to 17th. Then we had Ollie Ewan, Patrick Williams-Rohage, Harry Taylor, Ryan Layton, Tyler Fossey, and then Dan Millward, Marcus Basley. Didn't really get going, did he, Marcus, after that issue at the start? I think that he realigned his steering or something there, Gaz. Solomon Williams, we lost on lap 7, and we lost Louis Rees on lap 2, and I'm wondering if Louis Rees went out after that off-track when he was pushed wide. So I'm not sure what exactly happened to Louis, but we lost him certainly as a retirement there. Nick's picked up the mic, which is always
ominous.
That's a lovely bit of...
just saying,
doing a bit more nature.
We're doing nature. We've now got some lovely quarry wall shots. So that's in the sun here.
Any nesting birds?
No, unfortunately, the nest, she's doing a good job. She's got 4 eggs. She's sitting on in the middle of nowhere. It's a pity we can't show that, but there is a oyster catcher nesting in literally the middle of the track. Obviously not bothered by noise. It's a deaf oyster catcher. Who knows? Oh, screecher.
Do you know anything about the oyster catcher?
No. Apparently they don't catch oysters. They also eat all sorts of fish. And apparently there's a lot of koi carp around she can eat over somewhere else.
Ah, right. Okay.
So she's probably considered a pest by a local farmer who farms the koi carp. But there we go, doing her full-on motherly duties.
So when those chicks are, can we have a look at the rock again where we're talking about?
Well, can't because Ash's having a sleep. Actually, might get the rock. Here we go. This is rock cam. And full-on zoom this way. Yes, here we go. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Left.
So there's the rock. You can just see the bird.
Just see a little head.
Yes.
Just see a little head.
Yes. There it is. So there's the bird. Underneath that bird is 4 eggs. Just absolutely just there, exposed. Now, when those eggs hatch, those 4 chicks will be completely exposed.
I just don't know. I'm not sure it's the greatest choice.
You haven't done your research, have you?
What my ornithological research on oyster catchers is based in the middle of cart tracks.
So who told you?
There's several books about this.
Who told you it was an oyster catcher? Was it Dirk?
Someone did. Yeah, someone local did. Because I said it was I think it was Ollie actually. Because I said it was a plover. He went, no, it's an oyster catcher.
Ah.
So
Ollie Nitt Smith.
Yeah.
Oh.
The I Spy Book of Birds, which I have in 1975, obviously is not all the Observer's Book of Birds. I didn't have with me anymore, so I can't. But it is it's an amazingly brave animal because it doesn't care that Dirk's running left and right next to him. I think she's probably aware that everyone knows that she's there and quite appreciate her.
Yeah, just leave her alone.
You were in a very caring way. You were worried about foxes, weren't you?
Well, it's just so exposed. Don't know where the foxes.
Those Leicester City fans get everywhere, don't they?
Foxes eat eggs, don't they?
Yeah.
The eggs are so exposed. Do we have any foxes? We've got foxes. The rabbits everywhere.
Yeah.
We've got Intermax next, everybody. Let's get back to the racing. Just off to driver's right is the oyster catcher nest where we've just been watching. And here is the grid. Maria Jurgova-Chuta on the pole position from Rishan Kosler. Travis Owens and Calvin Sherlock on row 2 with Ethan McNally Roberts next up. Bradley Beggs, Max Thompson, Oscar Tarsi starting 9th this time. Zane Williams, championship leader 10th. Callum Miller and Cian Kosler start on row 6. Row 7 is Harrison Park and Freya Bond. Jack Daniels and Atton Colesworthy and Thomas Gulliver and Mahi Maru rounding off a 19 cart field. But we've only had 18 carts come out, so I'm not sure who we're missing. It is the bright purple livery, easy to spot, of Maria Jurgova-Chuta, the number 7, 7th in the Rotax class last season. The number 18 is Rishan Kosler. Rishan, who is another transferee from the FAT Championship, I believe, following, I think his sister's on this grid. Sorry, no, his sister is doing something else. Cian Kosler is on this grid. There she is. Cian is on the grid as well. As we've got this 18 cart field, we're missing one from the entry list. Don't know who that is. We get underway though, and it looked like a bit of a jump start from the second place driver, Rishan Kosler, and that's why we've gone for a false start.
Yeah, a bit eager. Oh, as somebody's on the grass on the exit. Cars everywhere. What's happening? I think somebody's been caught out, haven't they, by somebody slowing down rather quickly to the flag and found themselves trimming the grass. But no harm done, hopefully, and they'll filter back round and pair up on the exit of the chicane.
Rishan has to stay alongside Jurgova-Chuta, who controls the pace up to the acceleration line. And then when the lights go out, we then can go racing. But by what I spotted, Gaz, was the blue cart of Kosler was way ahead before the lights went out.
Yeah, which is always going to be a full start. Naturally, the pace is dictated by the pole sitter. In this case, it's Maria Jurgova-Chuta. So when she goes, the rest go. But until then, it's very much a 2x2 until she goes, essentially. That's as easy as that, isn't it?
Yeah. Maria in her second season of NKC. First season last year in this class. And she's controlling the pace. Nice pace there. Nice slow pace up towards Paddock turn. Doing a great job here as we go through Paddock here. This is almost British Championship level walking pace.
Very slow.
Formation lap. Here we go. There's the acceleration line. We stay in the tram lines, do we? And we are indeed racing. The lights have gone out and we're through. And it's Kostler who leads. Kostler leads into ROWRAH and out towards the first of the hairpins at McCrate.
Yeah, Jurglivichuta's down quite off the line, wasn't she? She still held on to second for the time being, but I think that's going to change any time now as they head into Iredales. Yes, it does. Is that Calvin Sherlock in the 14?
I think so.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, the 14 into second. Here we've got 2 wide into Stewart's there. And we've got the... Who is that? That's sneaking into 4th place there, or third, which has become 3rd place. No, still 4th place. We've got a cracking battle there. It's the number 55 of Ethan McNally Roberts, who is very racy indeed, up against the rear bumper of Travis Owens. But here they come across the line. We'll get a grip on who is where for the first lap completed. It's Rishan Kostler, Calvin Sherlock, Travis Owens, Ethan McNally Roberts, Bradley Beggs, Zane Williams, Jurglivichuta hustled down to 7th, Harrison Park and Jack Daniels and Oscar Tarsi rounding off the top 10.
Yeah, some great moves being performed by Bradley Beggs and Zane Williams already in the opening stages of this heat, as we see a move by the 55 this time round of Ethan McNally Roberts. Nice and tidy, a nice little gap. Yet another move, textbook, isn't it, through there every time we see that? Yeah.
Bradley Beggs, easy to spot in the purple and white Cartel livery. He is one of the fastest drivers in this class and was very fast in practice yesterday, and he's continuing that today, Gaz.
Yeah, could have won Heat 1 until the unfortunate incident as they... Honestly, they're overtaking everywhere. I love this class.
Yeah.
Just overtake every corner. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Well, especially with mixed grades, because you have got the more experienced drivers moving up through the field, and these karts are very, very close on performance. So it's marginal gains and driver experience being that gain that can really showcase just how fast these karts can be.
Yeah, we're seeing some real progress by Jack Daniels on the 161 as he looks to go down the inside of Zane Williams. Filter through and out of... I love that pass of the track.
Yeah,
as it drops down, flat out in a senior Rotax is quite...
It really is.
Quite
You absolutely feel it. And here's a challenge for second, as down the inside, the number 55 of Ethan McNally Roberts has gone into second place now. Kostler still leads by about a second, and we should see McNally Roberts now closing that gap. Rishan Kostler in control of this, it seems. And with Bradley Beggs moving up the order to 4th, now Zane Williams up to 5th, Jack Daniels 6th, Travis Owens, Oscar Tarsi up another position to 8th, Harrison Parkin and Callum Miller are the drivers that round off the top 10. There's the number 186, Zane Williams, championship leader, getting it all wrong out of the hairpin there, just showing how hard he's pushing there and ending up off the track and losing a bit of traction, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And while that was happening, just ahead of him, Bradley Beggs made the move out of Iredales and down the hill. We had the move completed long before they headed into the Stewart S's. That promotes him to 3rd position. As you see, the 161 of Jack Daniels, who was really quick in Heat 1 this morning, wasn't he? Try and pick his way through, not doing that time. Have to sit behind for another lap, or at least through ROWRAH, because this is Intermax, and every corner is an opportunity to overtake.
Yeah, another incident down the order there as Harrison Parkin's gone ahead of both Travis Owens and Oscar Tarsi, as this is not over by any shout or any strike of the imagination, really. These three still battling it out. That's 4th, 5th and 6th place of Sherlock, Williams and Jack Daniels. They're trying to get by the two quickest drivers here. Zane Williams and Jack Daniels come into this round 2 at the head of the championship after a very successful Dunkswell for round 1. The leader has been caught though, Gaz. It was a second. It's now hardly discernible. We don't need a stopwatch. Put the stopwatches away. McNally Roberts and Bradley Beggs have caught the leader, and it's down to just 2/10 on the stopwatch. But as you can see, it's just down to a cart's length or so.
Yeah, Bradley Beggs and Ethan McNally Roberts are lapping some nearly 8/10 quicker than our current race leader, Rishan Kostler. Whether he can hang on to that, I mean, it's going to be tight. They've certainly got a lot more pace, haven't they?
Yeah, he's the move. It was into the Iredale's hairpin, and Beggs.
Oh, there's a bump, yeah.
Yeah, Beggs overcooking the braking there and being caught out. Kostler under massive pressure. Kostler on the blue and white cart now. And that's an Ollie Hancock cart, I believe, the blue and white livery. Ollie Hancock here with a few customers driving as we've got side-by-side action with McNally Roberts on the optimum line into the chicane, and he just sat there and took the lead, and that has cost our erstwhile leader Kostler dearly because he had no momentum, and Bradley Begg says thank you very much, I'll take the crumbs off that table. And if Kostler's not careful, he's going to have Jack Daniels and indeed Zane Williams now challenging.
Yeah, absolutely. That's compromise line through ROWRAH certainly hindered him, didn't it, all the way down the straight, and that's lost him 2 positions. So we've now got a new race leader as they head off down the hill and into St John's. They are bunching up really well, aren't they, now? This is going to be, the last 2 minutes is going to be quite lit, I rather fancy.
Yeah, it's going to get interesting because we've got, there's a move on Kostler. Kostler now, is he down another position? He is indeed. Kostler has now dropped behind Jack Daniels. He's now got Zane Williams behind him. Now, Jack Daniels and Zane Williams, arguably the quickest drivers in this class and certainly contenders for an overall championship. Let's not forget, we've got the North-South, the first silverware of the season. After 2 rounds, we've got the North-South Challenge, I think is what we've called it, isn't it? I'll just confirm that.
Yeah, it is.
The North-South Challenge Cup, it is what we're running for. We'll be awarding them this afternoon, I think, a 2-round Challenge Cup.
Trophy, yeah.
Yeah, in sort of, we've got 3 trophies and an overall championship to give out at the end of the season. As Bradley Beggs has got that man, Jack Daniels, that lad, Jack Daniels, on his inside out of Paddock, and Daniels has the optimum line, but Bradley Begg just absolutely sat around the outside, and that was very brave as Daniels down the inside at McRae's. Not happening though. Now, is this where it happened last time, or was it where did Bradley Beggs get taken out? At Stewart's, yeah, where the who's that going off?
Is that Zane Williams and the white? Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Zane
it is.
Williams making a minor error.
He's firing out of Iredale's and ending up on the dirt a couple of times now. This is Bradley Beggs on the purple and white Cartel cart, who is absolutely on fire here, keeping Jack Daniels behind him. Doesn't give him any kind of space there. There's very little change in speed from the straights to the corners here on these Intermax carts. They carry a lot of speed from their optimum into the corners. Daniels down the inside at McRae's. Beggs around the outside. Tries to sit there on the outside, but it's not enough. He's on the outside now going into Iredale's. They are side by side out of Iredale, side by side all the way around the corner, and side by side down the back straight towards the stewardesses. Who's going to be brave enough to... Oh, and it's Beggs who hangs onto the outside line, and it's Daniels with Rishan Kostler coming back in on the blue and white cart as well. This is brilliant racing here, and very brave as well to just sit there on the outside, guys.
Yeah, really brave by Bradley Beggs, but we spotted earlier, didn't we? He takes a really wide sweeping line, really opens up the wheel and lets the momentum carry him round the corner. Jack Daniels is using a lot less tarmac through the majority of these corners. His car is certainly more hooked up, I would say, on the front end, allowing him to do that. But yeah, he's really got to get a move done, because we saw, didn't we, in Heat 1 they came together. So this is not going to be over until it's over in the fence, I think, at this rate.
No, they're on the last lap as well, so opportunities for Jack Daniels to overtake Bradley Beggs as the leader. Ethan McNally Roberts reaps the benefits of this squabble going on. Bradley Beggs, Jack Daniels and Rishan Kostler, don't forget him as we go to the leader now to give him some coverage to the flag. He got the lead. There's nothing happening in second place as they go into the paddock turn for the final time. It is going to be Ethan McNally Roberts who takes the second heat. It's Bradley Beggs, a fighting second to keep Jack Daniels behind him, and Rishan Kostler was there not far away, as was Zane Williams in fifth. That is, as ever, Gaz, one of the most intense kart races that we see, one of the most intense classes of karting that we have in the NKC. And we speak to Alan from Cartel about just how technical that class is. There's the result, though. Ethan McNally-Roberts takes the win from Bradley Beggs in second. Jack Daniels is third. Rishan Kosler fourth. Zane Williams fifth. Calvin Sherlock sixth. Thomas Gulliver seventh. Harrison Parkin finally got the best of Oscar Tarsi for eighth, with Tarsi having to settle for ninth. Cian Kosler was 10th. Ayrton Goldsworthy was 11th. Callum Miller, Travis Owens, Max Tomzit, Freya Bond 15th. Maria Jurgelova-Chuta was 16th. Mahi Maru was 17th. And Deacon Thomas rounded off 18 carts.
Have to remember, don't we, how young these drivers are as
yes,
well.
Yes, you do.
They're always brilliant to watch. Never fail to put on a show, do they?
No,
and
the racing's brilliant, isn't it?
They're 10 years old.
They're 10 years old. They are average 10 years old, yes.
I'm glad you're having a problem remembering it as well, because you normally criticise me for
what?
For not realising they're 10 years old.
Oh, well, you
and
can
treat
be.
them as racing drivers.
Yes.
AFF Motorsports, it's evening all, just after 8 p.m. here in Bathurst.
Oh, hello to Bathurst. Yes.
Well, they had their big. They haven't had the supercars yet, have they?
No, that's later in the year.
Later
They
in the
did
year,
the 1,000 in September.
Mm.
They did the Enduro 24, didn't they? That's normally in February.
No, the 12
hours.
12 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the yes. Some kangaroo was
our mate
removed.
Does that.
Okay, let's go to the next heat, which is the Smoky Joe's the TKM heat number 2.
And don't we love a Smoky Joe TKM?
We love a TKM. These are the air-cooled 115cc TKM engined karts that are out. This is effectively, I've got to say, the British Championship of this class. This is the primary championship. And Al Patterson is our pole position driver leading us round. We've got a great interview with Al coming up in the lunch break. Samuel King alongside. We've then got Jake Cox and Nathan Bullock. Tom Johnson and current champion, I should say, Jamie Scott. Leo Crabtree's alongside Joe Booth. Matthew Temple-Purcell is alongside Molly Nicholas-Biles. Will Cregeen has Charlie King for company. Gareth Haynes and Matthew Horton next. James Hull and Alexander Lehman after that. Michael Cornell and Mitchell Ball. James King and Ben Watson are behind them. Matthew Harris and Matt Slade, with Chris Whiteside, Dee Bolt, Lee Whittingham and Ryan Messer rounding off the order of 26 TKMs in this one, Gaz.
26, that's great. Great numbers to see TKM flourishing still. Because the numbers have dropped, haven't they? Dwindled a couple of years ago, but it's nice to see them pick back up.
Yeah, it kind of ebbs and flows as well across the season. But 26, it's a very healthy grid of air-cooled TKMs as we're about to go racing. And Al Patterson is on the inside, cuts across to the left a little bit to just defend that one, and he will lead into and out of. Now, Al's a complete privateer, looking after himself, looking after just him and his dad. And he will be looking to hang on to this lead as long as he possibly could. He mentioned quite an eventful Dunkswell round one. I said to him, what you've just described there just epitomises karting, really, because there was everything happening to him. He currently leads. Nothing to report, Gaz, remarkably. Everybody's been gotten through their first half a lap or so in clean order.
Yeah, it's been relatively well behaved, hasn't it? To be fair, through all classes, as we see our leaders stream through Sunnies and into Paddock. There's a car off to the side, so there's a yellow flag out, which means there's going to be no overtaking, which may hinder some of the drivers as our leaders stream through the ever brilliant, fantastic, awesome ROWRAH. What a corner. What a series of corners.
It is one of the finest sequence of bends in karting, in British karting. Jake Cox, the number 9, the seeded number 9, is on to the rear bumper of Al Patterson. Patterson getting his head down. He knows exactly what he has to do. He has to just absolutely drive blisteringly quick. Behind them too, we've got another 2x2, Samuel King and Tom Johnson on the number 6 there. Tom, another seeded driver there behind Samuel King. And it was 2x2. It's about to become a 4-kart train for the overall lead though. And behind these 4, there's a huge gap before we get another 4-car train. And there's drama in that one. We'll focus on this lead 4 karts though. No change between that first 4. Jamie Scott's up to 5th, just behind them. We expect this 4-car train to be joined by the current champion, then Jamie Scott, who's already pulled a bit of a gap in 5th place, and will be joining these 4 quite shortly, I would imagine, Gaz.
Yeah, now he's got a bit of clean air in front of him. He'll be looking to move up to this. It is leading quartet, isn't it? Sam King in the third position set the fastest lap last time round despite being overtaken. So he's still got a bit of pace in that chassis just yet. As we approach, I mean, scarcely believable half distance already.
Yeah, we've still got 90 seconds before half distance, so plenty of racing here. As a move for third, as Tom Johnson down the inside of Samuel King. We'll see that change on the lap chart. Samuel King not that far away from him and hangs onto the rear bumper now. See if he can come back at him at McRae's. He has a little bit of a look, does he? You could kind of telepathy kicking in there, as we've got, I don't know what that
yellow
means.
Flag.
All right. Oh, yellow. That's why he had to stop there, because we've got a couple of carts being. So he did have a look, and then obviously the yellow flag deterred him from anything. And now he's still on his bumper, though, isn't he? So he still could come back at him here. We're talking about Samuel King on that rear bumper of the black and white cart there of Tom Johnson. And as Johnson tries to get away from him and catch that cart in second place, that's still Jake Cox and Al Patterson still leading here with about 30 seconds to half distance.
Yeah, it seems to be, the yellow flags have come in now, but we basically had a yellow flag across the entire circuit for a lap there. Carts all over the place. But, this battle for the lead, I think, realistically still rages on, doesn't it? It was Al Patterson doing a brilliant job at front, opening the gap now to slightly over half a second, so that's a good kind of 4 cart lengths he's got. Nice little cushion for him as Jake Cox is doing his absolute best to reel him back in. Not seeing a lot, are we, from fourth place at the minute? I think Sam King's quite happy just to sit there for the moment. Still plenty of time on the clock. Yeah,
still plenty of time. We have just clicked by half distance now on the clock. And Al Patterson is doing a sterling job there. That little bit of weight loss, little bit of training has certainly come into the fore. And he's got a gap of just under a second here. And Jake Cox just can't do anything about it. And before we know it, guys, Jake Cox is going to have to start defending, which the leader Patterson is going to really play into, and that's going to extend the lead. If that black and white cart there of Tom Johnson can start challenging on the number 9, we will get these two slowing each other down. It's just part of the science of the sport, isn't it? It's part of the science of karting here. Once you start driving off the optimum line, it's going to cost you lap time.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're going to see you move rather imminently by our third place man on the number 6, the Class and Motorsport. I think Jake is starting to slightly box them backwards a little bit. They've certainly concentrated up, haven't they, now as they cross the line for another lap. 0.4 of a second it cost them there. That's how much Al Patterson's lead is extended. So as these three begin to start disputing and negotiating place changes, perhaps, because Tom Johnson there, the black and white cart in the middle of that 3, he's got Samuel King right on his rear bumper as well. Yeah, definitely. I think Jake Cox is just running out a little bit of pace at this stage of the race. Could be down to where his tyres are set up or whatever else he's got going on. But this, at the minute, they're losing some half a second lap to the 5th place man, Jamie Scott, who will flash through your screen in a moment in the number 1 yellow flex kart. There he goes. He's certainly making some inroads. I think he's got enough time still left in this seat to get on the back of this group as long as he doesn't make any mistakes. Yeah, he's got 2 minutes, guys, just over 2 minutes to get back to get onto the tail of the group. Behind these 4 or these 3, we've got the leader Al Patterson there just in the forefront of the shot. Then these 3 who have settled down a little bit. They may be waiting for a last moment lunge. Behind them is Jamie Scott with Joseph Booth in 6th, Nathan Bullock in 7th, Alexander Lehman 8th, 9th is Matthew Wharton, Gareth Haynes is 10th, and we've got a change. We've had a change, not what we thought was going to change. We've got Sam King coming back and ahead of Tom Johnson. Yeah, it's that time of the race now, isn't it, where you need to start making inroads. If you've been held up, you've got to make it stick sooner rather than later and get yourself forward to give yourself an opportunity, for him in this case, for second position ahead of Jake Cox as they head up the hill again through Row Rouge. It's a shame they took some of that curb away a few years ago now. It used to be a lot harsher than it is now today. The tarmac rang off as well, never used to be there. That used to be bark, which is always fun if you get stuck, especially in the rain. But as we head through Iredales and down the hill, I think we're seeing Samuel King make a bit of a gap now to our fourth place man, Tom Johnson, on number 6. I'm going to get another 3 laps out of this one just yet as well. Tom Johnson really makes some time back there through the exit of the Stuart S's, through Sunny's, using all the road. There's a bit of a hole in the exit of that curve there, which doesn't seem to be unsettling the karts too much. It's not somewhere you want to fall off the road as ROWRAH, as it's not particularly flat for the most part. There's gouges and holes and all sorts on the rumble strips. As they head through, using all of the road. I love how they use all of that. They're not using any track limits here this weekend. It's just a case of if everybody does it, there's no real advantage. It's very hard to police from where the guys are sat downstairs. Can't see everything, naturally. It's not always the easiest thing to do anyway.
You'd need a team of officials on every corner, wouldn't you?
You really would.
Monitoring every curve.
Eyes in every aspect of the circuit, which is not easy to do. And as I've said as well, Jamie Scott has arrived to the back of this group.
Well, Al Patterson is now about to see that all-important last lap board as he comes out of Paddock turn. This is still going on, though, as Jamie Scott has now gotten right onto the rear bumper and is challenging for another place that will assist him going up the grid. Tom Johnson defending here. We're on the final lap here, and Tom Johnson using all of those track limits to his advantage. Jamie Scott, though, cannot find a way by. These are very, very quick karts and very, very quick car drivers. That's why they've got the single-digit seeded numbers here, as we've got defensive line into Stewart's. And Jamie Scott, guys, just has nowhere to go. As we about to pick up the lead, we're going to have to leave that. There's the leader, guys. Just as I handed to you to comment on that, we've got to pick up the leader. As he's deserved this checkered flag. He's deserved this glory. He had a character building dunks well. And Al Patterson, I must be his lucky charm interviewing him for the Paddock show.
I was about to say, it's reverse curse the commentator. It's the it's the bonus of the interviewer.
What is great about that win for Al in the second heat here for TKMs is he's a true privateer. That is a lad with his dad who comes out and he's prepping his own kart. He's even doing his own engines. He's not doing his own engines. He's servicing his engines across the weekend. But what are the advice that he gives? And watch the interview because it's really interesting. He said, develop a relationship with an engine builder, with an engine tuner. And he says, don't keep swapping between your engine tuners because then they're just not bothered about you. You know, if you stay with that engine tuner's going to be giving his all. There was the, is that the grid or the result, Nick, that you've just flown through? Here is the result. Al Patterson is the winner. And get to see what Al Patterson looks like and indeed get a great interview with him in the Paddock show coming up in the lunch break. That concludes all of the second heats, by the way. We now get into the third heats for all of our class, apart from senior Rotax, where we're already into heat 3, 4. We've got an extra heat for them. Al Patterson takes the win then. Jake Cox is in second. Samuel King third. Fourth is Tom Johnson. Fifth then Jamie Scott, having to settle for that one. Joe Booth was sixth. Nathan Bullock seventh. Gareth Haynes was eighth. Ninth was Alexander Lehman. And rounding off the top 10 is Matthew Horton. Outside of the top 10, we have Ben Watson, Lee Whittingham, Matthew Temple-Purcell, Matthew Harris, Michael Cornell, Molly Nicholas-Biles, Will Cregeen, Matt Slade, Charlie King, Chris Whiteside. Ryan Messer was 21st. Leo Crabtree 22nd. James King was 23rd. James Hull and Mitchell Ball. We lost James Hull on lap 3, and we lost significantly, Gaz, Mitchell Ball on lap 2.
Yeah, I just, as they clear the karts away, I'm just looking out the window towards the McRae's hairpin. I thought I recognised the yellow helmet of Mitchell Ball, and I thought, can't be. But it is. He retired. He didn't finish, which is an unusual thing for Mitch.
Just to update, the oyster catcher has left her eggs. They're there on their own. She's gone to get some lunch.
It's on the barrier.
No, we can't.
Nick.
Did she sit on the barrier? Oh, yeah, she's sitting on the barrier. Ash, get up and photograph our bird, will you? Oh, she's just hopped off. You missed it. Too busy reading your Mills and Boone, and the bird was there. Nightmare.
Can't get the stuff, eh?
She really is not bothered by these carts.
Surprising, isn't it, considering?
Here we go. Here comes the grid.
Considering how quiet it is normally, here is the grid for Junior Rotax Heat 3. Spencer Trahon for Origin will lead the field around. Harrison Matthews in the BM. Oh, it's Senior Rotax. Why have I got Junior Rotax up? Oh, of course, I caught out by that live one. It's Senior Rotax Heat 3, not Juniors. Kieran Gifford and Jensen Hartshorn, well spotted, guys. Bradley Howes and Zari Visserek are on row 2. Joshua Priest and Alexander Campbell. Harvey Lee Winteridge and Michael Seddon. Jacob Mockler lines up on row 5 with John Hobbs, Arthur Thacker and Jack Theobald are next. Ben Ballou, the number 3, alongside Kieran Hammond on row 7. Row 8 is Ben Harper and Zach Fletcher. Then we've got Reece Green and Bobby Rosier. Jamie Kidney and Taylor Dixon. Brody Skinner and Sebastian Benson, with Farad Arian and Mason Perrin next. James Maidment and local lad James Wood are next, with Blake Ticehurst, Leo French, Jacob Felton, locally Garthwaite, Finley Underwood and Via Maru, and Chris Jordanov, the novice drivers at the back, Via Maru and Chris Jordanov. As the field comes round, Blake Ticehurst down in 27th. Keep an eye out for Blake, because he will be coming through. He was the winner of his previous heat. As we go, lights out, guys, and we are racing.
We are. As the head up towards ROWRAH for the first time, we're going to see a bit of a cleaner getaway. We have so far. We've still got to get through McRae's. No bumping and boring as such. Just a half spin in the middle.
Yeah,
that
couple of
always causes consternation, doesn't it?
Couple of carts kicking up the bar. Couple of carts. I think that's Oakley Garthwaite. That has a misunderstanding at the back of the field as our leader. That looks like Kieran Gifford, who is where is Zari Visserek?
He's in the lead. Kieran Gifford is in second.
I think that's is that Visserek?
Yes.
Oh wow, where did he come from? He came from the second row. So Kieran Gifford is the second place cart. So Visserek with a great first lap. We remember him being at the front of the grid in juniors. He is now in the front of the field in seniors. Visserek being challenged by Kieran Gifford though, and Gifford down the inside, and that more to do. Oh, Visserek gets it all wrong on the outside. Now he's under. Alexander Campbell's coming at him. And Campbell down the inside. They're going to be challenged by Bradley Howes soon as well. So Visserek in disarray, it seemed, losing massive amount of time here. And everybody tripping over everybody in the stewardesses, it seemed.
Yeah, I thought that he was going to fire straight into the side of Kieran Gifford as you're about to watch the replay. Great move by Kieran Gifford on the initial part, heading up towards the hill. Showed him the grass, didn't he, to Visserek on the way up. That gave Campbell a run at him. And, Kieran Gifford's lead across the line is 1.7 seconds. That's how much time they lost, squabbling all the way down the hill towards the Stewart S's. But Visserek, he's held on. He's still got Alexander Campbell behind him and the 185 of Michael Seddon.
Well, they were just tripping over one another, weren't they? I mean, there's an element of still relatively cool tyres. They weren't quite up to where they need them to be. They're beginning to come on now, I would have thought. They're on lap 3. As Gifford has disappeared up the field. Visserek, though, he's challenged by Alexander Campbell, and it was Michael Seddon who is the third cart in that group there. He's actually 4th. And behind them, we've got people moving up the order. Blake Ticehurst already up to 17th from 28th. James Wood up to 16th from 25th. So we have got carts moving through the order, guys, but all this time, it's going to allow the leader, Kieran Gifford, to disappear a little bit more. He goes very wide there. I think that was meant, though, as now we've got the cart in second place, settled down, and now focusing on catching the leader.
Yeah, they've brought their heads together, haven't they, and composed themselves. Kieran Gifford's still got a good 1.7 seconds lead. It's not really changed all that much at the minute, but I think these two not fighting. If Alexander Campbell thinks Visserek can take him forward, then he'll most likely just sit there for a few laps to see what he can do. If he feels like he's been held up, then he'll no doubt try and dispatch him as quickly as he can to make his own challenge on our race leader. Kieran Gifford, as he crosses the line one more time, sets the fastest lap of the race briefly.
Yeah, it's gone back out to 1.8 though. We thought with Visserek now being clear of being challenged by Alexander Campbell, we might see the gap coming down. That's not the case though. Kieran Gifford has switched it on. He's pulled the trigger a little bit more, and 1.8 seconds the gap last time by. So a pretty spaced out senior Rotax field. We'll keep an eye on the movers up the order. Bobby Rosier up to 7th, I notice. James Wood still in 14th. There was no movers on that previous lap. Everybody staying in position. The only movement was Bobby Rosier for 7th ahead of Harvey Lee Winteridge. There's a massive clump of carts in the midfield as we've got James Wood still continuing to move forward. We'll keep an eye on that one when they come underneath us. Yes, he's up to 13th now, ahead of Kieran Hammond. Blake Ticehurst has gone through to 15th. Mason Perrin ahead of Finlay Underwood for 18th. So we've still got a midfield with a lot of drivers making progress from their back of the grid heat position here. Remember, mixed grids brings that. And we've got the inevitable coming together there. He doesn't know what happened. Let's have a look. It's Guy Cunnington cart there defending, and then as he turns it, he gets it up the back end by a Coles cart.
Yeah, it's always a tricky place. If you're not as confident as somebody else, or you break that slightly a bit earlier, you catch the cart in front very quickly if you're able to stop it a bit later than they do. And occasionally it happens, especially in a big stop like that happen. We've seen it a lot today already, haven't we?
Yeah. Senior Rotax here resembling iRacing. It seems everybody tripping over one another, things not settling down. James Wood, another plate. No, he's dropped down. We've got Blake Ticehurst, who was involved in that, in all of that. What we saw there, Blake Ticehurst come out on top. He's up to 11th. Kieran Hammond now 12th. It's Taylor Dixon and James Wood who's lost out. They've dropped to 13th and 14th.
Yeah, as we pick up the sharp end of the field here, we're looking at the 66 of John Hobbs. Bobby Rosier has just taken 7th away, or 6th rather, away from Harvey Lee Winteridge. So he's making some moves. He's been quick though this weekend. I've been looking through the practice times and he's been in the top 10, the 10th here and there maybe, but he led the leaderboard yesterday afternoon. So he's certainly got pace in that 49 Rolf kart this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. We're getting towards the inside the final 2 minutes as well. So the drivers with a car that is slow moving there on the driver's right. That was
the 444, wasn't it? I think.
Was it the 444? That's way down the order though. He's out of contention completely, I think, as this battle rages on. And the drivers, I was about to say, Gaz, the drivers fully aware of how much race time is left, because as they come out of Paddock Turn here, underneath it, now just to the left of the screen, above them is the timing gantry, and they can clearly see in big orange numbers how much time is left. They will have seen there was over a minute and a half left of this race, so plenty of time to push on. And if you're going to make the challenge, the time is getting towards that time where you're going to need to make it, because the checkered flag is being readied somewhat in about just over a minute's time.
As you watch John Hobbs trying to find that position back away from Bobby Rosier. John Hobbs had that massive tank slapper, didn't he, in the previous heat down the back straight? How he held on to that, unbelievable. But yeah, I'm surprised Ben Ballou hasn't made a challenge just yet, as he, on the 94.
Well, it's about
Alexander Campbell.
Is it about waiting your time as well and doing it at the right point, so that the driver that you're overtaking doesn't have an opportunity to come back at you? At the minute, though, Gaz, Ben Ballou on that blue and white kart, third in the picture, is about to be challenged down the inside by Bobby Rosier.
Yeah,
Bobby coming down the inside and looking very forceful.
Yeah, a little hand raise there to say sorry. But yeah, as I was saying, really with this amount of time to go, if you've got a bit of pace, you want to get on with it, especially when you've got people like Bobby Rosier on your coattails. Got a yellow flag. Oh yeah, that's an interesting place to leave the car. That will be in shot in a second as we follow these guys through and out of Stanley. There's a cart just there to your right, in fact right in front of you. So we've got yellow flag. That's neutralised the racing through the final sector. I think they've back green across the start line there as we get ready to enter what will be next time round the final laps. This is now the penultimate lap of this race.
And there's the number 3, Ben Ballou, down the inside of Alexander Campbell. Now they're concertina back up. We've got Bobby Rosier, who didn't want himself being tripped up by that movement there in the field, and he's coming back at him. Campbell down the inside of Ben Ballou. He's come back at him. Is it Bobby Rosier that we're talking about here? The 49. It is Bobby Rosier. It wasn't Campbell at all. It's Rosier and Ben Ballou, two very, very quick drivers. Bobby Rosier, of course, look at that.
Bit of bumping and boring there, wasn't there, by Ben Ballou? I think Bobby Rosier was a little bit slow come out of the S's there, but yeah, they've lived to fight for another day. But Ben Ballou is still, he's ahead of him now, isn't he?
Yeah. Ben Ballou on the blue and white cart ahead of the yellow and blue cart of Rosia. The two yellow and blue carts catching me out, Gaz. I thought I was talking about the wrong driver. Of course it was Rosia who was involved as these two continue. And the number 66, John Hobbs, challenging Alexander Campbell. It's not over yet down the field. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, by 2.6 seconds, Kieran Gifford is there, the number 7, who got off into the lead very, very early on lap 1 and has never been expected exactly to do that. A solid second place for Zauri Visarek as well. They're crossing the line, but this is where all the racing has been. And who will it be? It's Ben Ballou, Bobby Rosia, Alexander Campbell, John Hobbs. That was some cracking racing there for top 10. Blake Ticehurst ended up in 9th place. James Wood recovered back. He came up the order and then went back down to 14th. He's finally ended up in 12th, having started 25th. So that's not a bad effort for the young lad who is from Workington. So this is his home track. We heard him just come over our shoulder, didn't he, earlier? He's got to be looking at a win, hasn't he? Nothing less than an overall win at your home track.
He says that every year, I think.
He does, absolutely. And God loves a trier. Kieran Gifford takes the win. Then Zauri Visarek in 2nd. Ben Ballou and Bobby Rosia 3rd and 4th. And then we had in 5th place Alexander Campbell, just from John Hobbs. Harvey Lee Wintridge was 7th. 8th was Bradley Howes. Blake Ticehurst through from 28th to 9th. Kieran Hammond 10th. Taylor Dixon 11th. James Wood 12th. Brody Skinner, Finlay Underwood, Mason Perrin, Oakley Garthwaite. Oakley started in 29th. He came up to 16th. Not bad at all. Zach Fletcher, Arthur Thacker. We then had Jensen Hartshorn, Sebastian Benson, Jacob Felton, Leo French, Jamie Kidney, Joshua Priest. And then we had, I've lost Joshua Priest, there he is, Jack Theobald, Chris Yordanov, Via Manu, the two novices in 26th and 27th. Jacob Mockler finally finishes his heat. And then we lost Michael Seddon and Farad Arian. They were a lap down. Jack Maidman, Reece Green and Ben Harper we lost. So that's pretty important for both Reece Green there and Jack Maidman and Ben Harper, who have been running at the front there for a few seasons. But Reece Green, the number 4, that non-finish will cost him dearly. He may end up in the B final for that.
Yeah, possibly, but he did have a strong heat 1, didn't he? So there's a good chance that he may be on the back of the A. Oh, here
Look,
we go.
more important than kart race, we've got a picture of the oyster catcher.
Excellent.
Isn't she sweet? Mummy oyster catcher.
So she's got 4 eggs in that nest, in that rock, just exposed in that rock, which is very worrying.
Not sure what she thinks she's going to eat on the barriers, to be honest.
Well, she's got a massive lake there, at the, just to the left of the stewardesses is a massive quarry lake, deep water quarry lake. Or pond. Is it a pond or a lake?
I don't know what the difference between a pond and a lake is, to be honest.
Well, we're in the Lake District, so we'll call that a lake.
We're not in the pond district, are we? No.
We are out for junior Rotax this time. I did mention them earlier. Got caught out. There's the grid. Spencer Trehorn for Origin. Starts on the pole position with Harrison Matthews alongside. We then got Benjamin Lawn starting at the front end of the grid this time for him. Logan Hartshorn alongside. Cody Longdon, Tyler Rackham, Joe Stonehouse and Jack Dimbleby, William Spencer and Philip Jankowski, Lucas Hilton and Nico Vapers on row 6, row 7 is Sam Green Gomez and Eli Mann. Ewan Scott and Eden Salvage are next. Callum Wilson and Ryan Sadlier with George Theobald and Amelie Davey. Leonardo Palaggi and Harry Harvey. Matt Scott starts alongside Liam Crosby and Lucy Lovell starting at the back for this one. Lucy on the black and white Origin cart will want to move up the order. Keep an eye on Benjamin Lawn on that second row of the grid. The Coles driver was at a crack in Dunkswell. All went wrong for him in the final when the rain came. But he'll be looking at maximising this one and getting ahead. He's got a big job in front of him, though, as we go racing, or do we not?
No, we go round again. They weren't even close to being anywhere. Basically, the people at the front thought, no, I want another lap.
Lots of stragglers for tyres.
Didn't even try, did they?
No, it's a tactical thing to get your tyres off, isn't it? But yeah, we see it a lot in junior Rotax, don't we? That type of thing, or have done anyway. But yeah, we've got some interesting positions for our front runners from the previous seat, haven't we? Of junior Rotax with Sam Green Gomez in 13th. Ewan Scott, who won, did he win last time out? I've forgotten already. It's gone so fast. He's down in 15th, but we expect these to move forward as best as they can in this 8-minute heat. That's why I got mixed up last time. It's not a 10-minute heat.
We never have 10-minute heats.
I know. It's been a long day.
It's a long day already. We're not even halfway through it. We're still including this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 heats away before we get to the 45-minute lunch break, where you'll get a chance to see our Paddock show, which we filmed yesterday. Get a great insight, great intelligence gathering exercise for us. Some inside stories as we've got this field then of junior Rotax carts being brought around. The pole sitter this time for this third and final heat for juniors is Spencer Trahorn. Harrison Matthews on the Bayford Meadows plate alongside, and then keep an eye on the Coles driver, Benjamin Lawn, and alongside him, Logan Hartshorn. Into the chicane, it's side by side, and it is Harrison Matthews who hangs on to that outside line, which had the optimum line into the left-hand bit, and it looks like he is leading.
Yeah, and again, another very clean getaway by all of the field. They've managed to negotiate ROWRAH and McRae's as they already head down the hill towards the S's. Has he held on to the lead now? He's dropped into second, isn't he? Is Spencer Trahorn on the 41?
Yeah, he has. Oh, a little bit of a coming together, a little bit of a trip over. Spencer Trahorn hitting the back end of Harrison Matthews, as Benjamin Lawn already through into third place on the number 185, and he'll be wanting to make a lot of ground, and he can see the leaders ahead of him as he's got a lot of carts. Just pulls out a gap there as they cross the line, and Harrison Matthews, Spencer Trahorn, Benjamin Lawn, Logan Hartshorn, Tyler Rackham, Cody Longdon, Jack Dimbleby, Joe Stonehouse, Nico Webers up to 9th, William Spencer rounds off the top 10. Everybody. Oh, and what's happened there at the chicane? Have we had a change? There's the leaders. No, we haven't had a change. That was the midfielder. So two leaders being caught by Benjamin Lawn in third, who I think is being caught by Logan Hartshorn, the fourth place cart, as we've got a change of lead and indeed a change for second, as Spencer Trahorn went into the lead and Benjamin Lawn said, "Thank you very much, wait for me, I'm coming with you." Poor Harrison Matthews doesn't know what hit him. He's down to third already.
Yeah, he was shuffled back there. What was the change to the lead? It's really happening in junior Rotax already, isn't it? As it's the 185 of Benjamin Lawn who's taking the lead. And they're still squabbling. There's a battle. Yeah. Spencer Trahorn down to third as well now, as the big end plate of Harrison Matthews is back into second. It's changing as fast as you can talk about it, isn't it? Yeah,
that comes as no surprise to see that Colts cart at the front. When I saw that Benjamin Lawn was going to start on the second row, it was always going to be a factor of him moving through to the front and maximising his points haul. He's already pulling a gap there. He was absolutely on devastating form at Dunkswell in the heats. As these two continue, they're locking wheels, and Spencer Trahorn literally wheel banging with Harrison Matthews there, and he comes off the worst. Absolutely almost came to a stop out of the stewardesses, and he will be way down the field now, Will Trahorn, as we'll gather ourselves up. Lawn across the line in the lead. He's already got a lap of 2.5 seconds from Logan Hartshorn, Harrison Matthews, Cody Longdon, Tyler Rackham, and Spencer Trahorn down in sixth, Gaz.
Yeah, that cost him hugely, doesn't it? But we've seen quite a few overtakes looking at that already today in the junior Rotax. So they've kind of done a block pass and almost brought the carts to a standstill, which seems to be a thing to do here at the minute. But I think 3 wide. 3
wide coming out of...
This is going to get hairy into the bottom.
3 wide coming out of Iredale's. That is... was that the
Webers
was
on
that
the 24.
Webers?
It was more bumping and boring.
That's everybody, it seems, is in the... There's about 20 carts in that midfield scrap, isn't there? Meanwhile, the leader extends that lead even further. Benjamin Lawn doing what he did at Dunkswell and moving away from the rest of this field. He did have a gap of 2.4. He's now got a gap of 2.7. So that increases. Behind him, Hartshorn, Matthews, Longdon, Trahorn up to fifth and fighting Nico Webers, as the Tyler Rackham, number 63, was the cart that lost out massively in that kerfuffle, I think is what I'll call it.
Yeah, massively. We just picked up Ewan Scott, who made it. I think he threw the anchor out at Paddock Ben to make him move on the 77 half a lap ago. But he's making some moves now, as he was at the front of his previous heat he ran in. It's a great squabble, isn't it, for the leading positions.
Trahorn down the inside of St John's. Guys, you know how brave that is. That is a massively quick corner.
Yeah, very much just kind of send it in, see. You just get off the gas, chuck the nose in and get your foot down again. There's not really a lot to do. So to get a move done there cleanly as well, you're asking for a lot of cooperation from your counterpart on the outside. And you have seen sometimes the guy on the outside will be on the inside for sunnies, and it has ended in tears, but not this time. They live for another day as they head up the hill towards Iredales. We follow the 24 at the back of this little group. That's Nico Weber's and the ever-familiar red LRG chassis.
Weber's down the... Oh, he had a look, didn't he? He had a look at Cody Longdon's rear bumper and looked at the gap to the right of it into the stewardesses. Things beginning to string out at the front now as Benjamin Lawn comes underneath us and completes 6 laps. Just over 3 minutes remaining. Lawn's gap was 2.9. It's out to 3.1 now. So Benjamin Lawn really is the fastest car. And there's a fastest lap of the race for Lawn. The Coles driver is the driver to beat coming here. He had an absolute nightmare of a final because the rain came. First time on the Maxis wets caught him out somewhat. And he will be looking very strong going forward into the final here. Nothing changed there all the way down to 12th place before we see Lucy Lovell moving up to 12th on that last lap, guys, and she started at the very back of the grid in 28th place. So Lucy she's another one to keep our eyes on because she has made great ground there up to 12th, and she'll be another one to keep our eyes on for the final.
Yeah, she's. I think she's had a chat with herself to compose herself after the shenanigans of the previous heat where she got pushed down a couple of places, didn't she? And like she just had a little bit of a panic mode, a bit of desperation coming out. But yeah, great solid performance so far in the first 3 quarters of this heat. We'll continue to follow this battle. Every time Cody Longdon looks over his shoulder, they seem to just drop off from the back of Spencer Trahorn. And while they're doing that, look who's catching them. It's the 108 with Ewan Scott on the flex chassis. There he goes. Yeah, Cody, again, not looking over his shoulder that time, but keep going forward. That's what we need to do. If they come by, they're faster. Otherwise, don't worry about it.
And that's the thing about mixed grids, isn't it? It's about knowing your performance, knowing your place, knowing your experience. And if one of the front runners comes up behind you, it's you want to be overtaken with as little disadvantage to yourself as possible. So drivers learn skills, not just in overtaking, but about being overtaken as well with mixed grids. And that nice little segue about our Paddock Show interview with Ollie Varney, who gives us his opinion on both mixed grids karting and time qualifying karting. And I certainly like the idea what the NKC have done for the 2026 season, where we've got an experience of both of those protocols and those concepts of mixed grids for rounds 2, 4 and 6, time qualifying for rounds 1, what we saw at Dunkswell, going forward round 3 and round 5. It's a great idea because you get the experience of both of those ideas.
Yeah, and I don't think there's another championship are doing it or have done it before. So yeah, I think it's a great shout by the NKC to give the drivers a taste of both. Naturally, if you are a novice, you get the chance of running it near the front or at the front, thanks to mixed grids. But also you have the availability of running around with people that have similar talent levels to you after a time qualifying session. So there's the best of both worlds of bringing your own talents up and experiencing different elements of how the race can unfold.
So we are inside the final minute, and Benjamin Lawn has got time to get around Paddock Turn and come underneath us with time on the clock for another 2 laps of racing. He crosses the line now. There is second place Logan Hartson across the line, 3.2 seconds. Then Harrison Matthews and Spencer Trahorn. That's a third place battle there between Harrison Matthews and Spencer Trahorn as the rest of the field come through. No changes down the order. Jack Dimbleby's dropped down, but we've got a change in the order now as Spencer Trahorn goes through and into second place. So Trahorn, and then he defends into Iredales. Is he going to defend into the stewardesses? Now, what was that, guys?
It's kind of pointless. They've got an awfully big gap ahead of him. Saying follow me on the last lap is never going to happen. But, yeah, I think Spencer Trahorn's running out of time, isn't he? In fact, not Spencer Trahorn. He's ahead of him, isn't he?
Yes, the Trahorn now in second.
Harrison Matthews.
Yeah, he can forget about catching Benjamin Lawn. He's gone through now, 3.4 seconds. He can forget catching Logan Hartson, I should say, and Benjamin Lawn. That's first and second. Spencer Trahorn needs to focus on hanging on to that third spot because Harrison Matthews is not done. He's still got the list on his jobs list. He's still got on the list past Spencer Trahorn. before the checkered flag. It's going to be a big ask, but it's down towards the stewardesses as we await the leader. Our leader, Benjamin Lawn, in quite dominant style here from the second row of the grid. We expected to see him move through and into the lead. He has done, and he maximises his points all in this third and final heat here. That will put him up the grid. Not going to work out where he will be on the grid, but a checkered flag for Benjamin Lawn to take heat 3. Logan Hartshorn in second place, Spencer Trehorn third. Harrison Matthews indeed could not get past Trehorn for that third place and has to settle for fourth place. Well, that concludes the heats phase for junior Rotax. The grid will be formed when we get through technical inspections and any penalties that have to be applied for things that we didn't see. We'll have the grid for that become available very shortly. Next up, we've got Rotax 177s for their third and final heat. And before that, well, let's have a look at the official result then. Benjamin Lawn then takes a very fine win indeed from Logan Hartshorn in second. Spencer Trehorn a fighting third. Harrison Matthews in fourth. Cody Longdon fifth with Ewan Scott in sixth. Seventh was Nico Webers with Sam Green Gomez. Lucy Lovell all the way from 28th to 9th. She'll be delighted with that. Harry Harvey was 10th. And then we had Tyler Rackham, Eden Salvage, Hector Sadlowski, Ethan Hunt, Freddie Wall, Jesse Whitmore, Jack Dimbleby. Matt Scott was 18th, Fenton Roderick, Joe Stonehouse, Leonardo Palagi, George Theobald, Callum Wilson, Ryan Sadler, Zach Charl. Elijah West was 26th, William Spencer, Eli Mann, Philip Jankowski, Liam Crosby, Amelie Davey was the final finisher in 31st. We had Lucas Hilton and James Gordon, who did indeed finish but were a lap off the lead.
I will say, with Elijah West in 26, sounds pretty, a nothing heat always, but he started the race half a lap behind the rest of the field. So whatever happened to him at the start?
And he's only in his second weekend in juniors.
Yeah, he is.
He came up from it Inters.
Yeah, he's certainly got a bit of talent, hasn't he? He did really well, didn't he, at the back end of last season in the Inters. Took it to eventual champion Casper McAllister in the latter half. We moved to juniors, is serving him quite well. He had a good dunks well, didn't he? He was more often than not at the front. I think he got bumped down, didn't he, in the rain.
Morning, everybody. I'm back on again. It's October for the 1,000, by the way. Responding to something we talked about 20 minutes ago about Bathurst. It's always good to know. Finn 1233 says, "Come in, Harry Matthews," or "Come on, Harry Matthews." SLAB. I've no idea what SLAB is. It's probably incredibly rude.
I have no idea what SLAB.
I'm also too old for that.
Yes.
I don't know.
Too old.
Who was that, by the way? Finn. 1233.
That's right.
Keep your comments coming. If you've got, tell us where you are in the world. Tell us who you're supporting. Tell us who your favourite drivers are if you are not supporting anyone in particular.
Tell us whether you prefer Joe or Gaz.
Really?
Tell us if you like the
It's
bird
not involving
watching
me, is it? So it's fine.
You want to be careful, mate, because they might say we prefer Joe and Gaz from Joe and Nick.
As the person who books the people, not an issue.
Yeah, you might have to You might have to do the producing for the rest if you.
Life.
Yes. Here we go then. Rotax 177s. George Walker, the number 8, will lead the field around on the 2 formation laps. Harry Taylor will start this one alongside him. Archie Elliott, the number 2, starts his heat at the first one. He's starting at the front, that is. Ian Branfield, first the Masters alongside. Then we've got Matthew Lambert and Adam Mallins, Marcus Basley and Cole Edwards, Dan Milner and Mark Gilly, Patrick Williams, Roger and Ashton Parsons with Nathan Wells and Ollie Owen, Lincoln Bailey Arneson and Lawrence Hilton, Tyler Fossey alongside Ryan Layton, Joshua Pickford alongside Solomon Williams. Then we've got Dan Millward, Louis Rees, Will Murdoch, who hopefully will have sorted that engine issue, Scott Smith and Steve Gilly, Ethan Wyatt and Jack Taylor starting at the back this time.
Sweet. So
Will Murdoch I had a chat to in the last race, and the engine was cutting out. He felt good. He was going to have the win there, and then the engine started cutting out, and they're not quite sure what it is. So they're basically changing everything. You know, the loom, the the carbs,
Battery and stuff.
The battery and stuff. Yeah, they'll be having a look at that.
Well, that'd be disappointing, but if they can find that out, coming from the back in the last heat, he's got an awful lot of work to do. But there's some quick guys at the back, so if they can pick their way through, look out for those during the heat to get ready to go for the last one.
Yeah, well, the last one for these lot. The Rotax 177s conclude their heat phase. The grid will be formed after this one for the all-important final. As we head towards the lights will go out. And do we get a race start? It looks like we have. We're into the chicane for the first time. And the field this time, guys, getting through unscathed, it looks like.
Yeah, much cleaner start that time, wasn't it, by the 177s? I thought that was a bit quick by George Walker on the pole, but they let it go. As they head up towards Iredale's, we have a swap for second position. Is that the number 8?
Is that Branfield, or is that the number? That's the number 8 coming back at the 48. That's George Walker ahead of Ian Branfield. There's the number 2, Archie Elliott, who has dropped off the back. That's a full start, is it? Yes, it is. Yeah, they come out late, don't they?
Yeah.
They come out really late, the full start flags.
Yeah, I did think, like I said, George Walker was definitely 2 kart lengths ahead of the kart in third place directly behind him on the grid. And yeah, because they should accelerate on the acceleration line and or cone. In this case, it's both. There's a cone on the inside for the drivers to spot, just to their right-hand side, and there's a yellow stripe they cross. But yeah, when you want to go racing, you want to get on it as soon as you can, don't you? So impetuousness takes over.
Yeah, I mean it's the the most tense part of any race is that start, isn't it? You want to make up as many places as you can. That's where before things settle down, you can make up a lot of places at the start, or you can lose a lot of places at the start. Here we go again. Then we race again. This time into the chicane. Dare I say it? Are we going to get through unscathed with the whole field? I think we have. We're already at McRae's hairpin, and the leader George Walker on the number 8. Is off towards Iredale's for the first time. I think that might be Archie Elliott second. We've got 2 yellow. It is indeed. So it's the number 8, the number 2, the 2 Rolf drivers off and into the lead here. Archie Elliott was with Sushi Racing, if you remember last year, guys, and came second in this championship. Was in contention all the way to the last checkered flag of the season. And here he is. He's wanting to, on the number 2, wanting to get past the number 8 and maximise his points all. However, George Walker wants to do the same, doesn't he? And he's going to stop him.
Absolutely. I think at the minute, the person that might do that is going to be Matthew Lambert in the 480 in third position. The Nib Sport kart. Matt sends his best wishes, and says they're all scattered over the country this weekend. But there we go. Is he going to go for it straight away? Yes, he does.
Yes,
a lot of room given by Archie Elliott, though. Fair play. Still very early in the heat, isn't it?
It is very early in the heat, and yeah, discretion being the better part of valour. Matthew Lambert, remember, took the win on the road at Dunkswell, but then after penalties were applied, he dropped down the order, so he didn't take the final. He's not showing the records as winning the final. However, he was on fire at one of his home tracks, isn't it? The Nib Sport team from that southwest of England. And George Walker, it seems, has pace to stay in the lead of this race as he leads across the line to complete 2 laps, guys.
Yeah, fastest lap briefly was Matthew Lambert, but I think as this heat goes on, and we might see that gap come down a bit. It's always easier to follow, isn't it, than lead? But George Walker's doing a good job of that at the minute. Will
Murdoch up to 13th, would you believe? From 25th, he took 3 places on just lap 2 alone. So he's climbing through, and a bit of a damage limitation exercise after that debacle of that engine failing him somewhat.
Yeah, he didn't finish the one heat, did he? He finished down the order in 9th, I think. So he might be in the B final at this race.
Yes, might be.
He's got some work to do.
Yeah, he's got to maximise that.
Really wide by Matthew Lambert on the exit of Sonny.
Yeah, he went really wide and got on the dirt, and Archie Elliott was about to pounce here. If he's got dirt on his tyres, it's going to take a few corners to scrub that off. So Lambert under pressure. George Walker looking in composed lead here, maintaining that gap of about 2 or 3 karts lengths here. I know that does ebb and flow with Constantino in the braking for the hairpins here at ROWRAH. But Archie Elliott, who didn't really make it hard for Matthew Lambert in that early stage for probably the right reasons. Tyres not quite up to temperature, and discretion being the better part of valour. Didn't want it coming together and costing himself the race. This is looking great, guys. This is looking like we could have 3 karts very soon, scrapping for not just second and third, but actually for the overall lead.
Yeah, I think so. And I think at the minute, Archie Elliott's got what he does have in abundance at this stage of the race is time, because he's got a bit of a gap to our 4th position man of Ian Branfield on the 46. There he is, just coming into shot behind our timing bar. And out the other side, Ian back to the NKC after a year away. I think in 2020, start of 2025. Yeah, he hadn't raced. But yeah, still back, still got the speed.
Elliott down the inside of Lambert for second. So we've got, it's not a Roalf kart. Is that a Roalf kart at the front?
Not George Walker, isn't
No,
it?
George Walker isn't, is he? It's a Roalf kart, certainly for Archie Elliott.
I think George Walker's got a Ayrton Anderson colour scheme, being an engine builder.
Right, well, there's certainly a yellow and blue, a blue and yellow kart and a yellow and blue kart, first and second. Matthew Lambert has dropped off the back of Archie Elliott. So Elliott, now, that kart seems to have switched on for him. And off he goes. And who's that coming? Cole Edwards ahead of Branfield. What have you spotted, Gaz?
His bumper's loose.
Oh, Lambert with a loose bumper. It's bouncing around there.
Yeah.
Whether or not they see it. Have they seen it?
Yeah.
It's going to be a mechanical flag, and that is a tragedy for the number 480. Bad luck again. If that lad didn't have any luck, if he didn't have any bad luck, he'd have no luck at all. Another non-finish then for Matthew Lambert, who will be getting the mechanical flag this time by. Yeah. There it is, flies now, Gaz.
Yeah, he's going to have a little glance over his shoulder once he exits Row Rouge to confirm what's going on with his car. He'll probably keep on it just to not get in people's ways, because it is a technical track, but all the while he sits there, that's going to cost Ian Brownfield, who has closed that gap to him. But yeah, I'm not sure what caused that. Maybe it's a bit of curb use, because the curbs are quite... he's pulled out the way, look. Good driving by Matthew Lambert to let the chasing pack through. But yeah, that's taken the battle away a little bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, and it's taken the battle away a little bit for me going forward into the final. I mean, you're going to have Matthew Lambert now down the order, potentially could be in the B final. However, that's not going to detract from what we've got now. We've got a cracking battle here with George Walker and Archie Elliott, 2 seeded drivers. 8th in the 2025 championship for George Walker, vice champion behind him on the number 2. Ian Branfield, the first of the Masters, in 3rd place. With Cole Edwards, he's also another one of our seeded drivers on the number 4 there, the bright pink and yellow kart. Easy to spot Cole at all times, isn't it? And we've got two karts, very similar liveried here for Branfield and Edwards. Are they in the same team, guys, do you know?
I would suggest that they probably are, because it looks like an identical sticker kit, aside from... in fact, I did notice they've got 2 different rear bumper markers. One's got yellow, one's got red, so that's nice. That helps. We don't see them from behind very often, do we?
No, we don't. But yeah, Branfield's got the red bumper. Cole Edwards got the... we don't really need... You can see Cole Edwards' kart and the helmet from space. Yeah. Usually it's so bright. As we complete 8 laps, we're inside. We're just off the 90 seconds to go mark. Lincoln Bailey Arneson moves ahead of Harry Taylor. Will Murdoch continues his climb, gets ahead of the second in the Masters subcategory, Mark Gilley, for 7th, and that is a cracking drive from Will Murdoch. He's absolutely fired up after that engine problem demoted him in that second heat, so he is absolutely fired up here from 25th to 7th, and I'm pretty sure he's not stopped as he's only 2/10 off Harry Taylor.
Yeah, he's still got another 3-4 laps, hasn't he, to make a bit more time up. Just out of shot at the minute as we watch the battle for 3rd and 4th as these two circulate together. I think, as we were just saying, them being in the same awning, I think Cole Edwards is quite happy to sit there and follow Ian Branfield if Ian has got just enough pace to take him to the lead. I mean, they were lapping some 3/10 quicker, but that's tailed off a little bit, so I rather fancy Cole Edwards might look to get by Ian Branfield sooner rather than later if he can make some of his own inroads.
I think he's playing a bit of a predatory game here, just looks over his shoulder. There's nobody there for Cole Edwards. The cart behind him is Lincoln Bailey Arneson. Will Murdoch ahead of Harry Taylor. Harry Taylor sporting the LC plate. That's the London Cup, the Right House event.
Right House, yeah.
That is Will Murdoch up to 6th from 25th. As we have got time for another 2 laps as the leaders cross the line. George Walker, Archie Elliott. Archie not being able to challenge at all on George Walker. He's pretty much sat there in his wake. A couple of carts lengths have been pretty much the order of the day. These two here, the bright pink and yellow carts of Ian Brandfield in third, Cole Edwards in fourth. Again, like you said, Gaz, Cole Edwards not looking like he's perhaps even thinking about his intentions of challenging Ian Brandfield.
No, he's not showing any signs of it at the minute, and he's got quite a bit of gap to the cart behind him. So he's not being harried, is he, into making a move just because he wants some extra points and maybe an extra grid slot for the final. I mean, these guys are circulating quite happily, doing what they need to do in the heats especially, which is make sure you get the good points, stay out of trouble, and it all aids towards a good grid slot in the final. But Will Murdoch, honestly, fair play, sixth place.
Yeah, fired up onto the final lap then. So if we do not see any change here from second and third, behind these two, Lincoln Bailey-Arneson and Will Murdoch have come together. They're both seeded drivers. Are these two drivers, Will Murdoch and Lincoln Bailey-Arneson, the number 9 and the number 7. As the leader, George Walker comes through Sonny, Archie Elliott following him through. They're about to come through Paddock turn now, and we'll see the checkered flag flying for these two. George Walker, Archie Elliott. Third was Ian Brandfield. Fourth was Cole Edwards. Who got fifth and sixth? It was indeed Lincoln Bailey-Arneson who hung on to fifth, and Will Murdoch sixth.
Good heat. Great drive by George Walker to take the win. Good drive again by Archie Elliott, who scored some very good points, as we look for official results. So the winner, as confirmed, is George Walker, ahead of Archie Elliott by that half a second. Some 2 seconds behind his third is Ian Brandfield, and fourth Cole Edwards. Lincoln Bailey-Arneson comes home in fifth with Will Murdoch, a superb sixth from 25th on the grid. In seventh is the LC plate of Harry Taylor and Mark Gilly coming forward in eighth. Nathan Wells and Ashton Parsons round out your top 10. Lawrence Hilton coming home in 11th from the Masters, and Jack Taylor is 12th. Ethan Wyatt made some positions from the back of the grid up to 13th. Patrick Williams-Rahage in 14th. Steve Gilly come forward as well to 15th. Dan Milner at 16th. Scott Smith from the very back in 17th. And Ryan Layton comes home in 18th. Dan Millward in 19th. Tyler Fossey in 20th. Solomon Williams 21st. Louis Rees, who had a poor heat last time, in 22nd. Ollie Owen in 23rd. Matthew Lambert retired in 24th. And your last finisher or retirement was Marcus Beasley. Lovely. Any more bird watching, Nick?
Well, no, we'll leave her alone. She's sitting around having a little bit of a... There's people who can't see the nests and the eggs, but there we are. Unfortunately, we've set our cameras up for carp coverage rather than oyster catcher coverage.
How disappointed you must feel.
Just wonder when Joseph's disappeared. He does disappear quite a lot, actually, it has to be said. There was a problem with Joseph Smith disappearing. I think, are we going to get more? Hang on, we got a really top-tastic piece of camera coverage there of the bird there. We've gone full ornithological here on Ash's camera. That is your oyster catcher. Normally, normally, as the name gives away, sort of a seabird. Of course, the thing we don't realise how close we are to the sea here. We're very close to the sea. You're right, you're laughing at something.
Yeah, we'll have to YouTube bird watching.
You see what it is, you see? Because of our age, the birds we're watching are feathered.
Yes, it's not the 70s as
because normally, historically, cameramen would be focusing on some sort of attractive young lady, but now it's an attractive young bird.
So we've got the Intermax class out, and this is Oscar Tarsi's first start on pole position. There he is. Freya Bond will start alongside. Then we've got Zane Williams and Ayrton Goldsworthy, Jack Daniels and Harrison Park, and Deacon Thomas and Travis Owens. Row 5 is Ethan McNally Robertson, Rishan Kosler. Row 6 is Calvin Sherlock and Kian Kosler. Max Tomzit and Callum Miller are next. Bradley Beggs and Maria Jurgelova-Chuta on row 8. Row 9 is Thomas Gulliver and Mai Maru.
Now you should know this person. James Parrish. You know who James Parrish is?
Yeah, I do. Yes.
He's watching Australian routing for Venator customers.
Yes. Hello, James. And
why is he in Australia?
Good luck down in Australia. I think he's going to maybe stay there.
Right.
James was the lad who worked for Hunter Motorsport, and you probably met him from the Venator van.
Yes.
Last year at Dunkswell when he was just outside of the
I know what you mean.
box.
Yes.
Curly-haired lad.
Yes.
Nice lad.
Quickly, Matt Nib Isaacs, who we're talking to, says good luck to all of my team. Nib Sport Racing, missing the NKC in the team. Kim Bolton, basically back for Wilton, he says, Joe. There you go. All the messages are for you, Joe.
Hello, Matt. Yeah, you've got a bit of a busy weekend, mate. You need to be in more places than more than one place at a time. There is Oscar Tarsi then, the LRG driver, new, the fat electric-driven kart champion, the Rob Smedley series. He came there from after winning the cadet series on those electric karts. This is only his second race on the Rotax engined class, the Intermax class, and it's a new experience for Oscar leading the field round. He will pick up the pace with Freya Bond alongside, and I think he's gone a bit early there. That might be a false start as Freya Bond slides. We've got, we know we've got a false start.
Yeah, he was well ahead.
Thanks, James.
Of the green flag. So, thank you, mate. So yeah, that will definitely be another go around. But there was a bit of an incident, wasn't it? I think you picked out, Nick.
I think Freya spun sideways. I think it was Freya. We'll have to confirm that. But I think Oscar got away too he was a bit impetuous there and got away too early for the likings of our starter. He will need to accelerate a little bit later than that. That's very cool. Is that us? Hello to John Hindhoff, watching from the underground car park at Malmedy at Spa, in his car, in the Genesis, who make that's their first year in World Endurance Championship, isn't it? Just digressing a little. Hello to Hindhoff. Hopefully you had a great day. See you at the Nürburgring on Wednesday. As we've got the field being led around again, let's hopefully they can get things underway properly this time. It wasn't Freya Bond who spun. I think it was perhaps Zane Williams who spun, but they've rejoined. Everybody's in the grid positions where they should be. As a good pace here, good standard of pace here, slowing everything down. Oscar with the LRG team, first time on the pole, gets things going again a little bit too soon. If anything, it's going to be, we have gone green, it looks like. We wait to see if that changes by the time they get to the McRae hairpin. Into the lead then, it's the red and white cart, the blue and white overalls of Tarsi. That leads out of McRae's and towards Iredale's now. He leads into and out of Iredale's. He's got Zane Williams, though, the championship leader, absolutely bearing down now on his rear bumper. When is Zane Williams going to make the move? There it is. Oscar Tarsi leaves the door open and Zane Williams goes through and into the lead. He's now going to be, Tarsi's going to be under pressure as we continue around the lap. This is only Oscar's second ever Rotax race, remember. And we've got a great interview with Oscar coming up in the lunchtime Paddock show where he describes exactly the differences between the electric kart in the Fat Series and this Rotax kart, as it's Jack Daniels who is pressuring him now, guys. So that's a big ask, isn't it, to keep these two behind him?
Yeah, for sure. But he's proven that he's got a bit of talent, hasn't he? And he's able to race with these quicker guys around him. As we see a change through McRae's and up into Iredale's, it is Jack Daniels up into second, who's been menacing all day so far, hasn't he? He's really proved, coming through the field a couple of times, that he's got some serious pace. But, Oscar Tarski's doing, he's had a good day so far, I would say.
Here we go then, through the left-hander at Sunny. And Zane Williams hasn't got a massive lead. And he's got his championship contender, his championship nemesis, Jack Daniels, right there. Tarsi hanging on to third as well. Tarsi not succumbing to the advances of Ayrton Goldsworthy, as the two leaders then into the McRae hairpin, using just a little bit of curb there. Tarsi, the cork in the bottle for third at the moment, with Goldsworthy, Parkin, Bond and Kosler lining up behind them. That's where the action's going to come, I think, as the two leaders, Zane Williams and Jack Daniels, go off and continue extending that gap. These two proving to be the fastest carts in this class this season. It's going to be a championship battle all the way, I think, to the sixth and final round.
That was an awful lot of understeer by Zane Williams, and it's cost him, as Jack Daniels capitalises on that and makes the move. And they've come together across the start line. It's a huge accident for Zane Williams.
Yeah, striking the barrier there. Carts coming together across the line.
That was Jack Daniels, my apologies.
Was it Jack Daniels? It was Jack Daniels who went off to driver's left there as they come across the line. The two carts come together, just not enough room there. And Zane Williams moving across on... It was Jack Daniels who moved across on Zane Williams from the right-hand side. We've got the slow boards out. This is basically where the whole field slows down to pace car pace. The leading driver controls the pace. He's not really slowing down too much. He's not seen any boards yet. This is the first board he'll see at Paddock Turn. He acknowledges that. Now we get the slow board while we tend to Jack, who has been seen to already. We had officials on hand, and some of the drivers not understanding what that slow board means. They need to have a look at the rule book again, because it means you have to slow down and stay behind the leader. The leader goes to half race pace. It's the slow boards are superseding the slow boards superseding the what we call the Battenberg flag, if you can remember. But it's the same thing. The leader becomes the pace setter, the pace car, a bit like a virtual safety car.
Yeah, pretty much. I think they've got a handle on it now. Is it Zane Williams that's not quite brought the field down to an adequate pace?
It looks like we might be going green this time by as we head towards Paddock Turn. The leader, Zane Williams, will pick up the pace now. Let's hope his cart hasn't been too interfered by that coming together with Jack Daniels. As we get going again, we've gone green. It is Zane Williams, Oscar Tarsi, Ayrton Goldsworthy, Harrison Parkin, Freya Bond, Ethan McNally Roberts, Rishan Kosler, Callum Miller, Bradley Beggs in ninth, Calvin Sherlock rounds off the top 10 as the leader already pulling a gap, Gaz.
Yeah, he made the most of that start, didn't he? Launched out the last corner straight away, didn't hesitate, and has given him a few cart links over our second place man, Oscar Tarsi. I've said it now. Catching clearly, but
it's not even a word as well. Task. It's a very posh way of saying task.
Yeah.
Dare I? Here we go then. Tarsi coming back under pressure from Goldsworthy as he continues in second place. We expect Zane Williams to disappear a little bit. He's been certainly the pace setter in this class. Coming out of Dunkswell, he's leading the championship on 245 points. He's on target to take the North-South Challenge Cup as Tarsi has a challenge down the inside. Goldsworthy tries to use the tin opener. It didn't come off because Tarsi hung out on the outside. He now knows that is a potential place where Goldsworthy will challenge.
Yeah, he did very well, didn't he? Hanging on the outside at McRae's, as we see.
That's the 55 of Ethan McNally Roberts, who you saw there trying to get down the inside of the stewardesses as we go through St John's. Tarsi's very quick through this section here, and Ayrton Goldsworthy, this is where Goldsworthy needs to get back on terms. He's got a bit of a gap through the chicane and towards the McRae hairpin. Look at the speed through the chicane there. Goldsworthy much faster than Tarsi through that chicane. That's why he was able to challenge down the inside. Doesn't come off this time. Tarsi aware that the black and white cart there of Origin Motorsports, Ayrton Goldsworthy, is there. But Tarsi very quick out of that hairpin at Iredale's and on towards the Stewart S's now.
Yeah, a lot of bravery, wasn't there, through ROWRAH. But, I think Oscar Tarsi's got a bit more traction, hasn't he, coming out of the hairpins. He's certainly pulled a few cart links on him. It's not Ayrton Goldsworthy. He didn't make any mistakes, did he? So I think that's purely down to drive and grip.
Yeah, Tarsi's got pace here in this part of the track here, as Goldsworthy has his attention taken by Harrison Parkin, who is challenging for third place. This is going to play nicely into Tarsi's hand. Tarsi's in a strong second place here. he can focus, whereas Goldsworthy has got to focus on what's behind him, not in front of him. As alongside comes Parkin. Parkin's coming. Just behind them, Freya Bond and Rishan Kozler. They're having a bit of a side-by-side ding-dong. As side-by-side action now, as the 55 of Ethan McNally Roberts down the inside towards the stewardesses. And by the time they even get to the braking area, the move was done.
Yeah, I think there might have been a bit of a slow exit on hand there by Ayrton Goldsworthy, because he was so much faster, wasn't he, on the exit of the 55 of Ethan McNally Roberts. Made that look very easy, didn't he? But yeah, he's got a bit of pace in that kart still, hasn't he? We've seen he's picked his way through a couple of positions already. Got a bit of a gap to Oscar Tarsi in second. That will close in. Look at the difference in pace through there. Oscar Tarsi is very slow at the top of Row Rouge for sure.
Yeah.
Certainly not as brave possibly as the guys around him. He had about 4 or 5 kart lengths into it and it's all gone immediately on the exit.
Yeah, a little bit of work on the chicane there maybe is needed. He's very quick out of Iredale's though, and look at that, he carries that gap all the way down to the stewardesses, into the stewardesses, through the kink at the end, through the kink, and then down the hill, plunging downhill. It's steeper than it looks in our cameras there. We've got Tarsi under a lot of pressure from Ethan McNally Roberts here as he makes the move, has he? A change for second, and Tarsi, if he's not careful, he's going to be under threat now for third here as we enter the last lap. One more lap to go, and again that chicane costs him dearly as Goldsworthy pulls up onto the rear bumper. Second place, Ethan McNally Roberts looks over his shoulder. Tarsi comes back at him. He's very good into that hairpin and gains a little bit of ground, but not quite enough. It's got enough to maybe build a cushion to the kart of Ayrton Goldsworthy in fourth place here. But this has been a bit of a technical race, guys, where karts have been quicker than other karts in various different places, and ultimately they've equalised out across the distance of a lap as our leader crosses the line to become our winner in the third and final heat then of the interclass. Oscar Tarsi did not get by or back by Ethan McNally Roberts because he pulled a gap of half a second to claim second place. Oscar Tarsi did indeed stay ahead of Ayrton Goldsworthy for third, and Goldsworthy had to settle for a very fighting fourth place. There is the official results then. Zane Williams, Ethan McNally Roberts, Oscar Tarsi, Ayrton Goldsworthy, Harrison Park and Freya Bond. That's your top 6. Outside of that top 6, Rishan Kosler, Callum Miller, Cian Kosler was 9th, Max Tomzit was 10th, Travis Owens was 11th, then we had Maria Jurgelova tutor, Bradley Beggs was 13th, not sure what happened to Bradley, Thomas Gulliver, Mahi Maru was 15th, Deacon Thomas 16th, and Calvin Sherlock 17th. Jack Daniels we lost, hopefully he's not too winded. Jack Daniels in that incident across the start-finish line on lap 3 there took him out as a non-finisher.
He's chatting away to my left.
Excellent news.
They're very flexible at that age, and they get flung around and they bounce out and they go, oh, that was fun. Whereas you and I will be laid up for a fortnight.
It perhaps looked a lot worse than it actually was for him, to be honest. I say that. We've got 2 more heats to go, boys.
We have got 2 more heats to go before lunch, or the pre-final break, whichever one you want to say it is.
Yes.
Just a bit of oyster catch update. She's back on the nest. Oyster catcher back on the nest. We'll win those eggs up.
That's lovely.
I feel like I'm learning something today.
Really?
I didn't know the word oyster catcher before I came here, so there's one thing.
Well, I've heard the words oyster and catcher. Don't mention oyster to Oscar Tarsi's grandfather, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah. He had to leave Monaco Historics early before the event because he had a bad oyster.
That's not where you want a bad oyster, is it?
It's not there. No. So you're probably hurting Paul all this time, Nick, every time you mention our little bird friend. I still find it incredible that nest is just on a rock, exposed in the middle of the
on
track.
A rock, in the middle of a kart track.
In the middle of a kart track.
People all around. The Dirk running up and down, waving at people.
I've hit that rock. They didn't have a barrier against that rock, and that rock was a bit bigger. They've taken a bit out of that rock. I hit that rock once.
Sure, it wasn't you who took a bit out of the rock.
And it wasn't anywhere near the. It wasn't anywhere near the oyster catcher.
Why have we gained a very expensive tyre pressure gauge?
Are we on the PA, by the way?
No.
I couldn't tell you. It was placed there by an LRG mechanic.
Oh, okay.
So I presume if somebody's missing a
Right,
prisma,
We're not on the PA.
No. It's for the best, isn't it, really?
Well,
do you want to go on the PA?
Subjective, isn't it? I might need your charger for your iPad, though, Joe. As we're
Yes,
down to 1%.
there it is. There's the cable. Oh, see, I just let it run down because it's good for it. There you go.
Thank you.
Right then, the last 2 heats of the weekend, and then we get into the finals, don't we? We kick off after lunch with the senior Rotax B final, and then we are very much into our A-finals. We start with junior Rotax 177, Intermax, senior TKM, and round off the weekend's racing with the senior Rotax final. We've got their last heat coming up after this one. This one is going to be a bit of a cracker, I think. It's the TKMs that are out next, and we know how close this field can be. This is effectively the British Championship of TKM here in the NKC. This is the Premier TKM. Oh, and there's Louis Rees with another DNF. He had a DNF in his second. Louis Rees, remember, was the innocent party who got took off at the Ideals hairpin, remember?
I do.
There's another non-finish
it's always
for
worse when
Louis.
Always worse when you break down at the furthest part of the track. You've got that
He
long
has,
walk.
yeah, yes. Nick's ecstatic here because the oyster catcher has just flew towards our window and onto the roof of the driver's lounge here at ROWRAH. Let's have a look at the grid, though, Nick, before you get too excited by the movements of the bird. Matthew Harris will start on the pole position from Joseph Booth alongside. We've got Alexander Lehman and James King sharing row 2. Row 3 is Charlie King and Matthew Horton. Will Cregeen and Chris Whiteside are 4. 5th is Nathan Bullock and Molly Nicholas-Biles. 6th row is Tom Johnson and Michael Cornell. Lee Whittingham and Ben Watson on row 7. Row 8 is Matt Slate and Mitchell Ball. James Hull and Gareth Haynes are on row 9. Row 10 is Samuel King and Jamie Scott with Matthew Temple Purcell and Al Patterson. Starting in the back after that win in Heat 2. Jake Cox and Leo Crabtree are on row 12 and row 13, the 2 novice drivers, Dee Bolt and Ryan Messer. Mitchell Ball starting on 16th, Gaz. He had a non-finish in Heat 2. He'll be wanting to limit the damage that has caused him. That's going to put him down the grid in the final with a DNF. So the number 3 there, Mitchell Ball, starting down the field. He will want to get as much progress through this field as possible. Here we go then. We've got a straggler in the form of a Klassen Motorsport, Charlie King. So we're waving them around again. That's a great view, isn't it? From Paul's camera there. The zoom out was giving us a cracking overview of the track here at ROWRAH through the chicane and on towards the McRae's hairpin. Can't remember when this extension was built onto this track. Out of the chicane, you used to turn right and rejoin towards St John's. It was a very short track back in when I did my first race here.
Your first race was here?
It was first race,
think you've
April
mentioned that
1986. Yeah.
I cannot wait for access car to get Buckmore Park.
Oh, that's where Nick
all
did
my
his,
all my I have so many stories of that, which I'm going to recount 3 times each in an attempt to catch up.
What class did you race then?
100 Britain heavy.
Heavy.
I'm laughing. Here we go then. 8 minutes and 1 lap to conclude the heats phase for the TKMs and form the grid for the all-important final coming up later after lunch here. The smoke haze from these TKM, the air-cooled 115cc engines get underway, and we are racing indeed up and over the brow at the chicane, which we've affectionately called ROWRAH, and into the McRae hairpin for the first time, Gaz.
Yeah, and a nice clean start as well for ROWRAH this time by the TKMs and inevitably around McRae's as Matthew Harris continues to lead the field already. Nice clear. I've got the breakaway we've got already from the leading 4. It's very quick drivers, all seeded as well, which is nice. Matthew Harris on the 10th last year. Joseph Booth on the number 4. Alexander Lehman, who's got the O plate for winning the O plate last season, and Jake Cox. And Charlie King, as time has just updated, in the 4th place on the number 7. So some very fast drivers as we see a switch for the lead.
Yeah, Joe Booth looking very, very racy indeed. Just thinking, thank you very much. There's the gap at Paddock turn.
Unusual for TKM to do that, though.
It is, and it's because Paddock isn't as slow as it looks. You look at Paddock and you think, oh, that's quite a heavy break. You can carry a lot of speed through there. As we head towards Iredale's for the second time, then the number 4, Joe Booth, Matthew Harris, Alexander Lehman, Charlie King. That's your top 4 breaking away now from the rest, who is being led by that number 6. Well, quite a lonely number 6, Tom Johnson in 5th place there. He'll want to get up the order. Mitchell Ball has moved up the order to 13th from 16th, so he's making slight progress there. Ben Watson, the number 2, behind him. He started 14th, and Ben now stays at 14th, so not making as much progress as he perhaps likes.
No, and another position lost by Matthew Harris through the last corner as Alexander Lehman on the O-plate. The very bright yellow flex cart takes it away from him. Is saving a move from Charlie King? Yes, we do. He's up to 3rd. Matthew Harris dropping back quite quickly in the opening stages. Whatever's happening there. But, yeah, Charlie would be happy that they got another go around. He's off the back, wasn't he, originally? So he'll be thankful that he managed to get his grid slot back.
Yeah, that whole lap to get around and get his grid slot back. So he'll be happy there. Starting 5th, he's now 4th. So this is a typical TKM race with the leader breaking away with a gap of just under 0.7 of a second last time by for Booth on the number 4 into Paddock. Alexander Lehman, the all-plate holder, is behind him, and he is trying to catch now. Charlie King ahead of Matthew Harris, as we said. Tom Johnson 5th, Will Cregeen, Lee Whittingham, Mitchell Ball up to 8th, would you believe? Matthew Horton 9th, and Nathan Bullock running off the top 10, but Mitchell Ball up another 2 places to 8th place.
And yes, I would believe that. He's a man on a mission now, isn't he, after that DNF in the previous seat? He'll have some work to do to make sure he gets himself a good final grid slot after lunch. So the more places he can make now, the better place or better positioned he will be for his final, which is going to be huge for his championship because he wants that title back.
He does, doesn't he? 4-time champion, I think you said, Gaz.
4 times, yes.
What years was that then? 22, 23, 20, or 23, 24, 25?
19, 20, 24, 20.
All right, there was a gap, wasn't
24.
there? Yes. But 2 consecutive in 23 and 24. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Back-to-back championships.
Consecutive champion on 2 occasions. But yeah, because Louis Bevan, his older teammate, Louis, who's no longer racing in TKM. Louis, we miss you, a great asset to this series. He took it away from him in inter-team rivalry and all that, you know. Yeah. With
Flex, of course, the yellow and blue livery Flex, who have been a stalwart part of the NKC as long as we've been around. We started live streaming this series back in 2022. They were there. They were the massive feature in the paddock. The awning that was always massively packed with carts and people and vibrant attitude, but yet to get an interview from the team principal.
If you walk anywhere near Flex with a microphone within about 50 miles, you will never find Brian.
I know. He disappeared. I know.
We have tried many times.
We have. We continue. We will continue. We'll sort of come out the sun at him one day. This is beginning to become a battle for the lead, guys, because we've got Joseph Booth there, who was comfortable in the lead. He's still comfortable. He's just a little less comfortable, I think, because the all-plate holder, Alexander Lehman, is catching him, and likewise Charlie King's going with him. And there you go, out of the stewardesses, they're almost bumper to bumper. In fact, I would suggest that is bumper to bumper. So now a 3-car train for the lead of this TKM heat.
Yeah, the O-plate, the Nassau on Lehman's cart is all over the place as well, isn't it? I think he might be missing his 10mm bolt that holds that to a bracket to the floor tray, because it's moving all over the show. You can see it sideways there on his cart. Will it help or disadvantage him?
Well, we did a piece, didn't we, with our resident aerodynamicist, Nazar Tremorian, who explained what that NASA panel does, and it's not just there to look pretty. That is bouncing around everywhere. On the straights, it's used to deflect the air across the driver. It's not doing that when it's bouncing around in a sort of a... It's not really costing him lap time, though, Gaz, and I don't think it will. I think ultimately, yes, it needs to be fixed. It's whether or not the officials see that as a loose body panel and see that as a potential hazard which you can potentially get a mechanical flag for. We'll wait and see. That's not our job. We're here for all the for the entertainment. We'll leave that to the officials and wait and see how they feel that is going to affect this race, if at all. It's because it's bouncing around as he uses the curves for sure.
And it's certainly not affecting his performance, though, is it? As he's really got onto the rear bumper now of Joseph Booth. He's really come back towards them, hasn't he? I don't think the lap times have changed all that much. I think Joseph Booth has slowed down more than Alexander Lehman has caught up.
It's literally tenths here, hundredths here, hundredths there. Now we get Alexander Lehman on a bit of a research mission, just looking at that gap into the stewardesses there down the right-hand side of that Tony kart in front of him, the green and white livery of Joseph Booth's kart, easy to spot as an OTK Tony kart. As we come through the Paddock turn, still plenty of time on the clock, just under 90 seconds remaining here as they go up and over the brow at ROWRAH. Still Lehman, Charlie King. You get the feeling Charlie King maybe keeping a watching brief, and he's got tools in the toolkit to maybe challenge for the lead. He's on a Klassen kart, isn't he? Klassen prepared kart, and as I say that, he moves onto the rear bumper of that all plate. Is he playing a waiting game, guys? Because time is running out.
I would suggest I think he's just losing touch a little bit. I mean, Charlie King, of course, runner-up in 2023, certainly got a bit of speed about him. But, yeah, I think he's just out striking distance unless Alexander Lehman, there we go, puts a move on with what's probably going to be another lap after this one. So 2 laps to go, I would say, from here. And,
no, they're going to see
last
lap or next time by. They crossed the line in 37 seconds. They're lapping in 48, so it's going to be the last lap board.
That's basic maths, isn't it?
A little bit, yes. But it's whether or not you saw them cross the line. As we get towards the final lap, then this is the penultimate lap, and to be honest, I think Joe Booth is strong here. I think he understands there is a challenge potential from behind him. It's TKM, of course there is. It's very rare that you pull a gap. These 3 have been absolutely on the limit here, and you can see that they're on the limit because Charlie King hasn't been able to close that gap to Lehman in any discernible way. So that will remain. Last lap board now, Gaz.
Yeah, Charlie King is really quick through here as we come up towards out of ROWRAH. Look at that, he's already onto the back of Alexander Lehman, but then he loses out all that time. I think possibly he might be running 1 less tooth than he'd like, because he seems to lose out a lot when there's a straight involved. But through the corners he's got pace. As we head down the hill for the last time, I don't know, he just loses out, doesn't he? The gap opens up, you can see it. Yeah, it's dropping time. As I
thought, Joe Booth clearly had a couple of tools in the toolkit to pull out the gap there. He switched it on, he pulled the trigger. First of the Masters we haven't mentioned is Matthew Harris. He's on the number 10, 10th overall in last year's championship. He's currently in 5th. As the checkered flag then, heat 3 goes to Joe Booth. Alexander Lehman in 2nd place with Charlie King glued to his rear bumper in 3rd. The first of the Masters, as I said, is Matthew Harris. 2nd is James Hull. Michael Cornell, who was so dominant at the front of the overall field, is not as dominant here at ROWRAH. He is 3rd in Masters, 17th overall. So Michael, obviously a bit of an expert at Dunkswell, not so much at ROWRAH. There's the official result then. Joe Booth, Alexander Lehman, Charlie King, Tom Johnson in 4th, Matthew Harris 5th. Then we had Mitchell Ball, cracking drive from Mitch to get up to 6th. Will Cregeen 7th, Ben Watson 8th. Then we had Lee Whittingham. Matthew Horton rounds off the top 10. Outside the top 10, Molly Nicholas-Biles, Gareth Haynes, Jamie Scott 13th, Al Patterson 14th. And then we had Samuel King, James Hull, Michael Cornell, Matthew Temple-Purcell, Nathan Bullock, Jake Cox, Chris Whiteside, Leo Crabtree, Ryan Messer, first of the novices in 23rd. And behind Ryan, James King, Dee Bolt, and Matt Slate we lost on lap 10. Or was he just Matt? Was just a lap down. I'll tell you what, there's a big indication of just how competitive this field is. Al Patterson started on 22nd, came through to 14th. He won Heat 2 from the front of the grid, albeit, but still he won Heat 2.
Yeah, they're very evenly matched, aren't they, in TKM, senior TKM. But we've seen this, haven't we, over the last couple of years, haven't we, really? This class seems to really give us some properly good racing. And it is difficult for the drivers, especially of that type of calibre, to get through from the back up to any more than kind of 12th position.
Yeah, it is a big ask, isn't it? It's again, you've got starting 22nd. You've got to be happy with moving forward almost 10 karts. You know, it's a big. It's not as easy as these drivers make it look. I can assure you.
No.
We've got the last of our heats coming up next, Nick, and it is the senior Rotax. It's actually heat 4 for these drivers, but it's the third and final heat for everybody out there. There is the grid. JJ Hind starts this one on pole position with Zach Fletcher alongside. We then got Isaac Reynolds and Kieran Hammond on row 2. Riley Thatcher and local driver James Wood. Keep an eye on him, Gaz, starting on the third row. Jamie Kidney, Joey Brown start on row 4. Jack Theobald and Farad Aaron on row 5. Row 6 is Joshua Priest and Braden Hill. Sam Wyatt starts alongside Finlay Underwood on row 7. Oakley Garthwaite starts on row 8 with Leo French, with Kieran Gifford and Ollie Varney starting alongside one another. That should be interesting. On row 9, row 10 is Blake Ticehurst and Robbie Rigby. Harvey Lee Winteridge starts with Luke Evans alongside him. Sebastian Benson and Ben Ballou. Bobby Rosier and John Hobbs. Taylor Dixon and William Eberhardt. And Michael Seddon, Ben Harper rounding off a 30-kart senior Rotax field. A few drivers of note starting their third and final heat towards the back. Bobby Rosier, Ben Ballou, Luke Evans, Blake Ticehurst starting in 19th. Ollie Varney, Kieran Gifford 17th and 18th. It's going to be interesting to see what progress they make going forward. Again, to maximise their points haul for the grid formed for the all-important final. And obviously, guys, to stay out of the B final if you can.
Yeah, for sure. The drivers that have had either a poor heat or a DNF will certainly look to make as much time up as they can. But as we get ready to go, are we going to get a clean start? Are they all going to leave when they should do? Or are we going to get a bolt and another go around?
We will see. They look formed up. Every row of 15 rows of karts are formed, and that's a lovely start, a lovely looking start, as we've got consternation at the entry to the chicane. A couple of karts going backwards. However, the leaders are already through the McRae's hairpin and heading towards Iredale's. Already it's a yellow and blue kart at the front of the field. Little bit of argy-bargy going on in the hairpin. But first 5 karts breaking away now, and the rest of the field heading down towards the stewardesses.
Yeah, couldn't quite pick out towards the back who caused what, but the leaders have certainly had the advantage handed to them, as we've got a breakaway of 5 karts streaming down the hill towards St John's for the first time. It looks like it is a Rolf at the front, but it's just trying to pick out the number. I think it was JJ Hind leading the field from the pole still. As we see the 61 make a move, on the 67, I think it was, of Jamie Kidney move past James Wood.
Well, it is.
We'll let it shake out.
I can tell you, Gaz, JJ Hind leading, Zach Fletcher, James Wood up to third, 3 places from 6th to 3rd, Joey Brown, Kieran Hammond, Jack Theobald, Isaac Reynolds, Riley Thatcher, Kieran Gifford and Farad Arian. That's your top 10. Watch for James Wood. Now, he's on a Coles kart, this one, isn't he? That's him in the yellow helmet. He is the local expert here. He popped in for a cup of tea and had a word. And down the inside, again, local knowledge there of the door being left open at the stewardesses, and James Wood pops in.
Yeah, another textbook move, wasn't it? It was
JJ Hind, absolute mistake from him, and he makes contact with James Wood and puts him on the grass. James Wood, can he hang on to the lead? He's going to have a bit of dust on the tyres. I think he has. And that was JJ Hind getting it all wrong at St John's. We're 3 wide for second place behind James Wood. Now, James Wood will just want to get his head down and leave this lot behind him. But there was absolute drama there, and more drama.
Yeah, that was, who was that, the 61, I think, very late on the brakes. But here's the mistake by JJ Hind at the front of the race. Hugely wide. How you make a mistake there like that is...
cold tyres.
Yeah, must have been. But yeah, he did know James Wood was alongside him and pushed him wide, as we still got a bit of trouble to be cleared at the hairpin. But still, the leaders streamed down the hills, led by James Wood, who hasn't dropped second place, which is now the 16 of Joey Brown on that red LRG. as we said before, they've been testing here last week, the LRG squad, so expect Joey Brown to push James Wood, local knowledge or not.
Well, Joey Brown's got some good knowledge as well, because he's with a team from the northeast of England. I know we're in the northwest, but LRG, this is their second home. I know they're based at Wardenlaw, but ROWRAH's their second home, and they come here a lot. So they've got a lot of technical data here. Louis Large, of course, a driver and a British champion himself, that team principal. He's forgot more than most than anyone knows about karting. He will know how to get Joey Brown optimised here at ROWRAH. He's going to need to be optimised because we've got two very fine drivers at the front of this field. And now heading towards Paddock turn, Joey Brown looking down the inside, and that was a fabulous move there. That was all about Sunny Corner, Gaz. As he came through Sunny, it was just touching James Wood's rear bumper, and he was able to just slot down that inside of Paddock there. We said before, that's a brave move.
Yeah, for sure, especially in the senior Rotax. We haven't seen many moves there, at least stick. So he must have been on him all the way through St John's, down the hill and into Sunny's to make that work as cleanly as he did. But James thought better of it on the for the overtake up the hill towards ROWRAH. Certainly, if you know this place, you're not going to risk it. You know where you're going to be quick around here if you've gone around here more the laps than the Space Shuttle has. So, yeah, he'll still got half a heat to go. He won't be in any hurry. He'll know that he's got a gap behind him. He would have looked over his shoulder at some point after swapping positions. So, yeah, I'm not sure Zach Fletcher is dropping back, isn't he? He's 2/10 off, so I think these two are going to get a bit of a break for a little bit. And
we've still behind this lead battle, which is, we can't take our eyes off. We have got the faster championship contenders moving through the order. Ben Ballou up to 8th. Bobby Rosier going with him up to 9th. We've got Blake Ticehurst. Who started in 19th. He's up to 6th. Kieran Gifford started in 17th. He's up to 4th. And just off the back of that kart you mentioned, guys, Zach Fletcher, here he comes. In fact, I think Kieran Gifford is ahead now and into 3rd. Here comes Kieran Gifford in that 3rd, just behind these two. There he is coming into shot. He is absolutely on fire.
Yeah, Kieran Gifford showing why he's a championship contender every single year. He's raced in the NKC, certainly carrying a lot of confidence, isn't he, into this weekend? Isn't he second in the championship at the minute as well, I think?
He is indeed. Yep, he is, coming after one round. Kieran holding 2nd place. Joey Brown, though, absolutely solid work at the front of this field here. Pulled a bit of a gap to James Wood. Now then, Kieran Gifford to James Wood is just under a second. It's 0.97. We'll keep an eye on that to see if Gifford, because if he is making progress towards the rear bumper of James Wood, it's very, very slow progress.
Well, he's got a gap, hasn't he? But what we're going to see this time from Kieran Gifford is his first lap on clean air, so we can see what he can do on his own and see what he can break away. Well, he's broken away, hasn't he, really, realistically, from 4th place. Zach Fletcher. Hello.
Fastest lap of the race from Kieran Gifford. 45.971.
Just as we were saying.
Yep, he's closed the gap to 7/10 from 9/10. And very soon, with time running out here, we're almost at the 2-minute bell. Time running out here, he is going to be in a position. Now then, it's the old adage, isn't it? One thing catching a driver, it's another thing overtaking. And we know how quick Joey Brown and James Wood are at the front of this field. Do you think Kieran Gifford has anything in the textbook that he can absolutely sort of research and think, how do I get past these two? Because there's still time.
I think Kieran Gifford probably wrote the textbook after we've seen some of his performances. I think the only thing he's going to come up against mainly is their local knowledge of this place. I mean, Kieran is a very talented driver anywhere we go, but we've already seen James look over his shoulder, so we'll see what he can do.
Significant for the number 3, Ben Ballou, who is a contender here going forward into the final. He has dropped down the order massively. He spun at Sunny and then was collected, barely got the kart going again. He's dropped from inside the top 10 and he's down in 12th place now. He was well inside. He was gunning for 5th and 6th at one point. Here we go though, Gaz, towards the 1 minute mark to go. Plenty of time. Gifford now on the back. He can feel the slipstream now coming into action now. The science of the slipstream beginning to take over here as James Wood looks over his shoulder. Yes, there's the blue and white kart of Kieran Gifford, of KGR, Kieran Gifford Racing. Here comes the move. Down towards McRae's. There's the outbreak. Momentum out the chicane. Can James Wood come back at him? I don't think he can. Kieran Gifford has indeed got the pace to catch and indeed the pace to overtake.
And as we were saying before, Joe, as well, it was a very decisive, very deliberate move, wasn't it? He stayed in the slipstream as long as he could, jinked out at the last second and made a very clean overtake. With a bit of help from James Woods, I think. Didn't really fight it too hard, did he? I think he knew he was a beaten man by that point. But Kieran Gifford is bringing some serious pace, and this race is by far over. We're going to have another 2 laps of this yet.
Yeah, 2 laps is perhaps exactly what Kieran Gifford needs. He can see he's honed in. He's got him target acquired in the form of Joey Brown on the LRG Motorsport kart ahead of him. Joey Brown's been absolutely solid at the front of this field. However, he's now got the number 7 right with him as Kieran Gifford, who has disappeared off the timing screen, but he is indeed in second place because I can see him. We are on the penultimate lap here as Joey Brown has become aware of a different coloured card behind him. It's not orange and white and blue anymore, it's blue and white of KGR. The new livery for this year, I believe, for Kieran Gifford's team.
I like it. I think it's,
it
without the red, it looks good.
It's easy for us to spot as well, bright blue and white. Here we go then, into the final lap, and he's already alongside across the line, and that was out of Paddock turn. And into Paddock turn, he doesn't do it. He doesn't make that move. Heading down towards McRae's, he's under threat from James Wood coming back at him. So he obviously compromised his line at the chicane into Iredale's. He's got perhaps momentum to gather. He's not close enough to Joey Brown to get anywhere near him. So it's going to be a do-or-die move at the final turn, I would think, guys.
It's his realistic opportunity now, I think. He's too far behind here unless he can make up some serious time through St John's into Paddock. I think he needs to be looking at James Wood and possibly defending just to cover it off. He doesn't bother.
Doesn't need to.
Plenty of speed.
Yeah, it doesn't need to. As Joey Brown with a very fighting first place there. Be delighted with that, will Joey, holding back Kieran Gifford. We then had James Wood, Blake Ticehurst coming up the order from 19th on the grid to 4th place. Riley Thatcher was started in 5th, ended up in 4th. Zach Fletcher 5th, Bobby Rosier. Bobby, another big mover, started 25th through to 6th place. Ollie Varney was a big enough mover as well, from 18th to 7th. Wow, let's get our breath back. Let's have a quick rundown of the result, and then we can get to the lunch break. It's Joey Brown from Kieran Gifford, James Wood, Blake Ticehurst, Riley Thatcher, Zach Fletcher. Pardon me, Kieran Gifford's disappeared with a transponder issue, but he definitely finished second. We've then got Zach Fletcher, Bobby Rosier, Ollie Varney, Kieran Hammond, Harvey Lee Winteridge, Ben Ballou was 10th. The rest of the field there, as you can see on the screen, as we conclude our heats. The next bit that we've got for you coming up this afternoon will be our finals, the all-important finals. For now, though, we go to a 45-minute lunch break where we've got the Paddock Show for you. So enjoy that, and we'll see you after lunch.
Well, hello and welcome to NKC Round 2 here at ROWRAH, which is, as we all know, the world's fastest quarry. In picturesque Cumbria. We had a marvellously long journey here through all 7 types of weather. But Joe, we're here for racing. It's dry and it's looking pretty exciting.
A track here at ROWRAH has been here since the early 60s. It's one of the most iconic tracks in the UK karting scene. It's very, very challenging. Those tight hairpins, the very fast chicane that starts the lap. As ever, we're going to see a lot of action. But this one, mixed grids now, Nick. We had time qualifying for round 1. We're going to have time qualifying for round 3 and 5. But this one, round 2, mixed grids for the first time this year. And as ever, the racing's going to be supreme, I think.
I think we'll have non-stop action, but the action starts with Joe Bradley patrolling the paddock.
Second race this weekend in the NKC for Oscar Tarsi. Oscar on the number 15 in the Intermax class. Now, Oscar Tarsi, you come as a bit of karting royalty because you come to us as the current fat cadet champion. Now, I don't mean as everybody can see, he's not fat at all. FAT, the Electric Car Championship, everybody will be familiar with the Rob Smedley series. So you won that championship last year on the Electric Cadets, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, and it was quite hard, but the difference between petrol and electric is like electric, they just like once you put your foot on the throttle, they like just go, they're full speed, and here it takes a bit of time to get there.
Is the electric kart heavier than your Intermax kart?
Yeah, I think so.
Does it feel heavier?
Yeah, because the battery has a huge battery, like where the engine would be, and I think it weighs it down a lot.
So from that, this Intermax kart being a bit lighter, does it feel like you can throw the kart around a lot more?
Yeah, because like in the turnings, when you turn, it's a lot sharper than normal because it's lighter, and yeah.
Is it fundamentally, though, is it the same sort of, when you're out on track and you're racing with other karts, does it feel the same? You know, you're racing the kart in front, you've got somebody behind you. How does that part of the job feel?
So electric, if you're behind someone, like if you get the same exit, you're just stuck behind them. But in here, if you get the same exit, you can slightly gain if you like duck down the straights.
Right, is that slipstreaming?
Yeah, I think.
Wow, there's a lot to think about, isn't there, really?
Yeah.
Which one do you prefer driving? I think you've got to say this one, really, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
This LRG car's the best one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot faster. I like it more.
So it's actually faster, is it? Not so much out the corner as you described, but overall it's faster through the corners and so.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Now, you are in your second race, second ever Rotax race here at the round 2 of the NKC. We were at Dunkswell. How was Dunkswell for you? Did you enjoy it?
Dunkswell was challenging because it was my first time. I finished 7th overall, and I think I have a better chance here this weekend.
Right, what are you hoping for this weekend? What will Oscar Tarsi be happy with?
I'd love a podium, definitely.
Right, well, you've got, I mean, it's you know, how was your practice sessions gone? I mean, that's viable, isn't it?
The last practice session I came 5th, and I got a 49.7.
Right, and everybody's happy with that?
Yeah, definitely.
Louis Lodge doing a good job with you? You learnt anything from him?
Yeah, he's teaching me loads, so I really enjoy making some time with him, yeah.
Vice champion in the NKC, you know, Louis, and former British champion, so it's a lot to learn there. You're here with your dad and your grandfather. Are they big fans of motorsport?
Yeah, they love it. My grandpa commentated Le Mans with you, definitely.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's very famous.
He's just bubbled a connection there, hasn't he? Oscar, wish you all the very best of luck, mate. Enjoy it and keep smiling. That is the important thing. You've got to enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you.
TKM is sure to be another fantastic race. It always is. Here we are at round 2 at ROWRAH, and Al Patterson here is going to be on the 27 in the TKM class. Al, how was Dunkswell for you, round 1?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, to be honest. Didn't had a bad qualifying, but managed to make my way up through the heats, and then had a bit of an incident in the final, which didn't really go my way. Had a good start and then got spun round, and then luckily the cart was all right once we put it all back on the jig and tracked everything up. So yeah, we're back here now. Hopefully a better weekend this weekend. We were a little bit overweight at Dunk as well. So yeah, managed to lose a bit of weight. Been on a bit of a diet, so yeah, hopefully.
So how much weight were you over?
About 6 kilos.
6 kilos? Well, that's really going to...
5-6 kilos.
And that really costs you, doesn't it, in this?
Yeah, not so much. It's mainly off the corners. I was dipping out quite a bit, to be honest. Everywhere else we seem to have good pace. It was just off the corners.
So what you been doing? Lettuce and tuna for the last month?
Just staying off all the fried stuff.
Nice
all the nice stuff really, and just trying to eat clean and just trying to take the dog out and just doing a bit of running on the rowing machine, sort of just trying to do my bit really, just try and make the weight again.
I've got to say, Al, what you just described, Dunkswell, there is kind of like it just epitomises karting, doesn't it? All of that action. We had time qualifying, for instance, at Dunkswell. Mixed grids here, slightly different. It's going to be a slightly different dynamic. Do you have a preference?
To be honest, I quite like both really. I think qualifying's good because it sort of puts all the faster boys towards the front, and there's obviously less accidents. But I do also think mixed grids can be quite good as well. Just mixes it up a little bit. Yeah. But I'm glad the O-plate at Wilton Mills qualifying. So I think something like that, like the zero, the actual Open Championship number, British Open Championship number, or whatever you want to call it now. I think it's got to be time.
Well, hello and welcome to NKC Round 2 here at ROWRAH, which is, as we all know, the world's fastest quarry. In picturesque Cumbria. We had a marvellously long journey here through all 7 types of weather. But Joe, we're here for racing. It's dry and it's looking pretty exciting.
A track here at ROWRAH has been here since the early 60s. It's one of the most iconic tracks in the UK karting scene. It's very, very challenging. Those tight hairpins, the very fast chicane that starts the lap. As ever, we're going to see a lot of action. But this one, mixed grids now, Nick. We had time qualifying for round 1. We're going to have time qualifying for round 3 and 5. But this one, round 2, mixed grids for the first time this year. And as ever, the racing's going to be supreme, I think.
I think we'll have non-stop action, but the action starts with Joe Bradley patrolling the paddock.
Second race this weekend in the NKC for Oscar Tarsi. Oscar on the number 15 in the Intermax class. Now, Oscar Tarsi, you come as a bit of karting royalty because you come to us as the current fat cadet champion. Now, I don't mean, as everybody can see, he's not fat at all. FAT, the Electric Kart Championship, everybody will be familiar with the Rob Smedley series. So you won that championship last year on the Electric Cadets, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, and it was quite hard, but the difference between petrol and electric is like electric, they just like, once you put your foot on the throttle, they like just go, they're full speed, and here it takes a bit of time to get there.
Is the electric kart heavier than your Intermax kart?
Yeah, I think so.
Does it feel heavier?
Yeah, because the battery has a huge battery, like where the engine would be, and I think it weighs it down a lot.
So from that, this Intermax kart being a bit lighter, does it feel like you can throw the kart around a lot more?
Yeah, because like in the turnings, when you turn, it's a lot sharper than normal because it's lighter, and
Is it fundamentally, though, is it the same sort of, when you're out on track and you're racing with other karts, does it feel the same? You know, you're racing the kart in front, you've got somebody behind you. How does that part of the job feel?
So electric, if you're behind someone, like if you get the same exit, you're just stuck behind them. But in here, if you get the same exit, you can slightly gain if you like duck down the straights.
Right, is that slipstreaming?
Yeah, I think.
Wow, there's a lot to think about, isn't there, really?
Yeah.
Which one do you prefer driving? I think you've got to say this one, really, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
This LRG car's the best one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot faster. I like it more.
So it's actually faster, is it? Not so much out the corner as you described, but overall it's faster through the corners and so.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Now, you are in your second race, second ever Rotax race here at the round 2 of the NKC. We were at Dunkswell. How was Dunkswell for you? Did you enjoy it?
Dunkswell was challenging because it was my first time. I finished 7th overall, and I think I have a better chance here this weekend.
Right, what are you hoping for this weekend? What will Oscar Tarsi be happy with?
I'd love a podium, definitely.
Right, well, you've got, I mean, it's, you know, how was your practice sessions going? I mean, that's viable, isn't it?
The last practice session I came 5th, and I got a 49.7.
Right, and everybody's happy with that?
Yeah, definitely.
Louis Lodge doing a good job with you? You learnt anything from him?
Yeah, he's teaching me loads, so I really enjoy making some time with him, yeah.
Vice champion in the NKC, you know, Louis, and former British champion, so it's a lot to learn there. You're here with your dad and your grandfather. Are they big fans of motorsport?
Yeah, they love it. My grandpa commentated Le Mans with you, definitely.
Yeah.
And very famous.
He's just bubbled a connection there, hasn't he? Oscar, wish you all the very best of luck, mate. Enjoy it and keep smiling. That is the important thing. You've got to enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you.
TKM is sure to be another fantastic race. It always is. Here we are at round 2 at ROWRAH, and Al Patterson here is going to be on the 27 in the TKM class. Al, how was Dunkswell for you, round 1?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, to be honest. Didn't had a bad qualifying, but managed to make my way up through the heats, and then had a bit of an incident in the final, which didn't really go my way. Had a good start and then got spun round, and then luckily the kart was all right once we put it all back on the jig and tracked everything up. So yeah, we're back here now. Hopefully a better weekend this weekend. We were a little bit overweight at Dunk as well. So yeah, managed to lose a bit of weight. Been on a bit of a diet, so yeah, hopefully.
So how much weight were you over?
About 6 kilos.
6 kilos?
Yeah,
Well, that's really going to...
5-6 kilos.
And that really costs you, doesn't it, in this?
Yeah, not so much. It's mainly off the corners. I was dipping out quite a bit, to be honest. Everywhere else we seem to have good pace. It was just off the corners.
So what you been doing? Lettuce and tuna for the last month?
Just staying off all the fried
The
stuff.
nice
All the nice stuff really, and just trying to eat clean and just trying to take the dog out and just doing a bit of running on the rowing machine, sort of just trying to do my bit really, just try and make the weight again.
I've got to say, Al, what you just described, Dunkswell, there is kind of like it just epitomises karting, doesn't it? All of that action. We had time qualifying, for instance, at Dunkswell. Mixed grids here, slightly different. Yeah. It's going to be a slightly different dynamic. Do you have a preference?
To be honest, I quite like both really. I think qualifying's good because it sort of puts all the faster boys towards the front, and there's obviously less accidents. But I do also think mixed grids can be quite good as well. Just mixes it up a little bit. Yeah. But I'm glad the O plate at Wilton Mills qualifying, because I think something like that, like the zero, the actual Open Championship number, British Open Championship number, or whatever you want to call it now. I think it's got to be time qualifying.
Yeah, I've got to say, from our point of view, televising it, it's a nice blend, really, and I'm pretty sure we'll see a different dynamic. I mean, TKM seemed to be, when I find myself commentating on TKM and saying, that's not a place where you can pass, and you boys prove me wrong every time. Why is that? How can TKM make those overtakes where perhaps the Rotax classes can't?
I'm not sure really. I just think it's a lot close. I think TKM is probably although it's probably one of the slowest classes out there.
Doesn't look very slow, mate.
It might not look slow, but it is pretty slow. I've done quite a few classes over the years, and it is pretty slow. But I think generally it's probably like the front pack are probably a lot closer than what it may be like the Rotax boys are. I think generally it is quite a bit closer racing, so therefore like people do go in on people in areas where you might not think they would. That's all I can put it down to really.
It's great for us when you boys are overtaking each other left, right and centre. You're looking after your own cart, Al? Have you always done that? Privateer, proper privateer?
Yeah, privateer. Just me and dad and lad, really. Quite enjoy it still. We do it now. We might give Rotax or go back into X30 again next year if TKM dies, because we've done it before. But no, we enjoy it. Like I say, gets my dad out of the house, so... And we enjoy it. That's the main thing. It doesn't matter who I'm really racing against nowadays. I like to be out and racing.
Yeah, usually
that's what it's all about, isn't it?
It absolutely is, and that's why we're still involved. Speaking to someone out there in TV land, let's say in live stream land, who were thinking about getting involved in karting. Here you are running your own kart. You can easily get wrapped up into this concept that you have to be with a team, you have to be spending tens of thousands of pounds necessarily to get involved in karting. What would you say to that? I mean, here you are, you've been doing it for years now.
I think it's just about getting a kart that you're comfortable driving with. Go do plenty of testing, learn as much as you can about it, and then also engine building wise, just try and build up a relationship with a particular engine builder. Don't be sort of toing and froing from different engine builders, because you're never going to get the best out of them if you keep switching from one to another. And that's what we've done over the years. We sort of just stick with one person and learn as much as you can about your kart as possible. And it's doable. I mean, it goes to show. I mean, even in other classes, there's plenty of privateers that do quite well. I think, and I think running with teams, yes, it can be good in some of the like MSA stuff like Rotax, because obviously setups, they can sort of play around with setups a bit more and try it through all the different drivers, whereas if it's just you'll sort of, it takes a lot longer to sort of find that nice setup, whereas if you're in a team like Strawberry or someone like that, you can just pop different setups on all day, and it's just makes life a bit easier really.
And the Echo TKM, it's not like 30 years ago where they were extremely unreliable. These things are pretty robust these days, aren't they?
Pretty reliable now, yeah. I mean, they've always been pretty reliable, really. I think generally, if you start whacking loads of hours on them, as long as you keep them maintained and check them after every meeting, really, and just make sure that they're all right. I think once you start getting quite a lot of hours on them, I think you've just got to be realistic that they're going to probably go pop.
Yeah.
But yeah, just look after them, really. Sort of anything up, sort of about I would say anything like 6 hours, and after that it might be worth looking at them. I think anything over that you never know. Do you know what I mean? So
and a fitter Al Patterson going to be further up the grid this time.
What, this weekend?
Yeah.
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully.
That's
the plan anyway. That's the plan. Yeah. Hopefully, I need
crisp.
to grab some. I need to pull back some points in the championship from Dunk as well. Really.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, if we got going in the final, I think we'd have had a good race. Because I quite like it on slicks in the wet, and I went from 6th to 3rd at the start. So, but it was just one of them things. I think because the track was damp, and it's just a bit carnage, wasn't it, at the start? Really, I mean, it just didn't really pay off at the end of the day. But
forecast dry this weekend, Al.
Yeah, it's going to be dry, hopefully. Yeah. Well, I hope so. I mean, I think if it was going to rain, it was supposed to rain today. I think tomorrow is supposed to be dry, isn't it? So.
Yeah, we're in the Lake District, so that could change at any moment. So, I'll wish you all the very best, mate. Have a great weekend.
Cheers,
and enjoy it, no matter where you come. Thank you, Al Patterson.
Mate, thank you.
I'm going to call him a stalwart of the NKC over the years. Ollie Varney here, running the 25 in senior Rotax. Ollie, you've been around the NKC for a number of years that I can remember, and always been at the front end, the sharp end. This new idea, this new concept brought into the championship this year with regards to time qualifying, which we had at round 1, and here we are at ROWRAH mixed grids. Firstly, what's your thoughts on both of those processes?
I've been around karting for a long time, so I was brought up with mixed grid philosophy. Yeah. So that was how I was taught to race.
So you don't mind mixed grids at all, then?
No,
you get a lot of negativity about them, don't you?
Yeah, I think it's great because it gives every driver an opportunity, even when they're starting out.
Yeah. Time qualifying, what's your thoughts on time quality then?
I think it's good. We obviously use it in the major championships that we do. And it sorts the drivers out, the fastest ones, when there's a pecking order through. It's good. Everyone's got their own opinion on it. And I think, but always the fastest drivers always come through no matter what. So
that tends to be the case. I mean, the argument, the debate, let's call it, which has been debated around karting for God knows how long now, is that mixed grids cause accidents, but then we still get accidents with time qualifying, so there's no argument there.
There's no argument at all, is there? I mean, it's excitement. I mean, it's entertaining. I mean, for me, the mixed grid's more fun. Yeah. You know, the heats are actually being rude.
It's not Bobby Rosier, is it? No, it's not.
It's one of our customers. The mixed grids give excitement, and that's what we all want. And it's one of the things that attracted me to NKC in the first place, to be honest.
Right. That's interesting. And of course, you've been around karting as long as you have. You have a lot of credibility when it comes to that. What do you think about the idea of mixing it up across the season? Then, we go to time qualifying for the next one and then back to mixed grids.
I think it's great because it's giving people what they want. It gives the people that don't like the qualifying, so everyone can shut up, can't they, and just get on with the racing. And over the year, it will the fastest driver, the most consistent driver, will win the championship.
Yeah, that's perfectly put. We're here at ROWRAH, a track that you are quite familiar with, I would think.
Yes.
Yeah, What's your thoughts on it?
I love it. I love coming here every time. I've been racing around here since I was a kid. It's not local to me, but I did all the national championships years ago riding this track. So, I love it every time I come in.
If you've ever watched our coverage, I'm pretty sure you have, I have a lot of opinion on where you find time at certain tracks. What's Ollie Varney's opinion about where do you find time? Where's the key parts of ROWRAH to get that lap time?
Around here, it's very difficult because of the curbing. So the curbing's quite aggressive, so you've got to be quite neat and tidy over the curbs. The two hairpins are very tricky to get right. The entry in, you've got to be quite late on the brakes, but then not overdo it, and then find the balance with getting the power on and getting the nice exit off the corner. So, there's many elements that make it up. It's a very technical track here.
Yeah, it's a long track, isn't it? To not just get right, but you can easily get it wrong.
Yeah. I mean, racing tomorrow is going to be very exciting. I can see it already. You
hope
just
so.
in the practice. Yeah.
I hope so. I'm in the same business.
Yeah. It's what we want, isn't it? So
I saw you measuring your fuel out, and that's a lot of fuel to get a run for one session. So why so much then?
well, I don't run any lead now,
Right.
Because I've put on a bit of timber.
Right.
But so I've got no lead on the cart, but I run. I have to balance the weight with the amount of fuel I put in. So on these scales at ROWRAH, this is how much fuel I have to run, and we're using about 1.5 litres of fuel per run in a 10-minute session.
Right. So the remaining fuel will help ballast the cart to the 162 kilograms. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
And all right, what's the without giving too many secrets away? So that weight is centralised in the middle of the cart. Is that another sort of view on where to put the weight setup wise?
Yeah, I mean, if I had lead on and I was 10 kilograms lighter, then I could place the lead tactically around the car. I mean, you can corner weight the carts. We do that in the bigger races. We do the teams I work with. For something like that driver over there, for example, he's got a lot of lead on. So he's run out of room on the seat. So now he's got to carefully place the lead around the chassis, obviously without interfering with it and making damage to the cart.
Looking at round 1 at Dunkswell, it's going to be another cracking season, isn't it? You've got a big smile on your face. You obviously love it.
I do. This is why I do it. I coach. That's what I do. So for me, coming to NKC and racing is just what I love doing. It's my downtime. This is my weekend off. I come racing because it allows me the opportunity to race and just still able to do it. And you're learning new things every time. Still learning now at 34. So just keep going out and have fun and see what we can do.
Great stuff, Ollie. Thanks for talking to us. Motorsport's a technical sport, and so is karting. It's an engine, it's 4 wheels, it's a steering wheel, it's a chassis, it's these 4 things, the rubber things. It's all very technical. It can be very complex, and it can be a bit daunting. But there's none more complex than this class, the Interclass. And Alan Crankshaw here from Cartel, who is, I've been told, a Rotax sealing agent for 27 years, Al.
Man and boy.
Boy. Alan, I mentioned the Intermax class as being, all right, it's for the kids. It's the kids class. The age ranges to 12, isn't it? From 10 to 12. Yes. But it's also the most technical class out there, I think.
It's a very difficult class to get your head around in terms of engine functionality. It's the same engine as the junior engine. However, it's highly restricted in terms of there's an inlet restrictor at the back of the carburettor, and then the exhaust restrictor is quite small as well, much smaller than the junior exhaust restrictors. And then, of course, you've got a different exhaust pipe as well.
Right.
So you've got to factor in carburation and exhaust coming, getting the fuel out the motor as quick as you can, or the gases out the motor as quick as you can. So it is a compromise between getting everything finely balanced.
And that, I mean, it's for the right reasons, let's say. The reason why we stifle these engines and reduce the power is for the age range of the kids that are driving them.
Absolutely, yeah. They are, starting off at 8 years of age in this class. They can go through to 12, and then they can move into the juniors. The beauty of this class is with the Rotax is that you can take the same engine, you can go from micro to mini to junior, and it's all the same engine.
Can you actually do that, Alan?
Technically,
yes. As a Rotax sealing agent, you've got to say that.
Yeah, technically, yes. Some engines do make better engines than others, just the nature of the beast sometimes. But technically, you can go from micro through to mini or inter, as we call it, and then through to junior. It's the same block engine, same carburettor, same airbox. The only difference would be the radiator, the ECU, and the exhaust. That would be the only thing that you need to change during the different stages.
As you went through the age range.
Absolutely.
From my experience, the more regulated a formula is, the more open, how can I put this, to shenanigans it can be, because people are trying to gain those small gains, and so they start tampering, don't they? And And the thing I like about the NKC is something you mentioned about the controlled exhaust. Explain what that is.
Yeah, so the exhaust, obviously, with it being highly restricted, there can be gains in certain areas, the exhaust being one key area for,
because
for getting the power.
Those small gains make give larger performance gains, don't they?
Absolutely, yeah. So if you can get a little bit here and a little bit there, bottom end, mid, top, on the engine power, then you will get an increased performance. The great thing with the NKC is that the exhausts are all bought brand new from Jag Rotax in the UK. They're then brought through to the organisers. They're sealed with a lock wire and a seal on, and then they're given out. But you draw a number for an exhaust, so you might not get the same one every race.
Right.
You might get one exhaust one race, you might get a different one the next race.
When you say race, do you mean race weekend or race weekend?
Yeah. So per event, you draw a lot for an exhaust. They're all brand new at the start of the season. Right. But there's no difference in them because they're all brand new. They've not been tampered with, nobody's opened them, nobody's gone through them, nobody's tried to get the optimum performance out of them. They're all, on an equal par.
They look like a black pipe. The black pipe isn't completely empty, though, is it? There's a wadding in there, isn't it? And is that how the performance is controlled through the exhaust?
Yeah. So there's a real good technical fiche or a blueprint for the exhaust, as there is for the engine and all the ancillaries that go with the engine. I think Rotax, this current time this year, the fiche is very, very tight. But obviously, people will try and optimise to as close to the bottom of the fiche as they can, so that they gain the best performance.
Yeah.
But with the NKC, you get a standard exhaust that's been unmolested. You're giving it sealed, so you can't tamper with it during the race weekend. You use it, then you give it back, and that to me makes it very, very a level playing field.
Yeah,
it smooths out any inconsistencies.
That's a good way of putting it. Inconsistencies. Those inconsistencies will stand out if you've tampered with anything regarding the restrictions on this engine, and with kids driving, they'll just go out and drive it flat out, and that would, as a dealer, as a Rotax dealer, and I'm sure the scrutineers are switched on as well. You guys are all looking for that kind of thing going on to keep it a fair playing field. Yeah,
nobody wants somebody with a standout engine or a standout exhaust. We all want as level a playing field as we can get. We all know that you can change obviously jetting, within the rules. Jetting does make a big difference on these restricted engines. Right. So the carburation is key. Once you've got that, you want everything else to be as standardised as possible, so that nobody's got a big advantage over anybody else. And that's why I think the NKC Intermax class really works, because you're trying to remove any how can I avoid best?
Unfair advantage?
Unfair advantage, yeah. You're trying to remove that, because if people spend a lot of money trying to develop something that other people may not be able to afford, or may not know about, then obviously it removes that straight away.
It becomes a checkbook war. I'm old enough to remember checkbooks, as you are, Al. You've been around this sport a long time. You said you've been a dealer for 27 years. This conversation we're having hasn't changed in 27, 30 years, has it?
Absolutely.
I've been around 40 years in karting. Yeah. It hasn't.
Yeah, well, I've been involved in karting now for 44 years. But as a Rotax dealer for 27 years, it's people are always looking to optimise the equipment that they've got, and they will always try and do so by spending money, by changing things. But you have to do it within the rules and regulations. Yes. Yeah. And if people stick to those rules and regs, everybody will have a decent day's racing.
And then that comes down to attention to detail, doesn't it? And preparation.
Absolutely. I mean, we've gone out this morning and we've changed the rear track by 2 mil per side.
Really?
And the driver came in and said, what a difference it made.
Right.
Who'd have thought that difference, small difference, would have given so much performance. Yeah. But you are then into chassis setup, tyre pressures, making sure the driver's completely focused, got the right sort of, clean, prepared cart that will perform for them to the best that they can drive it.
We're geeks and we love that. Thanks, Alan.
You're very welcome. Nice
Thank
to
you,
see
mate.
you again.
Great insight.
Take care.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to ROWRAH. We are at the NKC Round 2 here in Cumbria on the western part of the Lake District in the UK. Bright and sunny. It stays bright and sunny. I'm still Joe Bradley, and alongside me is still Gaz Bury. And there is the Grade 4 B final, which kicked things off this afternoon. Jack Theobald and Jack Maidman are on the front row. Jacob Felton and JJ Hind. They're all important top four is what we're looking at. Joshua Priest and Jamie Kidney are next with Isaac Reynolds and Via Manu. Taylor Dixon and William Eberhardt are teammates that are alongside each other on the fifth row. Sixth row is Chris Jordanov and Farad Arian. And then we've got Jacob Mockler, who's had a bit of a nightmare, Gaz, hasn't he? 2 non-finishes, I believe, if my memory serves me rightly. But this one is all about the top 4.
And it's the only B final of the day as well, isn't it? So everything to play for. With only 13 carts, you'd absolutely want to start this because you never know, you might get through. So, so all to play for. And we'll see how we go. And
remember, the tyres are finished after this one. We've carried the tyres from Dunkswell, so we're on a very, very worn set of tyres. And yes, it's going to be the last race on these tyres for everybody. Or is it? Because if you're in the top 4, you're going to go through to the A-final as we get things underway for our senior Rotax B. I think we are.
Yeah, we are green.
Have we started? We're green?
No, there's a
we're not.
Battenberg.
There's a yellow flag coming out over there.
I'm not sure what that was for. Bit of a jump start, I say, by the front row, being a bit too exuberant and wanting to get onto the A-final.
It looked a bit fragmented, is the term I would use.
It's a very big word this afternoon.
Yeah, big fragmented, yes. There's Dirk about to have a fit, just in front of us.
He's not going to have a fit. Have you seen how much he runs?
Yeah, I know. He was about to throw his radio away or something. I don't know what was going on there on the channel. I'll tell you why he's annoyed. They haven't heeded any kind. Well, that's because there are yellow flags over there, not false start flags.
That would confuse the drivers. I think that's a fair point. If they've got the wrong flag out, how would you know it's a full start? But
a yellow flag isn't a full start flag.
It is not, no. There is now, I can see over at Marshall Post too, as they enter McRae, they've got the right flag out. So hopefully they'll heed that. And
there was Dirk.
He's brilliant, isn't he? As a marshal, he's class.
He's brilliant. He's got loads of energy. Don't know where he gets the energy from. Mega, yeah. So the front of the grid guys have got the memo that they are actually on a false start. They will, whether or not they'll be in grid order, I don't know. I do not know. We've still got the front of the field.
It should be a read because it's a full start.
Yes,
the race hasn't started, has it?
If everybody at the front slowed down and the driver from the 6th row thought we were racing and went through.
Yeah, fair. I see what you're saying. Cool.
What's that? Oh, I like that. Picture in picture. Look at this. Where have you got that from? And only now he shows us that.
I love that. 3 years, 4 years doing this, and now he brings out dual screen.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Big thank you to IKD Kart Shop as well, and all of our other supporters. Chipping Sodbury Caravans, isn't it? Here we go. Let's see if we can get it done this time. It's still a very, very fast start there. And we will treat this as a race. And we've got karts coming together on the apex of the chicane. The race is very much on. We're at the McRae hairpin now with Concertina up. We've got a full grid of karts that have made it through the McRae hairpin. Let's see if they can make it through ideals. Remember, the tyres should be hot enough now, guys. They've had a lot of formation laps and a couple of false start laps, so pretty much tyres going to be where we need them as the leaders come out of the stewardesses plunge downhill through the kink, downhill through St John's, and then into the left-hander at Sunny. That's William Eberhardt making up ground there. Taylor Dixon, same liveried cart. Taylor Dixon is the driver that's made the most ground, and he's into 6th. But it's Jack Maidman, Jacob Felton, Joshua Priest and Jack Theobald. That's your top 4. That is your 4 qualifiers, as you can see there. That cart there is the 4th and final qualifier to the year final, and they're pretty lonely in that 4th place, guys.
Yeah, Jack Theobald's got the happy possibly unlucky. Oh, there's a cart off as well, so that's going to neutralise anything. That's a freebie for the top 4.
That was some of the most laconic flag wave I've ever seen. That yellow flag was like, whoosh, swish, swish, swish.
That's actually good. I'm watching it from here. It's a pretty good flag wave. You can't miss it. You know, if you're too frantic with it, then you can see it. You kind of loses its kind of significance. So, yeah, spot on. That's at the stewardesses. Now, that might be cleared by the time we get back around. We've got a bit of track to go. We're going to focus on that 4th place, who at the moment is driving around pretty much by himself. But, however, here comes Taylor Dixon. I believe Taylor Dixon just behind this one, Nick, if we could just drop back to the carts that are chasing that that 4th place cart. There it is, 2 by 2 wide into the stewardesses. Spotted something there, guys?
Still a yellow flag.
Still a yellow flag, and did we have any place changes there?
Yeah, I think... In fact, no, Taylor Dixon has stayed in 6th, so I think he relented, but he was definitely down the inside of the 61 of Isaac Reynolds.
Now, the problem is, Taylor Dixon trying to get by, if they are and he gets by now, and he coming through as well, is William Eberhardt, his teammate, across and ahead of Jamie Kidney, wasn't it, who was... holding up the train. If these continue to squabble, they are going to run out of time to catch the 4th place Jack Theobald, who at the moment can just drive as hard as he can and stick with that 4th place. He's dropped off the back of the top 3. Jack Maidman, Jacob Felton and Joshua Priest, all the J's in the top 4 actually. Jack, Jacob, Joshua and Jack is the names of the drivers in the top 4. Let's see, guys, if Taylor Dixon can catch the 4th place and make this quite an entertaining finish to some of these drivers' weekends racing, actually. B-final means it's the end of the road for some. It's not the end of the road for the top 4.
No, and I think if Taylor Dixon could be true to form like we've seen today already, I think there's a good chance that he may close in. Because all he needs is that one place, so that's all he has to worry about, isn't it?
Yep.
He'll have the attentions of William Eberhardt behind him. Teammates or not, Eberhardt will also want to be in that A-final if he can get there. But, the first 3, I mean, all they have to do at this minute is just circulate, and they've got a good kind of second and a half now over the chase and pack. So 4 minutes to go. Still a bit of time for this to unfold and show us its cards, but I think Taylor Dixon should come forward and probably bring, there you go, fastest lap last time round.
Fastest lap last time round, not so much this time round, but still half a second quicker than the cart ahead of him in 4th place, that cart there. Here he comes. They are almost in the same shot as Dixon continues to circulate the fastest cart on the track at the moment and using all of that curve there, keeping the momentum up. Just opening the flap on the radiator there, maybe just reaching a bit of optimum temperature there.
Yeah, up to 55 degrees or in and around that for a senior Rotax. So, yeah, got the cooling now to where he wants it. Open the flap, which is a bit later than you expect, to be fair, in the heat. But,
still cool out there, though, guys. Still pretty cool. It's not. The sun's out. It looks hot. It's not. It's about 11 degrees out there. Pleasant. I see people coming in with their big anoraks on, and it's still... but it's sunny out there. It is for us here in the driver's lounge overlooking this beautiful track, but it's still chilly out there. Almost in the same shot on camera, these two. 3 minutes remaining. All right, okay, we're taking bets now on whether or not Taylor Dixon's going to catch. And then we're taking other bets on whether he's going to be able to overtake Avincourt. So it's a big ask.
I think he'll catch him. He's lapping still half a second quicker, isn't he? Fast lap last time round. Quite considerably over the pack ahead of him. So, yeah, still 2 minutes, 5 laps, loads of time. Just see if he can bring William Eberhardt with him. But to be fair, the gap has opened up, hasn't it, between 5th and 6th? They were reasonably nose to tail before this. But
Dixon continues to switch it on. But there is a fastest lap from William Eberhardt. Gap just under 9/10 of a second. And we are very, very shortly going to have these in the same shot. Look at that. You know what, guys? 2 minutes remaining. He's not making as much ground as he needs to. I don't think he's going to be anywhere near in a position to have a challenge. The top 3, I've got to say, they've continued to circulate. The top 4 have. Jack Maidman leads, Joshua Priest second, Jacob Felton third, and Jack Theobald in fourth. They're the four carts that red and white and gold LRG cart is chasing down. Taylor Dixon has got the job in hand, and he's pushing 46.3 to a 46.5 comparison, so another 2/10 pulled back.
I was going to say, yeah, looking at that, Jack Theobald should have this reasonably sewn up. There's a lot of work still ahead for Taylor Dixon, but as soon as Jack Theobald starts looking over his shoulder, that's when he's going to be rattled. You can see he'll know that cart is getting closer lap by lap, and that's when you get things in your head that you don't need to. And we've seen it a lot, don't we, across all racing.
Yeah.
So look at that now.
Yeah,
that gap's gone.
That's the psychological game that we play, isn't it? When you start putting pressure on the driver in front, there's a minute remaining. As they cross the line, there's going to be 2 more laps after this one.
He was a second behind him a lap ago, and the head checks. There you go.
And he's a half a second now. However, that's less than half a second now. This is, you know what, the bets were whether or not he could catch him. I would say that bet has come home now. He has caught him. This is the move for position, the last qualifying position. Dixon has to go to the outside, defensive line from Jack Theobald. Theobald is fully aware that he's got a very, very fast-moving Taylor Dixon now on his bumper, in fact, resting against his bumper. Tries to do the switch back at Sonny. Tricky. Tries to do the inside line at Paddock. They slide wide together, but Dixon makes the move. That was a tin opener move, wasn't it, Gaz?
Yeah, but at this stage of the race and being the B final, it's moves like that you've got to make. Cleanly, obviously, as best as you can, but he's got nothing to lose, has he? He needs that fourth position. If he gets penalised for something at this stage, then he's lost nothing by trying, has he?
No, he's got to try and come back. William Eberhardt has other plans as well. That's the orange helmet there of William. He wants to follow his teammate through, however, and he is, and it's just honours, really. So that's 5th place honours at the moment to William Eberhardt. But it's that driver there, Taylor Dixon. He's the 4th and final qualifier going through to the A-final. He's got one more race of the weekend. One more race on those pretty worn out, well, not worn out, but pretty worn Max's tyres. They get to the end of their life. Now, remember, last season, guys, these tyres will be stretching to another round. So they're well within their life cycle, aren't they? You can maybe use the tyre a bit more, knowing that they're only going to be used for 2 rounds.
Yeah, you'd expect them to be pushing a bit harder, knowing that. I think we've seen that by Taylor Dixon, haven't we? He's entering some of these corners absolutely sideways. So, but yeah, it has makes a big difference how they've gone racing this season, having 2 rounds for a set rather than the 3.
I think things are settled, so let's pick up the leaders if we can, Nick, and watch them home. Jack Maidment is the driver that's leading. He's just come out of... Oh, and we've got a driver that is off. So this battle for 4th place is indeed a battle for the last qualifying position. We look at that shot in shot. There it is there. That's the 4th and final qualifier there. And it is Jack Theobald who reaps the benefits of... Who is that has fallen down? Jack Maidment. Jack Maidment was the leader. Oh, that is a tragedy. The number 17, Jack Maidment, on the last lap of the race, and something has stopped that cart. He's looking towards the chain, I think, Gaz. I'm not sure if he's maybe lost a chain, maybe. But that is, and it's the DM team of Jack Maidment who are holding their head in their hands. He had that wrapped up. He was the fastest kart, fastest driver in the B final. He was going to be starting the A final, and no doubt he's already planning his approach to that one.
Yeah, and as you said earlier about William Eberhardt taking 5th place for honours at the time, I was going to interject and say the thing he's done the smart thing, because all it takes is one kart in front of him and he's through. So you might as well battle for it, and then I think he lost a position back to Jack Theobald.
If you remember, Eberhardt went through on Theobald. Theobald came back. Yeah, absolutely. So Theobald was fighting at the time. They thought they were fighting for just the honours of being 5th in the B final. However, with that absolute tragedy there for Jack Maidment, he's
bewildered, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He
did what
he did what he had to do. He went off and led, and he led by a considerable margin. Let's have a look at the official results of the B final then. Joshua Priest then takes the win. Jacob Felton takes 2nd. Taylor Dixon is 3rd. Jack Theobald snatches the 4th and final position. And then outside the top 4, A-finalists now: William Eberhardt, 5th, Jamie Kidney, Farad Arian, Isaac Reynolds, Via Maru, Jacob Mockler, Chris Jordanov, and with Jack Maidman going out and JJ Hind going out on the first lap. We will see Joshua Priest, Jacob Felton, Taylor Dixon and Jack Theobald on the back of the A-final. That comes up later. But next, we have got the first of our A-finals for round 2 of the Junction 6 NKC, and that is the Junior Rotax A-final. Oh, my goodness. This is going to be a cracker. Now then, we have the same pole sitter as we did for Dunkswell. Nick?
We have some comments which you might want to read out about the Junior Rotax grid.
Where from? So we've got Nathan Cullibine. Some of the driving from the Junior Rotax grid is diabolical. Push to pass doesn't mean. I'm pretty sure the spanging side pods and wheels down the straights. Yep, absolutely. I agree with you, Nathan. And I'm hoping and I'm pretty sure that the officials will be all over it. We'll have seen some penalties being imposed. Adam Pottle, is that Adam Pottle? Adam Pottle, yeah, it is silly at this level. It should be penalised, says Nathan again. And it probably has been, and it probably will be, because if you look on the Alpha Live or the Alpha timing process, you'll see how many penalties. If you look at the results, you'll see who grabbed a penalty. However, we push on.
And we look at the Junior Rotax final grid. And on pole position, it is Benjamin Lawn, who dominated his last heat of the day. Ethan Hunt will be alongside him. Row 2 is Harry Harvey and Hector Sadlowski. Row 3 is Spencer Trahon and Ewan Scott. Row 4 is Harrison Matthews and Logan Hartshorn. Row 5 is Freddie Wall and Jesse Whitmore. Row 6 is Lucy Lovell and Sam Green-Gomez. Row 7, Jack Dimbleby and Cody Longden. I can't read it when you move it. Row 8 is Liam Crosby and Eden Salvage. And it is Tyler Rackman, Nico Verbers, Matt Scott, Fenton Roderick, Callum Wilson, Joe Stonehouse, George Theobald, Liam Spencer, Elijah Wood,
Lucas Hilton.
There you go.
Amelie Davey, Leonardo Palaggi, Eli Mann, Philip Jankowski, James Gordon, Ryan Sadlier, Reece Kelsall, and then 34 card grid rounded off by Zach Charles. If I didn't move it, you wouldn't get them all in. I want to talk about Paul Sitter. Paul Sitter at Dunkswell was that young man there, Benjamin Lawn. Paul Sitter here at ROWRAH for round 2. Same thing, Benjamin Lawn and Coles Racing. Now, it rained at Dunkswell, and Benjamin had no experience whatsoever on the Max's wets, and it went all to pot for him in that all-important final. It stayed dry here, so he'll be delighted with this. And I'll tell you what, I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I wouldn't get very good odds on Benjamin Lawn taking this win. As we get racing, it is indeed Lawn with what looks like a Coles teammate slotting in behind him as we've got carts out over the curb. We've got a cart pointing in the wrong direction. That's the number 37. That's way down the field. As we've got the two Coles teammates then off and into the lead already at Iredale's and onto the back straight.
Yeah, and there's some 9 carts caught out at the top of Row Rouge, as we kind of expect to see towards the latter end of the racing day in the finals. Everybody jostling for position, and that is, as you can see, as they filter through, that was really split the front end of this race. So we got a breakaway of 3, and followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 carts, and a huge gap all the way back down to 9th and 10th.
Here we go then, Lawn about to cross the line in the lead. We expect to see Benjamin pulling out a gap here, and already the gap is 4/10. He's becoming the class of the field here in Junior Rotax. He was very hard to beat at Dunkswell, and he's proven to be the case here at ROWRAH, as Harry Harvey, his teammate, taking up the position of the wingman, keeping back the advances of that very fast Spencer Trahorn. You remember Spencer, Nick? Spencer came out to do the Dubai O Plate.
Yeah, and the Dubai round of the UAE as well.
Yes, yeah, and so hotter climbs.
I'd like to point out, ever since he's done that, he's been a lot quicker back at home. So perhaps you should all think about coming out next year.
Yeah, let's get balls to the grids for UAE RMC. As Spencer Trahorn then, he wants to spoil his Coles party. Benjamin Lawn at the lead, Harry Harvey second, Spencer Trahorn In fourth place, we've got Ethan Hunt, Hector Sadlowski, then Lucy Lovell, Sam Green Gomez in seventh. The race is not over by any means. We've got 2 Coles Racing carts, followed by an Origin Motorsport, and a little bit of a gap to Ethan Hunt. But, Gaz, the question is Benjamin Lawn managing the pace here, or is he flat out?
At this stage of the race, being in the lead, I think he would just be taking his time. He knows who's behind him. He would have checked at some point over the lap down one of the straights. He knows he's got the pace. He's proved that already to himself and to us today. So, yeah, at this stage, I think he'll be letting his tyres come on, getting to a point where he's happy, and then I think we'll see the lap times tumble probably in the next few minutes. Don't forget, there's an extra 4 minutes as well, as this is an A-final.
Yeah,
so that will make a difference.
Yeah, we've still got 9.5 minutes, so we're not even at a heat length of race to go yet. And as you said, Benjamin he'll be on the second race weekend for those Max's tyres, as Trahorn absolutely licks it and sends it, but they both go wide. He sent Harry Harvey, Spencer Trahorn going wide here, down the inside. He goes down the inside of Harry Harvey. The black and white cart there then goes wide. Harry Harvey has to turn left, and then behind them, Ethan Hunt and Hector Sadlowski says, thank you very much. And now we've got to change for second and third. We've got to change for second and third with Hector Sadlowski, who is indeed Spencer Trahorn's teammate at Origin. He's now taken up the cudgeons of that third place. Now then, Benjamin Lawn really needs to disappear. He's got a 1.1 second lead, but it's not his wingman. It's not his teammate, Harry Harvey, that's watching his back. He's now got that very, very quick Ethan Hunt. And we've seen Ethan's got pretty good racecraft. So Benjamin will be fully aware of that, and he will want to disappear now. So tyre management, pace management over, he'll be pushing on.
Yeah, 100%. And we saw Ethan Hunt this morning, didn't we, in coming through the field to take, I think, Heat 1, wasn't it?
Yeah, didn't he snatch? Did like a bit of an opportunist when somebody tripped up in front of him.
Yeah, he was extremely precise there, was he, in what he was doing. But, yeah, Ethan Hunt in second place. He's got a good second, just slightly over a second as we've crossed the line.
It's gone out fractionally, Gaz. So Benjamin Lawn, fastest lap of the race there. He's done what we thought he would do, and he's pulled the trigger. He's gone 46.643, 46.661. That's how much of a gap that he increased to Ethan Hunt. So it is absolutely flat out racing now. For the next 7.5 minutes, it's going to be flat out, and I'm not sure if anyone has any performance that they can bring out of their pocket to catch Benjamin Lawn on that Coles cart.
Yeah, he's absolutely bolted, hasn't he? He's pulled the pin and absolutely gone. I mean, if he keeps going like this, he'll be well out of arm's reach, because Ethan Hunt doesn't seem to have a reply at the minute, does he? He's dealing with the attentions of third place man Hector Sadlowski on the 45. The orange, I keep saying orange. It's not. It's an Origin cart. Honestly.
Oh, Orange Motorsport.
I've got nothing.
Yeah, I've been up since 4 to get here.
Yes.
It's now, I knew now the finals, that's when it would tell.
I'm fine.
I know. Here comes second, third, and now fourth place here as the 2 Origin carts. Spencer Trahorn had the pace to run in the top 3. Oh, and there's a move from Hector Sadlowski. Sadlowski gets down the inside of Ethan Hunt. This is textbook, guys, isn't it? What we've seen all day.
And look how far he come back for him as well to make that stop and work. Gets the car in, gets him lined up nicely. The natural line that Ethan Hunt is on always takes you wide and leaves the door open, but that was a great move by Sadlowski to get the kart stopped at that angle and box him off to hold the position on the way out.
He was on the brakes as he turned, and that kart was squirming underneath him, and he was working the steering wheel and the left foot to make that kart slow down enough to hit the apex at the stewardesses. Yeah. Ethan Hunt's not finished though, is he?
No, not yet. This is definitely not going to be over yet. But again, it's bringing together the 41 of Spencer Trahorn back into play, isn't it? He's not been dropped off the back of this, so they two fight amongst themselves for the honours of second place. Has Sadlowski got enough to make a break and for him, hopefully catch up with Ben Lawn? Probably not, I would say, because Lawn's pace is still a couple of tenths faster per lap over this chase and pack.
Yeah, he's still lapping faster than the carts behind. And now you've got Hector Sadlowski, who is going to be conscious of Ethan Hunt. So he's going to, we've got 5.5 minutes remaining, so there's still plenty of time. And there's plenty of time for Hector Sadlowski, Ethan Hunt, and Spencer Trahorn to start pulling triggers here, there and everywhere and start making challenges. Now is not the time. These three need to work together to catch Benjamin Lawn ahead of them. Lawn has now got the complexity of lapping ROWRAH with back markers ahead of him. The back markers just ahead at St John's into Sunny. Is it going to cost him any lap time, or Benjamin's just going to scythe past? He scythed past the first back marker just ahead of him there, just at the top of the screen. He makes short work of the first back marker. That hasn't cost him any time with a 46.562. Look at that lap time has just been so consistent and maintaining the gap at about 1.6 seconds here. This is a textbook drive by the Coles driver.
But this is where I think we might see them, the chasing pack, leave second, third and fourth, get tripped over with the back markers if they don't realise there's three of them coming by. Who is it in the back there? Is that the 17, 18? He's done well to move. But you don't want to catch him through little sequences of corners like that, do you? Through the Stuart S's and down the hill.
Kept his head there. Let's see who that was. That was Tyler Rackham, who is a small driver by the looks of him in that kart. So a younger age group, and did very, very heads-up driving by allowing himself to be overtaken without costing himself a massive amount of time there, because he's having his own race, remember.
No, I was just looking at the fifth place kart there, and it's Lucy Lovell who's picked her way through this field. I got a bit excited there because it was actually a back marker. I thought
that was
she's
Tyler
further
Rackham
back than I realised.
Yeah, she came from 11th. She's up to 5th. This is good points for Lucy. Lucy was second in the championship. Jensen Hookey's not here. The championship table after one round is Jensen Hookey, Lucy Lovell, Benjamin Lawn. So she's going to be overtaken in the championship by Benjamin Lawn, who I think is on target to win the North-South Challenge Cup. He's on target to take the first silverware of the season here this afternoon with this checkered flag falling. So the Junior Rotax North-South Challenge Cup will go to that Coles driver if this remains the same. The gap has come down to 1.2 with 3 minutes on the clock. We've got a challenge for that position. No, we haven't, because that's a back marker. The number 37 is a back marker. That caught me out, Nick. And there's a challenge for second. Ethan Hunt coming back at the origin kart of Hector Sadlowski, and he took. You know what? I think the momentum wasn't as great, and that was an outbreak, wasn't it? That was more of an outbreak than a momentum move. That was just last of the late breakers doing what he did, doing back to Hector Sadlowski, what Sadlowski did to him, I think.
But he got it stopped though, didn't he, and pulled it off. So it's going to be up to Sadlowski to figure that one out, pull himself together and see if he can do it back again, or will he come under threat from the 41 of Spencer Trahorn?
Now this is a team sport where you work in teams. You don't have to, of course. You can be a privateer. Those two black and white karts from the same team. However, there aren't any team orders, and Spencer Trahorn will want to score more points than his teammate Hector Sadlowski. And at this rate, he's going to, because Sadlowski went very wide on the brakes into the Stuart S's, and Spencer Trahorn, who'd stifled the kart's momentum on the brakes enough to make the move and enough to make the apex. And now we've got Spencer Trahorn. Very confusing, because they're both black and white karts, they've both got black overalls, and they've both got white helmets. So you have to be keeping a very, very close look on that on the timing screen and indeed on the track.
Yeah, and if they've got tyre marks down the side of them pods, you're never going to know who is who, are you? So, yeah, I mean, I think Sadlowski he hasn't really lost all that much pace as such, has he? He's dropped off a couple of tenths, but that could have been from the overtake a lap ago.
He's probably wondering what's happened, because he was in second place and catching Benjamin Lawn. Now, with that place change that has ensued between these three in shot there, Benjamin Lawn has now pulled out a gap of 1.8 seconds at just the right time, because Lawn, who has been commanding, I would say, at the front of this field, we knew he was going to be. He would have been a Dunkswell, I think, if the rain hadn't come. He was a little bit unfortunate there to be lacking the experience on the Max's wets. He'd never driven the Max's wets before at Dunkswell, and so he had no idea. Being on a Mojo wet is completely different, so the difference in grip level really caught him out, and he went down the order somewhat. So now the weather hasn't played a factor, and he's shown us this afternoon what he's capable of. And certainly Coles Racing with that Venator engine is doing the job in a pretty dominant way here in junior Rotax.
Yeah, so a bit of a mistake there coming out of Iredale's by the 41 of Spencer Trahorn. That's let Hector Sadlowski back on his rear bumper. But yeah, team orders. I don't think there's a such thing in karting. There's absolutely not.
Especially guys with 2 laps to go now. There's a couple of seconds on the clock, so it means that Benjamin Law next time by will get the last lap board. These two battling for the third and final step of the podium. However, I think the trophies are down to 5th place, if my memory serves me rightly. What
it's there.
Yeah, I know it is there. I'm going to confirm that as we get into the final lap. We've got Benjamin Lawn crossing the line to see the last lap board. It is the top 5. 3 steps to the podium, 5 steps to the podium for these juniors. And Benjamin Lawn there for Coles Racing has driven splendidly, started on the pole position, mixed grids for the heats. Didn't seem to faze him at all. He came through, kept himself clean, kept out of trouble, and he really has had a textbook drive here at ROWRAH. He did exactly the same at Dunkswell. However, less said about that, the better when it came to the final, as he's done exactly what he's promised to do here with the dry conditions playing into his hand magnificently. It'll be Benjamin Lawn for Coles Racing who will take the Junior Rotax round 2 here at ROWRAH for the Junction 6 NKC. In second place, Ethan Hunt crosses the line. Spencer Trahorn, third step of the podium for him. Hector Sadlowski, his teammate, will be 4th. And the 5th and final spot on the podium was taken by Ewan Scott. Lucy Lovell just missing out on a trophy there as she comes through in 6th. So sun still shining brightly. It's still a beautiful day here in Cumbria. And we get ready for the second of our 8 finals. This time it's going to be the Rotax 177s. Before we start thinking about them, let's have a look at the official result as the carts come through. I see. It's Benjamin Lawn then that takes the win in very fine and dominant style from Ethan Hunt in 2nd, Spencer Trahorn's 3rd, Hector Sadlowski in 4th, Ewan Scott in 5th, Lucy Lovell in 6th, and then outside the top 6, Sam Green Gomez, Harrison Matthews, Jesse Whitmore, Joe Stonehouse was 10th, Elijah West in only his 2nd weekend in juniors was 11th, Nico Weber's 12th, Freddie Wall in 13th, then we had Ryan Sadlier, Eden Salvage, Fenton Roderick, Callum Wilson, Logan Hartshorn was 18th, William Spencer, Lucas Hilton, Philip Jankowski, Leonardo Palaggi, Reese Kelsall, Amelie Davey was 24th, Eli Mann was 25th, James Gordon, Cody Longdon, Zach Charles was 28th, Harry Harvey ended up down in 29th place. In fact, we lost Harry Harvey. We lost, who did we lose first? Zach Charles, we lost on lap 9. Harry Harvey, we lost on lap 6. Tyler Rackham, we lost on lap 5. So that wasn't Tyler Rackham who was the back marker. I think that was Cody Longdon who did a great job in getting out of the way, Gaz. We'd already lost Tyler. We lost Jack Dimbleby, Liam Crosby, Matt Scott and George Theobald on the first lap with that incident that you spotted, which was down the midfield order, wasn't it?
Yeah, some 10 carts off at the top of Row Rouge blocks everybody, doesn't it? All you take is a couple of spinners and then the rest of the field was compromised. But, yeah, Harry Harvey, he was the one that got caught with the other Coles cart, wasn't he?
Yeah,
at some point.
Yeah, he was running second at one point. Yeah, not sure what happened to him. We look now at the A-final for 177s while we recover some carts. We might have a chance to have a look at their grid. They've got a 27-cart grid that have qualified. It's Lincoln Bailey Arneson with Coles Racing for the first time this weekend. He was with Kieran Gifford. He's moved across to Coles and things going very well indeed for him. Vice champion from 2025, Archie Elliott. That's better now from Archie. He had a bit of a character building Dunkswell round 1. It's back to where we're expecting to see him at the front of the field. Scott Smith and George Walker will share row 2. Will Murdoch and the first of the Masters, Mark Gilly, will share row 3. Row 4 is Jack Taylor and Ian Branfield, with Nathan Wells and Steve Gilly on row 5. Ethan Wyatt lines up alongside Lawrence Hilton on row 6. with Patrick Williams, Rohaj and Dan Milner on row 7. Harry Taylor, Tyler Fossey on 8. On 9, we've got Ryan Layton and Ashton Parsons. Louis Rees, who's had an absolutely torrid time. 2 DNFs for Louis. He lines up in 19th. Cole Edwards alongside. Pardon me. And then we've got Joshua Pickford and Marcus Basley. Dan Millward and Solomon Williams. Matthew Lambert ends up down in 25th with Ollie Owen and Adam Mullins rounding off 27 carts.
I wonder what happened to Cole Edwards for him to be 20th on the grid. I don't remember having a DNF at any point. Obviously, Matthew Lambert had that rear bumper hanging off, didn't he? He had a mechanical.
Yeah, he had a mechanical, didn't he? So
some super fast drivers all over the place for this one.
So the Rotax 177. Hang on, that's Dunkswell. What am I doing?
I can answer that, Joe.
Old men try to find something on the internet is what's going on at the moment to my right-hand side.
Gaz isn't old.
How old are you, Gaz?
39 gone at about 65, I think.
Oh, yeah, not old yet. You begin to be old next year. You're still you're a young man to me. All right, young man?
Young man.
I'm older when I'm 40 then. Okay.
Young man. I'm just seeing if there's been any penalties. Talk amongst yourselves, everybody. I'm just going to check the results.
I think you'll find we already were.
Yeah. So
Joe staring at the screen does not tend to lead to much of a
I'm
running commentary.
I'm finding out information that there isn't any information.
Right, okay.
That's because
you're finding out the lack of information.
Yeah, it's a shame your research guy isn't doing
so
this
Matthew
job.
Lambert
was... our research guy is absolutely rubbish this race. He's done nothing.
No.
Matthew Lambert was underweight after Heat 1 and was disqualled.
Oh. Well, there we go. That solves that then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Cole Edwards, DQ,
technical non-compliance. So that's why they are down the order. It's all about Lincoln Bailey Arneson, though, who is leading the field around. And he won his first heat in fine style, if I remember rightly. I say in fine style. He was only 2/10 ahead of one of the LRG carts. Can't remember who it was. Was it William Everhart?
No, it would have been Will Murdoch.
No, was it Will Murdoch, I mean?
Yeah, Will Murdoch.
Yes, it might have been. Yes, it probably was.
6th place for Will. Yeah,
who had, considering 6th place after that engine malady that cost him dearly, that, you know, he's fired up now, is Will. There he is on the 3rd row of the grid, on the inside line as well, which can be a bit of a benefit. Lincoln Bailey Arneson, though, he's with Coles this weekend, and he has certainly took to the team like a duck to water, feels at home, and he's feeling very much at home on that pole position. Here he comes then, bringing the field around. The red lights will go off, and we are racing into the chicane for the first time. Lincoln Bailey Arneson gets a big slide there, but hangs onto it, and will lead down towards McCrae's for the first time into the hairpin. It's Bailey Arneson who leads out of it, and he's already pulled a gap, Gaz.
Yeah, nice clean start from everybody through the field this time to get their A-final on the way. It's he's already spread them out, hasn't he, really? But I think the nature of the circuit really kind of lets this happen more often than not, doesn't it, on the opening lap?
It's the hairpins, isn't it?
It's single file, isn't it? It's just how it happens. But, Lincoln Bailey Arneson starting to pull them away.
Well, he's got to be, if he continues sort of showing this pace across the season. He came here in 8th place in the championship table, and this, it's going to be a tough call to call the North-South Challenge Cup, certainly in this class. So we'll leave that to Ollie Nitch-Smith and the rest of the boys at the NKC to work that out, as we've got a great race now with Archie Elliott for Row Alpha Racing. I'm used to seeing Archie on a red and black card, but the bright yellow and blue of the number 2 now, having moved across to Roth. He's got Scott Smith with him. We know how quick Scott is. Is Scott your neighbour?
He lives around the corner from me, yeah.
Well, he won the 3rd heat, didn't he? He won his 3rd heat.
By some 3 seconds, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott he's always been quick, isn't he? I think he was running up a couple of years ago in the 177s. He's always had a seeded number in the last 4 or 5 years that he's been in the NKC, so we know he brings talent, we know he's got speed, we definitely know he can overtake because he's come through the field a couple of times today already.
Does he prep his own cart?
Yeah, it's just him and his dad.
Yeah, he's on a Tony cart, yeah.
Hence the no sticker kit, because it's nothing to do with saving weight, as we've mentioned previously with others. It's just so they can find him on the TV.
I think that's a Tony cart. I think he's got the green and the fine green striping of the Tony cart decal. Will Murdoch is coming. He's in 4th, and he's trying to bridge that gap to 3rd place. He's trying to get on terms with these 3 here. There's Will Murdoch on the orange cart. He was the driver that was so dominant until his engine started cutting out, and we had people hitting him up the rear because of that, inadvertently, of course. Now, what's the gap towards Murdoch at 7/10? There's the fastest lap from the LRG driver. The fastest lap of the race from Will Murdoch. We're about, guys, to have a 4-cart train for the lead.
Yeah, definitely. I think Will's been unfortunate in 2 races, wasn't it? It's happened to him. So to be up at the front in the final, he's done well to recover and make use of the 2 heats he did get to finish in, or the 1 heat he had properly.
I tell you who's come on massively. Mark Gilley. Mark, brother of Steve, running out of Steve Gilley Motorsport. I think they call it Steve Gilley Motorsport, don't they?
SGR, yeah.
SGR, yeah. And since then, he's got this family team. He's with his dad, he's with his brother, and Mark showing in 5th place overall, would you believe? He's got George Walker behind him, and there's another fastest lap of the race from Will Murdoch. But that driver there on the blue cart there, Mark Gilley, leading the Masters as we continue to focus on this lead battle that has become 4 carts now.
I think I just saw in the background somebody slowing down and pulling up.
That was Mark Gilley then, because that blue cart has disappeared.
Yeah.
So that was my fault, Mark. When you watch this, there he is. He's just dropped one. He's just dropped behind George Walker, I think. So that's not too bad. Maybe. He's still leading the Masters.
He's just very wide in through.
Yes, there he is. He's still in it. He's got Jack Taylor now breathing down his neck. The next Masters is 8th overall in the form of Ian Branfield. And Ian, you can spot from space in that bright yellow and pink livery of his cart. Archie Elliott beginning to drop off the back of the leader, it looks like. But Lincoln Bailey Arneson is composed in the lead of this race, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not looking over his shoulder, is he? He's not putting his cart in a defensive posture. He's just driving his line, and if they can keep up, they keep up. But he's not doing anything overly hard, is he, at the minute?
Another Coles driver at the front of this field. The Coles team running on Venator engines as well. So that's a bit of a clue as to the performance here at ROWRAH this weekend. Archie Elliott, though, he has maybe switched himself on. There's still 7 minutes, guys. We've literally just started a heat, so there's a bit of high-speed chess going on, I think.
Yeah, I think we've crossed into that point of the heat now, where it's a bit of a waiting game, isn't it? Do you want to show your hand early and show your competitors where you're fast, where you can overtake? So I think we might see Will Murdoch make a move, though. He'll want to get to the front. He's quite keen, isn't he, to prove what he can do after this morning. What I always found is you have momentum. You're driving, you're faster than the cart in front. You have momentum, and if you continue that momentum and get past as quickly as you possibly can, the last thing you want to do is settle in behind the cart you've caught, because then that you stop that progress, that momentum of progress is stifled, and then you can end up sitting there and not really finding anywhere that you can get past, because you've kind of been sort of caught out in braking areas and acceleration areas and the like. And Murdoch, I think, is probably about to start experiencing that, where he's caught them. He's faster than those carts in front of him because he's caught them. Now he's settled in and he's now running bumper to bumper. Yeah, it was very wide by Archie Elliott as he went through Iredale as well. Is that given? He covers a line from Scott Smith, so Scott has to sit there for another lap. He punches out of the corner by taking that line. But again, there's no difference really, no discernible difference in the speed. Murdoch does take Sonny very, very well here. Again, this might be just a research mission at this stage, guys, with 5.5 minutes remaining of this final. They're just sussing each other out and seeing where they're weak and where
where they can maybe exploit, where they're strong in comparison to the car in front of you. Or it might be that they're just absolutely flat chat like Lincoln Bailey Arneson seems to be.
And to be fair, that's probably the case as well, isn't it? Because these guys have been the quickest guys all day, hence we're starting at the front. So this is probably close to their ultimate pace, I would say, by this stage. So making a move is going to be a lot harder, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Fastest lap of the race so far is on lap 7. Previous lap to this one was Lincoln Bailey Arneson, who not just satisfied with leading, but wanted to really show his dominance by putting in the fastest lap of the race, 46.684. He's just getting on with it, though, isn't he? He's just pushing, keeping that push, keeping that consistency, keeping that rhythm, and that rhythm is carrying him even further ahead of this field.
Yeah, I think Archie Elliott might be starting to back these guys up. George Walker's getting a little bit closer, took a little bit of time out of him, and 2/10 over the line that time round. But still, lap after lap, Scott Smith or Will Murdoch cannot find a way by that number 2 kart yet, can they? As he goes defensive again into the Stewart chicane. What's really happening at the minute?
Yeah, 4 minutes and 20 seconds is a long time to defend around ROWRAH. And Archie Elliott's already begun that process of being very careful. I think the stewardesses, no disrespect to Archie, he's doing the right thing by taking that middle ground entry. There's about 3 ways you can enter that, stewardesses, and Archie's choosing the one that makes it very hard to go down his inside. And if he remains focused and consistent, he'll manage that for the next 4 minutes.
Yeah,
Here we go. We're going to find out, guys.
Will Murdoch so late on the break and made up an awful lot of time back up to the back of Scott Smith. Not to say he was necessarily far away, but you can really see the difference in where they break and how they get the kart stopped and turned. Scott Smith still... he's not really looked for an overtake yet either, has he? He's just been sitting there shadowing, seeing what's happening.
Will Murdoch did the same, guys. He caught them, and then he's just sat there. Yeah. And maybe he's just, they're just waiting for the clock to tick by, happy to keep the pace going. They're 9/10s, absolutely flat out racing. If anybody makes a mistake, and is that mistake going to happen now? As Archie Elliott gets overtaken and he comes back, but no, he's got to defend from Will Murdoch. As Scott Smith has made the move to second place, just when you said, and Murdoch comes alongside, so Archie Elliott's going to go from second to 4th place as Murdoch is down the inside into the stewardesses and will make that stick as well. And Archie Elliott's wondering what has happened here. I've gone from second to 4th place now, and the question is, guys, are we going to see Scott Smith and even Will Murdoch begin to ebb away from Archie Elliott?
Yeah, I think that's entirely possible. They've lost a fair bit of ground over the last lap or so to our race leader, but great bit of driving that by Will Murdoch. He used the tow from Scott Smith down the back straight and got that manoeuvre completed, I think, even before they got to the corner, didn't they, on Archie Elliott? So, but in the background, look who's coming. It's number 8 of George Walker.
Yeah, he's been coming very slowly, hasn't he? And there he is. He's about to be on the rear bumper of Archie Elliott as Will Murdoch has a sneaky look down the inside of Scott Smith. Scott Smith slams the door in front of him, literally smacks him on the nose with that door slam. And Scott Smith now fully aware of Will Murdoch right there. And Archie Elliott, let's not discount Archie, the ROWRAH driver, is not out of this by any chalk.
No, certainly not. I think him just sitting there with the last kind of under 2 minutes to go is not a bad place to be. Will Murdoch's going to want to get by Scott Smith sooner rather than later. It does look like he is quicker. He seems to get the kart manoeuvred around the corners in a better manner. He's got a lot more punch out of the corners, hasn't he, like there. Scott goes slightly defensive, covers the line for the back straight. He'll white line it all the way down the inside now, as he does.
Yeah. Murdoch following in his wheel tracks as well. Now, is Will aware that Archie Elliott and indeed George Walker now joining in the party as we get towards the final minute of this Rotax 177 final, the A-final here at ROWRAH for round 2. It's the trophy is very much going in the direction of Coles Racing once again, just like I did in juniors. Lincoln Bailey Arneson has dominated this race. He's off, and unfortunately we've neglected him slightly at the front of this field because he's been so dominant. All the action, unfortunately, has been for second, third, fourth and fifth places now. And with, I think, 2 more laps after this one, there's still plenty of time for these 4 to do something about their race position, and hopefully it won't go horribly wrong for anybody.
Yeah, now we've got George Walker. I think if George was going to make a move, you want to get it done as soon as he arrived. I think that time has passed, so Archie Elliott is going to be very much aware that he's now on the back of this group. Gets really close through the last corner. He's not going to get the drive up there. It's too short a drive, really, in a senior Rotax to get up alongside somebody into turn one. But so he pick their way through, up and over the curbs, using all of the road and some more. Yeah, it's not over yet, is it? I expected Scott Smith and Will Murdoch to pull away, and they haven't done that.
Yeah, they haven't, have they, Archie? We expected that. Archie Elliott, though, has kept them honest, and now we've got George Walker coming in. 2-seater drivers here, 3-seater drivers, 4-seater drivers if you include the leader in the top 5 positions, understandably. And Scott Smith, as we've got the leader, Lincoln Bailey Arneson, about to come around Paddock turn. There's the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. As Lincoln Bailey Arneson will see the last lap board, we'll hold our vision, hold our attention on this battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, because as Archie Elliott defends for that 4th place, George Walker is wanting it. Archie Elliott has to, there's no real defence from anybody other than Elliott, who feels like he's struggling to stay ahead, isn't he? There's definitely a difference in pace and performance. I think Archie Elliott is driving around that. As we have the leader coming through St John's into the left-hander at Sunny, and the tall frame of Lincoln Bailey Arneson into Paddock turn for the final time. He will take the checkered flag, and a very well-deserved win there in fine style, in quite dominant style. No change, would you believe, Gaz, behind him, as Scott Smith, Will Murdoch, Archie Elliott and George Walker maintained those positions. Now, I know nothing happened.
That was a good technical race.
When you're watching that, the potential of something happening is massive.
Yeah, for sure. And if you were watching in the background as George Walker tried everything to get past Archie Elliott into the Stuart S's, I think he tried all the lines and some more to get by. And that's the thing, isn't it? That's the best part about a technical race like that.
Let's have a look at the result then. It's Coles Racing's Lincoln Bailey Arneson with them for the first time this weekend. Takes the win in fine style. Scott Smith in 2nd, Will Murdoch in 3rd, Archie Elliott 4th, George Walker 5th. And then we have Nathan Wells, the first of the Masters. Ian Branfield finished 7th. Matthew Lambert up from 25th on the grid to 8th to get some good championship points. Ethan Wyatt from 11th on the grid to 9th. Steve Gilly, 2nd in the Masters, finishes in 10th. Loris Hilton, 11th. And then we've got Jack Taylor, Cole Edwards, Ollie Owen, Josh Pickford, Dan Milner, 4th in the, it was Lawrence Hilton who was 3rd in the Masters. 4th is Dan Milner. And then behind Dan, 17th, Patrick Williams, Rahaj, Harry Taylor, Ryan Layton, Tyler Fossey, Dan Millward. Another of the Masters drivers, Solomon Williams, finished in 22nd. And then we did lose Mark Gilly. He did have a problem. He went out on 13 laps. Ashton Parsons, we lost on 2 laps. Louis Rees, out on the first lap. Louis had, I'm not even sure he finished I know he didn't finish the second heat, didn't finish his third heat, and he doesn't finish the A-final. He'll be going home from ROWRAH just wanting to not even think about Cumbria for a long time.
Yeah, disappointed on his behalf. He won't be happy with that. He's predominantly at the front of it, most of these races, isn't he? In the top 10 more often than not, troubling for the wins. But that could have been out of choice more than anything else.
You never know,
you know, you're at the back of the grid, so...
Here they come. It's the Intermax Rotax finalists. It's Ethan McNally Roberts who lines up on the front row of the grid. And then we've got Zane Williams alongside. Bradley Beggs is on the second row, and I've got Freya Bond on 4th as that. Yes, I know. I've got it again. I've just refreshed. Okay. You want to do it again? I'll do it again. Ethan McNally Roberts on the pole position. Zane Williams alongside. Bradley Beggs and Rishan Kostler are on row 2. Row 3 is Kian Kostler and Oscar Tarsi. Thomas Gulliver and Harrison Parker are on row 4. Max Tomsit and Calvin Sherlock are on row 5. with Callum Miller and Goldsworthy on row 6. Travis Owens and Maria Jurgalovic are learning all the time. On row 7, row 8 is Deacon Thomas and Mai Maru, with Rishan Kosler rounding off a 17 cart into Rotax Field. Now then, where is Jack Daniels? Jack Daniels is not in this final.
No, he was in the barrier, wasn't he, after that accident?
Yeah, that's nasty. Perhaps either the cart or Jack not feeling too good.
Yes. We hope he's well. We hope he gets better as we go racing with Inter Rotax into Eau Rouge for the first time.
Yeah, and it's a nice clean getaway by the field as they pick their way through. Oh, no, disregard that. Is it a full start?
It is a full start.
They've not put the boards out.
There's the full start board there. Easy to see. We've got a cart that's spun off.
It's a red flag. There's a red flag at post 1.
Oh, we've got a cart off. It's Maria Jurgalovic, who has gone off to driver's left at the chicane. It looks like we might have had a rollover. Maria is there. We've got people with her. So we'll keep you posted on that one. As we're going to bring these carts back around. The red flag has gone out. And
she's got a yellow flag, though. This is all rather confusing at the minute. It's definitely a red flag.
Yeah. So the grid of carts will come around and stop probably on the... We usually stop them here at ROWRAH. Yes, I see the official just walking out there to stop them on the run towards Paddock turn, which is just out of this left-hander here. So we've lost Maria, who is still being tended to. And we will bring you updates when they come. At the moment, we will wait for that incident to be sorted out. Looking forward to... What are you two waving your arms about? Yes, you did. Yes, you absolutely did. And I'd blame you for that. Gives us an opportunity to just remind everybody what the 2026 season has in store for the Junction 6 NKC. We've got round 3 at Wilton Mill on the first weekend of June. That's the 5th to the 7th of June. Race day being the 7th of June, of course. That's also the O plate. So not just round 3 honours, that will be timed qualifying for Wilton Mill, another iconic track in the UK, another stalwart of British karting. From there, we go a month later to round 4, which will be mixed grids format for round 4 at Shennington. I mean, talk about old school kart tracks. Shennington has got to be the old school kart track. An airfield circuit. I've been racing at Shennington for quite a long time. I'm not sure what you're pointing at, my friend. Oh, he's got a UAE jacket on. I don't know who that is. Yes, you can't just point, Nick. I'm not a mind reader. Why don't you use your microphone?
I thought you'd open your eyes and be equally intrigued by what you saw as I was.
Well, you see, you are taking it for granted that
you can use your eyes.
I can
Actually,
read.
You haven't got your glasses. You haven't got your long distance glasses on, have you?
And I haven't, no.
No.
I was talking about Shennington. Have you been to Shennington?
Yes, we were there last year. You weren't there, though.
No. I mean, have you raced at Shennington?
No.
No. Did you only race at Buckmore Park?
And Tilbury.
Oh, and Tilbury?
Yeah.
Wow, Tilbury Docks.
That's why I just slapped my shoulder.
Did you race at Shennington? Have you raced at Shennington?
No. I have not.
Have you raced at Shennington?
Yes.
There we are, see.
We look
forward to all your stories about Shennington.
Yes.
Round
5.
But be careful, because that's 3 weeks before Buckmore Park.
Round 5, well, that's a different series, so let's not confuse it. Round 5 is Warden Law.
You can stay in your own bed. You can stay in your own bed.
Stay in my own bed. 7th and 9th of August for round 5. That will be time qualifying. Now, Warden Law, probably a good idea. Remember the newly configured Warden Law. Slightly wider in places, new format of
what you need to do is
the final.
What we'll have you do at the start of the race, okay, is we'll have you talk about all the changes without showing any of the pictures.
We're not that amateurish,
because apparently that's what people do these days.
No, apparently not. Yeah. Not what we do. That's what amateurs do.
No.
Yes. And then
I've heard you're peachy keen about to do that.
I'm really peachy keen about that, man.
Yeah,
I'm very peachy about going to Warden Law. Absolutely, totally. I'm so peachy, I could have jazz hands right now.
Could you really?
Yes.
All right, Keith.
Yes. Round 6 and the final round for 2026. I mean, at this point of the season,
Very
I don't really
early.
want to think about the end of the season. But round 6 is going to be a clear pigeon.
Is it?
Another iconic car track.
Under threat.
And one that's under threat.
Say that
Clay
again?
pigeon.
Well, I have raced there. That's my home track.
I know it is. That's your home track.
You live
From
in
my home
Peterborough.
track to your home track.
I'm from Weymouth, though.
Yeah, but you live in Peterborough.
Fortunately.
Your home track is Wilton Mill.
Or Fullbeck.
I suppose so. Well, if it's Fullbeck, it's also PFI, isn't it?
That's the 11th to the 13th at Clear, which is under threat. It's under threat from
Under threat from caravans.
local council or something, isn't it?
Yeah, they want to build about. No, it's a local holiday park wants to build like 800 caravans. So 800 caravans with no amenities.
That's what Paul Bainbridge wants to do to Warden Law. He wants to become the manager
That's Bainbridge didn't like karting.
of a caravan park.
Oh, yeah, doesn't surprise me.
Does he know he works at the wrong place?
He loves
Like
karting. He loves karting. It's what he wanted. He wanted competition karting at Warden Law.
And now he
and
doesn't.
now it's the bane of his life.
Yeah, well,
It's what he wanted.
You've got to be careful what you wish for.
Yes.
Absolutely. He's invited owner drivers down to his lovely hire circuit. And things
he
horribly
has.
Wrong.
Yes.
Like they don't listen to him. It says a maximum of 200. No, we'll have 250.
And all that goes with it. That's the 2026 Junction 6 NKC. What have we got in store on Karting Live TV?
Karting Live TV has an exciting period coming up. I'm going to the theatre next weekend. It's very exciting.
I'm not on about what you're doing. What have we got for the viewers on Karting Live TV, you lunatic?
People would like to. Do you not know the whole thing now about building a brand? Is people would like to know about the people involved in the brand, like Instagram, everything what we're doing. So you should be Instagram what you're doing.
All right, I'll tell you what. I'm going to Nürburgring to work on to commentate on the Nürburgring 24 hours, and the former Formula One world champion is going to be on the grid.
Who's that?
Max Verstappen.
Never heard of him.
Really? What is he?
I've heard of Jos Verstappen. Is he Max person?
Is he running as Hans Hermann?
No, I think he's running as. Oh no! I've crashed into someone again. No, it's very exciting next week. You will be at the epicentre of world motorsport.
I will be.
And then the following week, you'll be at the epicentre of world motorsport for the Fullbeck Clubbing round 3 and the TKM Extreme O Plate.
Yes.
How will you cope?
Yes.
I tell you, Fullbeck, another iconic
on
karting venue.
We talked about the first week of June. We are here, obviously at Wilton Mill with the NKC, and then the second week of June we're at the epicentre of world motorsport again.
That really is
with Moore.
Arguably, it's not even arguable, the greatest motor race in the history
don't
of
tell the
motor race.
Americans that. They'll argue. The Americans will argue.
Well, they say it's the Indy 500, but everybody else says it's the Le Mans 24 hours.
I do prefer the Le Mans 24
What do you
hours.
say, guys?
The
What do you
only
say?
person we could ask who'd know the answer what is the greatest race unfortunately died in 1975.
Who's that?
Graham Hill. And he man who won all three.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, very good. Yes.
You probably asked Mario, because Mario's done it. Have you not asked Mario? You've met Mario many a time.
Did he win all three? He's not won all three, has he?
No, he's done all three.
Oh, he's done all three.
I remember a very awkward...
He never won Le Mans. He was second.
Can you remember when Andretti came, Mario Andretti, the 1978 Formula One world champion and multiple Indy 500 winner, came to Le Mans in 2000 and did a comeback.
I wasn't there.
In the panels, right? Front engine panels, beast.
So he was 60 then? Or 50,
50.
late 50s?
I think he was 50.
Late 50s.
And
he's 83 now.
His first session on the Wednesday, he went out and he came in, and I thought, I'm going to be there. And I was there for him to get out the car, took his helmet off, had a drink of water. I pointed, respectfully, microphone.
Mm-hmm.
He went, yeah, thumbs up, I'll be with you in a moment. And he came across, and it was the most stilted interview I've ever done.
Really?
I was like, I was excited, how Mario Andretti here at Le Mans.
What worse than some of the 8-year-old cadet drivers?
So, yeah, a bit like that. I was like, yeah, how was that? It was all right. So you're glad to be back? It must be great being back at Le Mans. Yes, it's okay. And I'm thinking, what the? So then I start talking about, you the first driver to win a world championship with ground effects, blah, blah, blah. And he warmed to me because I proved that I knew a lot about his career. And he warmed to me and I went away. Then it transpired that while he was out on track, on his way back into the pits, down from Mulsanne Corner to Indianapolis, the front of the car had come off the ground. Oh, and he was pointing at the sky.
Was this flip era, was it?
It was flip era. He pointed at the sky, and then the front of the car came back down, and righted itself, and he came straight in the pits. So there was him needing a fresh set of underpants and clean up on aisle 4, and stupid Bradley bouncing around saying how wonderful it must be to be back in Le Mans. And he's thinking, why am I doing this?
Well, you know, you managed to end one legend's career. You know, this is your problem.
What do you mean?
Stanley Moss retired.
He retired.
Rather than carry on racing and have to talk to you another time, you just said, that's it. It's the last time I'm doing an interview. I'm retiring.
He swore live on air. He
Really?
said, I've shit myself.
No, you've just sworn live on air.
Now I have, yes.
Now I've got to go fill out a whole new set of forms about the monetisation.
He said that. I got in the car. I said, well, it's a Sterling. What, you know, how was that? Well, it's the last time I'll ever drive a race car. I've just myself. And I went, really?
Well.
Really?
There we are.
He said, well, I don't know. You know what? It's yep. And his managers behind him going, what? I'm going to have to prepare the press release. I went, you are saying you are never going to drive a racing. I'm never going to drive a racing car again. I was like, wow.
He was 80, wasn't he?
He was about 82 or something.
Yeah. Wasn't it at the Good Revival or something like that?
No, it was at Le Mans. Le Mans. It was in the historic support race to the 24 hours.
Oh, I see. Right.
Yeah, it was like a Wednesday night.
Yeah.
And he
I've only got to find another 19 memories now.
It dawned on him that he was maybe too old for this. And it was the same. I remember interviewing Paul Newman at Petit Le Mans.
Yeah.
And I was told...
I'm sorry, but that is a cracking name drop there.
It is, isn't it? But what I mean is, so Paul Newman, to me, will always be that Paul Newman on Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
Yes.
And he's, the big, bright blue eyes. And I was told by our manager, do not talk to him about anything other than the motorsport. You don't talk about his movie career. You don't talk to him about his salad dressing. He's here as a racing driver. He is Paul Newman, racing driver. Talk to him about the racing. So he gets out the car, and this guy, he's about 6 foot, takes his helmet off.
Piercing blue eyes?
I think he's under 6 foot, actually.
Piercing blue eyes?
He turned, he took his helmet off, facing away from me, and there was just this grey matted hair of this old man. And I thought, oh my God, that's not Paul Newman. And then he turned and he looked at me with those big blue piercing eyes, and I thought, oh my God, it is Paul Newman. And I was like starstruck. Oh my God, this is Paul Newman. Yeah. The point is, he was about 70 or something.
Yeah.
This is like early 2000s. He's about 70, raced in a GT car in American Le Mans series. It's like.
I want to point out that 2 of these 3 subjects you're talking about are now dead. Is that down to you, do you think?
Well, there's a common link here, isn't there? And it happens to be Joe Bradley.
Yeah.
Cart's moving off.
There we go. We're up and running again. Okay.
Yes, and Maria Jurgova-Chuta is off to the medicals, with the medics, I should say, to be sorted out. Hopefully she's well, not too winded, as we get the grid of carts back underway. Now, Ethan McNally-Roberts was 4th in the championship after round 1. Zane Williams, Jack Daniels leading the championship, and they are very much in contention at the front of this field. You can't discount Bradley Beggs as well. He was 7th into this championship after round 1. Freya Bond was 10th. Amelie Davey was 8th. But Zane Williams and Jack Daniels, Callum Miller, 3rd in the championship table as well. So Callum was up there as well. Now, Callum starting in 12th place, I think, is Callum Miller. Between them, Oscar Tarsi in his 2nd weekend, the fat karting champion, the electric kart series of Rob Smedley. He's come here. He's in his 2nd weekend with the NKC. Ahead of Oscar is Freya Bond, Bradley Beggs, Rishan. Rishan Kostler has gone very, very well, and Rishan comes here 5th in the championship. Here they come then. We're about to go racing for trophies. 12 minutes for these youngsters to complete their final, and this time we get through the chicane unscathed. No incidents to report, Gas.
No, nice tidy start again, wasn't it? Where's everybody going? That's really wide, isn't it, by the chase and pack there through McRae's, but nonetheless, leaders pick their way through and down the hill for the first time. Ethan McNally Robinson then is still ahead of this. Zane Williams managed to get round Iredale's this time without using the grass on the exits. He's learned that today, hasn't he? He's done that a few times on the trip over there.
He's letting the car breathe, isn't he? He's not stifling any momentum at all, is he? Now, these two are teammates. We've got an incident coming out of the Stewart S's involving everybody, literally involving everybody but the top three. There is 3 carts. We've got another red flag. As quite a major incident involving literally the whole field of Rotax carts, apart from what I think is the top 3 carts. They've gone round, the clock has stopped. Top 5. So we had 5 carts clear, so that would be everybody down to. So that incident involving Freya Bond, Thomas Gulliver, Oscar Tarsi, Harrison Parkin, Calvin Sherlock, Ayrton Goldsworthy, Callum Miller, Travis Owens, Deacon Thomas and Mahi Maru.
Well, that means then, when this race does get going, because they've not actually completed a racing lap, that it will be a full race. Normal start.
Yes, absolutely.
This race actually hasn't started yet, has it, really?
Yeah, this race has not started, guys. You're right. It's quite right. It will be racing over 12 minutes. Unless, of course, they shorten the final for timetable rules. There's a few drivers there consoling one another, so that might, I'm not quite sure. I have no idea what happened there, but certainly the track was blocked and it involved a lot of carts there.
Yeah, and it wasn't at the exit of the chicane either. It was on the kink left.
It was
towards down the hill. And
they were well out of the stewardesses, weren't they?
So we'll see how this unfolds.
It seems that all the drivers are okay. Not sure about all the carts, though.
No.
All the drivers, there's one driver who was in his cart. I think he was told to stay in his cart. Now he's getting out of his cart, so I think he's okay. So I think all the drivers are okay. But yeah, there is a lot of kerfufflage down there.
I mean, was that a grid of, 16 took that restart, didn't they? And 3 of them have come out unscathed, or 6 of them possibly, because there's 3 being held at the exit of the chicane, I can see, from my position. Still.
But yeah, I'm not quite sure how long this how long this cleanup is going to take, because I think they need to get the team members to assess whether these carts are roadworthy or raceworthy. Can I just say I told you so?
Yes, you did say there would be a red flag, and now we've had 2.
I said there'd be non-stop red flags. I said, not in this particular heat, by the way, just generally in the finals. I predicted that.
And here we are, living out the nightmare. You see Gez Owen walking up there to check on everybody.
I do think everyone's all right, though. Thankfully, I don't see anyone. I think one of the lads, or that is getting a little bit of a look at a wrist by the looks of it. But I think everyone's mostly pretty much okay.
Yeah, be interesting to see how that unfolded. Such a distance away from.
Well, it started
spot,
with
really.
So the top 5 got through, and then it just unfolded from there. But we don't get any timing because the red flag was called and that stops the timing. But I'm pretty sure the top 5 were fine, and then it went wrong from 6 down over.
Yeah. Nevertheless, we'll hope the drivers are okay.
There we are. Is it just 5 carts? It is just 5 carts, isn't it? Who've got through, and no, it's more than 5, is it?
There's 3 down by the final.
It's 3. Yeah, it's 8 carts in total. All right.
So 8 carts managed to get through.
In
whatever
total
happened, yeah.
I think there's 5 at the front and 3 at the back, which means 8 carts are involved, from my maths.
It's like Spa 98 all over again, isn't it?
Well, without the rain.
Without all of the rain, of which it was many.
But this is not my surprise face, by the way. We got red flags because it could be so far ahead of schedule. I'm looking to get home earlier now. No, that's gone wrong.
You were forever banned from mentioning what's going to happen during the day, I think. You take it off your bingo card. I don't want to do this one again.
It's good for Ash, though. He gets to sit in his chair a bit longer. How's the book going, Ash? Excellent.
Still doing his Fernando Alonso.
Oh, dear.
Oh.
That's the carnage. Is that on Mac? I'd say that's as far as we can zoom in because it's far away the track. Ash could give us a lovely shot of what's going on, but he's too busy just texting people.
Oh yeah, look at the 111 carts, the front wheels.
Yes, I think there are a number of carts that are not fitting very well, whereas the people on the whole are fine.
some
There we
steering
are,
wheel
it's up.
damage.
Oh,
And a
it's-
few other bits.
And that shows you how much of a rise and fall is that hill, isn't it? It doesn't look it from up here. It looks flat, but you can just you can't really see over the hill.
It's quite. When you drive it, you can really notice you suddenly just fall away. If you're brave enough, it's flat out in the wet in a senior Rotax.
So that's Oscar Tarsi's cart, the red and white
And
cart
Oscar.
being brought in by Gary, his mechanic.
So is that it, or is it just going back to the?
I don't know. I think.
Or they're just positioning it back with the? I think there's a few carts will not make the restocks of cart reasons.
Yeah.
That 111 is definitely looking a bit second hand.
Are we down a few wheels? Oh yeah, we're down a few. Yes, that's not right. That wheel shouldn't be there. Even I know that.
We're getting a bit of cart recovery. What were we talking about before we?
You were name dropping with Paul
Newman.
Newman, but I have the reverse of that. You know how you saw Paul Newman? It was like, wow, it's Paul Newman. When Michael Fassbender was driving, when Michael Fassbender,
no.
When Michael Fassbender was driving,
Okay.
and mostly crashing, because Michael Fassbender is married to Alicia Vikander. And Alicia Vikander is by far the most attractive woman in the world in various films I've seen her in. So, the Robot one and that other one. And
she was in Lara Croft. She was in The Light Between the Oceans.
She was in that Oscar-winning one where what's his name changed his sex. What was that called? The Danish girl. She was in that.
Oh, yes.
Anyway,
Yeah.
so I thought, Alicia Vikander might come along because, she's Michael's wife. Alicia Vikander came along. Makeup's good, isn't it? She was so ordinary. She was like quite a pretty girl, if that. And I was thinking, and she wasn't very nice to her Filipino nanny. That was pretty obvious as well. So frankly, went from being my favourite actress to about number 15 instantly. So never meet your heroes in the pit lane when their husband's been done a 24-hour race
at 3 in the morning.
Yeah, and they're really upset because they're having problems with their nanny and their children.
And their
because apparently at that point they don't look very good.
And their husband has a tendency to crash heavily. So she's probably worried.
Yes.
Has he stopped racing now, Michael Fassbender?
Yeah.
Entirely.
Yes.
What about Dempsey? Is he still going? Or
No,
has he
no,
stopped?
Dempsey ages ago.
He's
Frankie
stopped.
Munoz is racing again because he's just done another series of Malcolm in the Middle, so he's got more cash again.
All right.
Is that why he stopped?
Dempsey he was on the grid at Miami for the Formula One, wasn't he?
He was.
No, I saw him as he was in the pits when he was still getting. He hasn't done
Is he
anything.
still involved in?
What has he done acting-wise? Since he
he's
was
done
Enchanted. No. Since then,
Enchanted.
No, that was 20 years
Enchanted
ago.
2.
15 years ago.
Oh, he's just done a thing that's on. It's on one of the streaming services.
Oh, well, isn't everything on the stream? Isn't everything?
Where he plays an assassin who's got the onset of dementia.
Oh, I need to recommend something to everybody listening. Everybody who's currently on it, you must watch if you're over the age of 16. A program called Mr. In Between. It's an Australian program. It's on Disney Plus. It is the best thing I've seen since Breaking Bad. It's the best thing I've seen in 7 years. Ooh. It's brilliant. It's about a hitman, but that's not that undersells it. It's a comedy drama. It's a drama with occasional laughs, but it's just brilliant. It's just like a slice of life. It's like if you're a hitman, what would your life be like? Outside of when there are some hits. There's problems with his wife. There's problems with his girlfriend. There's problems with his child. Problems with his brother. Have you seen it then, Gaz?
I haven't seen it, but I've seen the trailer.
Absolutely brilliant. It's finished now. It was on a few years ago. It's an Australian thing, but frankly, I don't often do this to the watching listening millions. Mr. In Between. If you're in the UK, it's on Disney Plus.
Nice little plug for them.
Public service announcement about televisual thing.
Hang on, I'm going to get the IMDb number up for everyone.
It's about 8 points something.
So we don't. Mr.
In
Between.
And you guys might be a bit old for this. We've just finished watching Daredevil Born Again Season 2, and that's some of the best TV.
Not interested in Marvel.
Forget it's Marvel.
It's
storytelling.
Superhero. Not interested in superheroes.
It doesn't fly
I had superhero fatigue after Superman 3 in 1986.
Yeah. I got that after Iron Man 2, I think.
Everybody, 8.7.
I know, it's brilliant.
Why have I missed that?
I'm not. It's not me who. I was recommended by about 3 other people, and I'm now passing it on, like paying it forward. My televisual recommendations.
Yes. See how useful the information is when we. So we've got the grid of a depleted grid of Rotax.
Are they going to give it another go? Are they going to get another go for 12 minutes?
I'm not sure that they are going to give them the full 12 minutes. We wait and see.
How many have we got left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got 10 left. I think we lost Oscar,
8.
and we lost a couple more being rolled up now with various bits of damage. That's motor racing. They're now happy they're in the correct order.
Yeah, they'll do a warm up and then send them round.
It's weird, Rick. It's very rare that into Rotax it causes any problems.
You are kidding.
Normally it's Junior causing
kidding.
issues.
You are kidding.
No. When does Inter cause problems? When red flags on Inters?
Well, perhaps not so much in the NKC because we've had small grids. The grids, I've got to say, are great, aren't they? We're
They're growing.
They're growing. In other series, which we've been part of, the Intermax, Minimax, when they were Minimax.
Oh, this is the problem. I don't remember which one. Minimax and Micro. You know how the issue with Micro and Mini?
Yes, you do. Minimax and Inter.
And you forget old people.
I do, yes. Yeah. Sorry, Moritz. He's not going to be watching this. Not anymore.
No, he's gone off to watch Mr. In Between.
Yes, he has now.
8.7 IMDb.
We've just lost a lot of viewers off the live stream. Have we got anybody? Henry Duncan says, "What's happened?" Well, Henry, just to give everybody, if you are just joining us, that's the Inter-Rotax grid of what's left of it. We had an incident at the start. We then had a red flag, and then we had a restart, and then we had an incident at the stewardesses involving everybody but the top 5. The leading 5 got through, and the last 3 got through. That is literally the walking wounded that you see there. There's a lot of carts that have retired and gone back to the paddock. They're now being regridded as to what we've got. I think, did we see Oscar Tarsi's cart?
That got taken off the grid.
It's got taken off, so Oscar's a retirement.
We'll know when they go across the stripe, won't we? Who's left and what order they're in.
Yes, we'll find out who's left when they come through. So we've had 2 major incidents involving a lot of youngsters. So discretion always the better part of Fallot. That's brought out the red flag. What have I done there, Gaz?
You have pressed a button because you can't see what you're doing. How do I know how to work an iPad?
Literally, they've broken it. They have broken the iPad. Oh, it's like,
I give up. I
it's
don't
like
do Apple
It's like
products.
watching Waldorf and Statler try to do something, honestly.
What's really funny, though, we wouldn't be in this predicament if you didn't say there'd be a red flag. This is a true story.
Very good point, Gaz.
Yep. None of this would be happening right now.
It's a bit unfair.
It's a very, very valid point from well, what have I done? Literally, what
have you done?
What have I done?
I don't know. Oh, there we go. That looks better. It's filled the screen again.
Yes,
There we are. Well done. You fixed it. I don't know how, but you did.
Don't know how.
Magic.
You want to pause that once you can?
Hang on. So what's happened? Yeah, Henry Duncan.
We really should have a booth cam to see some of the old men peering at the screens.
I think we get that at Studio Vision at Le Mans.
This is
June. Studio Vision. Yeah, that'll be on Karting Live TV. Studio Vision will be on Karting Live TV.
Do you want me to do this?
I'm not talking to you.
I know, but I'm in the middle of something. Henry Duncan says this is junior racing in Inters.
I
don't know what you. I see. This is yes. Very right, Henry. Yes, we absolutely agree with you.
Well, we don't know what happened to say that for a start.
Yes, that's the newest responses that we have. So we are, I think, on the verge of getting things underway. We'll wait and see what the timekeepers give us with regards to the duration of this race, whether or not we are going to shorten because of the stoppage. Pardon me, the stoppages.
They aren't really up against it for time. It might be they're shortening it for fuel or something.
It is your fault, though. He said, we're due to finish early if we don't have any red flags.
I said, we are currently so far ahead of time, we're going to finish really early, which means I guarantee we'll have at least one long red flag. We've had 2 medium red flags instead.
Okay. There's a classification of red flag length.
What's the longest red flag we've had? I'll tell you the longest flag you and I have had.
Go on then.
Seabury.
10 p.m.
Yep.
At the Dubai 24 hours.
Oh, yeah.
It went for 300. It was a 365-day red flag.
That's true. I had a...
that was bad weather.
Never restarted. It was raining in Dubai.
Longest. You might better beat this because you did Nürburgring, but the longest fill I was involved in was 5.5 hours at Petit Le Mans in 09 or 10. It rained and we kept talking for the whole of the 10 hours before they decided not to run it. They didn't call it early at all.
They just
I
left
remember
you
having
hanging.
a very, very amusing conversation with Dario and Marino about Johnny Molin, which is completely unrepeatable.
Dario who?
Franchitti.
Yes, well, you've
and
got
Marino
to say
Franchitti.
that. Not everybody knows who Dario and
very,
Marino is.
very funny.
Did Molan fall off his chair?
Not at that point, but it was good fun. It's one of those things where you're just enjoying it. So we're all sitting there being British in the wet.
What are your Le Mans memories, Nick?
Well, I need to find. I've got to find 19
this
more.
Is what I'm trying to do. If you have any Le Mans memories out there, people, just fire them in.
But they need to be
in the last 20
point
years.
About this, they're not supposed to be about the. They're not really supposed to be about the race.
They're what? Sorry.
They're supposed to be. They're not supposed to be about the race. They're supposed to be about the event.
Oh, that's what you did there.
Yeah,
you did that.
Completely loused that one up, haven't
yes.
I? Honestly, I have literally. It's one of those moments where you think, "Will you never learn, Damon? Will you never learn?" Never. I wasn't even. Yes, never volunteer for anything. I wasn't volunteering.
What do you think you were going to do?
I don't know.
Just suggest something for other people to do.
Yes. It's not my train set.
I feel like you two need marriage counselling or something at this stage.
It's about us. It's about me.
It's not about.
We do, but this isn't about it. This is something else entirely.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think they're going to get going in a sec. No, maybe there's a kind. I don't know why they're holding it so long. Oh, the track's clear. Bet some of them don't start now.
There we go. Green flag.
Green flag.
And away we go. We see what kind of grid order we've got and who's left in this race as they cross the line. A few cuts.
Yeah, let's see. Who has crossed the line, Gaz?
Well, we've got 9 cuts, and some of them have made an awful lot of positions, apparently. So we'll... I think we'll have to wait for them to go around again, because I'm not sure if they're in the right order from when they had the green flag.
You're not even on, Nick. Get your talking away there. And
I think there's 9 or 10. I think there's 10 carts of all the carts that rolled to that position where I were actually able to take the start. But let's find out, everybody. It's very exciting.
Little hand gestures from the 55 there of Ethan McNally-Roberts telling everybody to slow down. He's the pole man. It's up to you, mate.
His teammate Zane Williams, also championship leader alongside. There's the other 2 orange and black carts as Dirk runs across the barrier to his position to start these inter-Rotax carts off. We'll confirm who we've got in the race when they click underneath us to go green. We have got 8 minutes of racing to go. So we've reduced the length of this final to 8 minutes. And it's Ethan McNally-Roberts, Cian Costler, Zane Williams, Freya Bond, Harrison Park and Thomas Gulliver, Calvin Sherlock, Ayrton Goldsworthy, Mai Maru and Travis Owens. They are 10 carts that remain in this inter-Rotax field. And it looks to me like that is the number 55 of Ethan McNally-Roberts, who is in the lead, and now his teammate Zane Williams has just snatched back that second place, guys, with a magnificent move down the inside at the stewardesses.
Yeah, it was quite a bold move, wasn't it, from the distance he came back, but certainly made it stick. He's already pulled a couple of cart lengths away. I think, well, because Zane has given us... Oh, hello. As somebody just... That was Zane Williams off the circuit, wasn't it? Where did he go?
Yes, it was.
Did he get caught on the curb, I think?
He went zinging off at a tangent there. I'm not sure what happened there. I mean, these tyres will be cold again, and we've sent them round for one lap, and then we're back on it as we've got a change of position for second place for sure. As Zane Williams now in 5th, he will have to recompose himself as the number 22, Thomas Gulliver. He's the orange cart now as we go almost 2 wide. We are indeed 2 wide, and Harrison Park, and down the inside of Cian Costler is Ollie Hancock. The Ollie Hancock driver, Costler, now down to 3rd. The blue and yellow cart of Harrison Park and up to 2nd with the number 6 of Freya Bond. Looking very racy as Freya. She's carrying the number 6 in the Intermax Championship last season. And now as they cross the line, McNally-Roberts has got a huge lead of 1.3 seconds already, guys.
Yeah, whatever happened to Zane Williams has really opened up that gap, hasn't it, to the chasing pack. As he goes for a move.
He's not afraid of that cart at all. He has no qualms about just sending it down the inside of drivers, as we've got another challenge on that 3rd place now. Oh.
That was Harrison Park in 2nd place, making a mistake on the exit of Iredales. That's going to cost him dearly as he loses 1 spot, maybe 2, 2nd to 4th, no, 2nd to 3rd.
Thomas Gulliver had the slingshot out of the hairpin now, and Thomas Gulliver hangs on to 2nd place there as he comes through
the left-hander at Sonny. These carts are still sliding around a little bit more than we perhaps expect them to. Here, let's have a look at this again. As we've got Zane Williams slingshotting down the inside. He's not afraid of that cart on the brakes at all, is he?
No, not at all. That was a great move. I think that's the first one we've seen there today so far. Good move. He's picking his way forward. He's already going for a move and alongside. Is that Harrison Parkin for third? Yep. Kind of shows him the exit, but again, that's whatever he did. He's got the red mist now, and he's moving forward up into third place.
Yeah, that's Freya Bond almost getting pushed off the track by Harrison Parkin, but not quite. Harrison Parkin became aware that she was alongside and then made the room for her. Ayrton Goldsworthy moving up, as well as they're still sliding very wide. These carts are breathing massively, sliding across the track surface. Edie McNally-Roberts across the line, though, in first place. It's Thomas Gulliver, Zane Williams now in third, and that is the battle for second that's going to come. Zane Williams on a bit of a recovery drive here, Gaz, after a couple of off-track excursions.
Yeah, he's certainly picked himself back up and he dusted himself down. I think he must have got caught on that curb. It's quite large out there, and he's been so low to the ground, he's lifted the wheels off the floor. But yeah, he's made some 5 positions back already in only kind of 2 laps, hasn't he? So teammates squabble in. This is only going to help McNally-Roberts at the front of the race while they sort themselves out. Again, down for a move, never going to work.
Yeah, that was just not on at all. It's very tricky at Sonny in these inter-Rotax carts because the difference in speed on the straights to the corner, and there, Zane Williams. Again, the move that wasn't on. I would probably expect a penalty for that one for Zane. It's only round 2, though. Zane came into this second round leading the championship after Dunkswell. Let's just calm down, Zane. Get your composure. You are very, very fast. There's need to be a bit more patient, maybe, going forward. I'm sure his team will be having that discussion with him. At the minute, he's got a warning for that incident, as we've got at the same point of the track. Great scrap there for third, fourth and fifth. Harrison Park and Freya Bond now side by side towards the chicane. Freya looking down the inside, just didn't have the momentum to carry her through. She's got momentum out of the chicane, though. Is that going to carry her alongside? No, it isn't, Gaz. She had to slot back in.
Yeah, 26 for Harrison Parkin was hugely compromised. He's still compromised as Freya Bond looks to get alongside and in turn loses a position herself to the number 12 of Karen Kosler, who says, come on, keep going. Well, we're still overtaking each other yet.
Yeah,
it's not quite finished.
It isn't quite finished, is it? They are not done. I think they're done now. I think Karen Kosler has the move and Freya Bond has to slot in behind. She was challenging Harrison Parkin. Now she's got to challenge Kane Kosler, who was running up further up the field, I think, and then dropped down. He's now on a recovery drive himself, and Kane, as he's got Freya down the inside, she has to slot back into the chicane through the chicane and into the McRae's hairpin. They all Constantine are back up now.
Huge mistake by Harrison Parkin, way deep into McRae's. That's given the advantage to Kian Kosler. Can't make it work this time in the slipstream now as they head down towards the Stewart S's, covering the line. How many times have we seen that and it still ended up in a move?
Yeah, it's a very fast entry for the Inter-Rotax class, though, isn't it? It's very, they're barely touching the brake until they get into the corner.
Do they brake?
Yeah, they brake into that one. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for that.
Yeah, they brake, but they don't use the brakes as hard as the older classes do. So, the speed that they can carry through the corner, like here at the chicane, that's very little brake to be used there to get you through the corner. And obviously you're hard braking into here, and we're seeing an out-braking move by Kosler down the inside of Parkin. Parkin's going to lose that momentum, and Freya Bond will come alongside. Let's have a look at that. That's textbook overtake by out-braking. And Parkin hung out to dry somewhat on the dirty outside line. He regains. Is he ahead of Freya Bond? Yes, he is. And look at this. Kosler, Parkin, Bond, Goldsworthy, Sherlock, Gulliver, Travis Owens, Mahi Maru,
Yeah, this is starting to heat up now, isn't it, as they approach the last throws of this race and move down the inside of Paddock. That's always going to be brave, but are they going to be side by side into turn one? They are banging each. That's not going to come to any good, is it? God, I don't want an accident through there. That's going to be horrible.
Yeah, that's we don't want any accidents. We need these youngsters to focus on their racing. Here we go then. Parkin now under pressure from Freya Bond. Freya stays in his wheel tracks through the ideal hairpin. Back straight here, though, is a different matter towards the stewardesses. Freya Bond sits in the wheel tracks of Harrison Parkin in that fourth spot, and they stay in that position as we head out of the stewardesses through the kink and down the hill towards St John's. It's Cian Costler in third place, Harrison Parkin, Freya Bond, and then behind these three, just losing sight of them just a little bit, is Eton Goldsworthy.
Oh, Freya Bond getting caught up with the 26 of Harrison Parkin, rotates him. He's got away with it to live for another day, but that's... I mean, what happened there? Was that Harrison was wide, wasn't he? And it gave Freya a bit of room. He didn't know she was there.
That could have been so naughty. We had carts there heading flat out towards him. Thankfully, we got away with that. Harrison Parkin will be rejoining at the back of the grid. The checkered flag is ready. Dirk is down there. We've got Ethan McNally-Roberts, who has been dominant. He started from the pole. This was always his final to take. So round two of the NKC for Ethan McNally-Roberts puts him in a strong position to take the North and South Challenge Cup. We'll wait and see how those points tally up, because I think, guys, there's going to be a lot of deliberation in the steward's office, I think. Do you think?
Yes. I think Zane Williams has got
be a long night, a long afternoon.
That's a good job we've got time. But yeah, I think Zane Williams will incur some sort of penalty, possibly 5 seconds for contact. I mean, he did fire him off.
I never ever preempt that. I just
tell.
Just leave it at the yes, boys. Tom Storer and everybody will be having a look at that. There's the result then. Ethan McNally-Roberts, Zane Williams, Cian Costler, Freya Bond, Eton Goldsworthy, Thomas Gulliver. There's your top six. In seventh is Calvin Sherlock, Harrison Park and Travis Owens, and the last of the finishers from Mahi Maru. We lost in those incidents Bradley Beggs, Rayan Costler, Oscar Tarsi, Callum Miller, Deacon Thomas, and of course Maria Jurglova-Chuta, who went out in the first incident that brought out the first of the red flags. That was incident-packed, wasn't it, for all the wrong reasons?
I think start to finish, that was the longest Intermax final ever, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Got there in the end.
Senior Max are out next, boys.
Ooh,
no, they're not.
Sorry, Senior TKM.
This will be good.
I've got my seniors mixed up.
TKMs are next. I think there's still quite a few things to clear up, I think, actually.
Yeah, probably.
We've got to rescue a few carts from wherever they may be.
So Michael Cornell, who was absolutely outstanding at Dunkswell, he's clearly a Dunkswell specialist. Because he hasn't been as competitive here at ROWRAH as certainly we saw him in round one. I'm pretty sure he'd agree with me.
He got... Where did he finish earlier? I think he had a fifth and an eighth earlier on today. I mean, it's so long ago, I can't remember. But, I don't think he's been too bad. He's been hauling good points. I think he didn't finish one heat. I'm trying to remember, because he's way down the grid, isn't he?
He is down in 16th. He's second of the Masters, though. Do you have a grid ready, Nick? Let's have a look at the grid for the TKMs. That is coming next. So Al Patterson, after the heat win and that magnificent interview he gave Karting Live TV for the Paddock show, is on the pole position. It's we're going to have to interview him every Paddock show, Nick, for his lucky charm. Joseph Booth is... alongside him, second row of the grid is Ben Watson and current champion Jamie Scott. So that's vice champion and champion currently from 2025 lining up on row 2. We've got row 3, Gareth Haynes and Lee Whittingham. Row 4 is Alexander Lehman and Samuel King. Mitchell Ball, multiple champion in this class, lines up on row 5 alongside Jake Cox. We've then got Tom Johnson and Charlie King, two-seated drivers 6 and 7 on row 6. Matthew Harris, first of the Masters, on 13th, with Matthew Horton alongside on 14th. Row 8 is Will Cregeen and Michael Cornell. Nathan Bullock and Leo Crabtree are on row 9. Row 10 is Matthew Temple-Purcell and Molly Nicholas Biles. Matt Slate and Chris Whiteside are on 11. Ryan Messer and James Hull are on 12. And then rounding off 26 carts, James King and D. Bolt, who was on the novice plate. The other novice, Ryan Messer, qualifying 23rd for his final. So we are look like we're getting ready to get these carts straight off, Nick.
Yeah, I think they'll be all right. A couple just rejoining around the back by St John's.
Yeah, a few stragglers as we head towards Paddock. There's Dirk running off camera to the right to get the starting position. As we have Al Patterson, it is the privateer, Al Patterson, running, him and his dad running that cart together. The black livery of the cart there leads, sliding into the chicane, and indeed out of the chicane. Let's see who leads. It is Patterson who's leading. And who's that in second? Is that Joe Booth? It is on the Tony cart. So Joe Booth's a privateer as well, isn't he?
Yeah, I believe so. He was racing with, I've forgotten who it was
Flex.
now. No, it wasn't Flex, it was another team. But nonetheless, I believe he's on his own now.
Oh, sorry, I thought that's the number 4, I think.
No, that was number 2. That was Ben Watson dropping back from what would have been 3rd on the grid. But, Al Paterson's having a very good day, isn't he?
He's having a great day. He was telling us, if you did catch the Paddock show in the lunch break, Al was overweight at Dunkswell, had to lose, I forget how many kilos, he said about 5 or 6, which is not a considerable effort to lose 5 or 6 kilograms from yourself. So he had a look at the cart, he's had a look at himself, started eating a bit healthier and doing a bit of training, a bit of running, and that's showing absolute dividends, really, and showing results here with the drives that he's had today. Early stages, though, Gaz, still 11 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you can do all the training. This is where his fitness will start to pay off. If he has been trying a bit harder, the endurance will certainly start to show towards the end, because as much as they're lighter chassis, they are still quite physical to drive. You'll see the drivers putting in a lot of work, especially around somewhere like this where the corners, where they're not the hairpins, are quick. And you are hanging on for the most part, especially through that downhill left and right as they pick the way through and out of Sunny's into Paddock. He's starting to stretch the field a bit, isn't he? Al Patterson, fastest lap.
Almost a second there to Joseph Booth. Jamie Scott is in 3rd, but the fastest cart is the number 20 in that 4th place in the field there. Gareth Haynes puts in the fastest lap of the race, so he's on a charge. Now then, these 4 need to start working together and maybe close that gap. The gap is almost a second there. So Patterson has some real pace here, Gaz. 10 minutes remaining and some real pace shown by that number 27. There's a change for second.
Yeah, I think Jamie Scott wanted to get that done rather sooner than later, as Joe Booth is looking like he's backing him up a little bit, giving Al Patterson a bit more leg room to breathe. I mean, not to take away him driving away from the front, but I think it's helped both ways, that he's quicker than Joe Booth as he is dropping back. So, yeah, that will help Jamie Scott, and that will give him a bit of room now to make some inroads. I mean, he's had a pretty good day, hasn't he? He's come from the back a couple of times and picked his way through. So,
yeah. Good. I mean, Jamie is 10th after round 1 in the championship, so he'll be wanting to do what's to be known as a Mitch Ball by clinching a second consecutive championship and retaining that number 1. It moved down the inside of Joe Booth by Gareth Haynes, who, as we mentioned, one of the fastest carts, if not the fastest cart. Al Patterson has responded with the fastest lap last time by, and he continues to edge that gap. It's out to 1.2 seconds, but that was before Jamie Scott got into second here. And we'll see what the gap is now. It was 1.2, it's 1.5, Gaz. And another fastest lap by Al Patterson. He's really flying here.
Yeah, he's pulled the pin earlier, hasn't he? But I think we might see Jamie Scott start to eke his way forward as this final goes on. Joe Booth has certainly lost a lot of pace, and he's dropped right back, hasn't he? I'm wondering what happened to the O-plate, Alexander Lehman. He was at the sharp end of this, wasn't he, at one point?
He's down in 13th.
Yeah, he's lost 7 spots somewhere.
Yeah.
So something's happened where...
leading the Masters down in 14th overall is Michael Cornell, who's found his way ahead of Matthew Harris. They're having their own little scrap. Just absolutely nothing in it. In fact, there's nothing in Hobbies that from 10th place down over. It's a massive, massive train of carts there in the midfield, as we're just getting a glimpse of them. as Patterson comes through. The gap was 1.5, it's 1.4. So Jamie Scott making a little bit of impression on that gap for the lead. We are about 7.5 minutes from the checkered flag, so still plenty of time. Still plenty of time for Jamie Scott to catch the leader, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. I think Jamie's going to get his head down. He's got plenty of room behind him, so he hasn't got to worry about the intentions of Gareth Hayes anytime soon. I think he's lapping a bit quicker, isn't he? A couple of cents quicker the last time round, so plenty in the tank yet, I'd say, for Jamie Scott to make some inroads.
Yeah, plenty of time. And there's plenty of time for Gareth Haynes, Ben Watson, Joe Booth, Charlie King, Mitchell Ball even, Samuel King, Lee Whittingham, Jay Cox, your top 10 to start swapping and changing a few positions, consolidating championship points going forward. And again, all up for grabs is the North-South Challenge Cup as well.
Yeah, I think Charlie King's made some 12 positions at the start of this final, but I think he's been a bit stifled now as he's caught up with Joe Booth. Hasn't really made an impact just yet, but he needs to get this done quickly. He wants to continue this momentum going forward. Look how much later he is on the brakes. So much tarmac he makes back up, isn't it, to the back of Joe Booth?
Yeah, he was, absolutely. But again, Joe Booth, he might have given himself a tyre pressure, which will give him tyres that will really come on towards half distance, which we are about to get to, half distance to the end. Al Patterson had a kart that switched on absolutely immediately for him. The gap is 1.5 seconds. Patterson just coming underneath us now and crosses the line. Jamie Scott, the gap's 1.6. So Patterson continuing to keep that gap where it is. His lap time there, 48.737. And Jamie Scott with a personal best lap time of a 48.8 is still slower than Al Patterson at the front.
This is the start of the resurgence, though, from Jamie Scott. Tyres are starting to come to him now. The cart's getting a bit more to his liking as it goes on. We have to have a look at what kind of gearing they're running as well, because they're very much all the same at the minute, aren't they, within their lap times? My words are failing me this afternoon.
Yes, it's a long day here. It's a long day for these karters. They've done a lot of miles already, and we're getting towards that stage of the weekend where if you haven't done what Al Patterson's done and been for a few runs and watched your diet and done some training, then it's going to start showing in your pace. I'm not expecting to see that at all from these drivers, because we know how quickly they can, or how hard they drive all the way to the checkered flag till the end, I think is the saying. We've got a very strong lead of 1.8 seconds from Al Patterson to Jamie Scott, who has not really pulled away that much from Gareth Haynes in third place. They've just gone through it. They're pretty strung out there, aren't they? This is the battle to look at, though. This is a great battle. Ben Watson and Joe Booth absolutely duking it out. And Joe Booth just looking for a way past. We're familiar with Ben Watson's black livery on the Klassen kart. He doesn't use a sticker kit, Ben, does he?
No, I don't think so. I think he had a couple of Klassen stickers on the side pods, but other than that, it's very much let's keep the weight off. We see a move by Joe Booth that was coming, wasn't it? He was all of a sudden all over the back of Ben Watson on that 2 kart,
and his tyres are switched on.
Yeah, possibly.
He switched. He's set the pressure for the tyre to be still there between half distance and the end here, because the pace that he lacked to keep Ben Watson behind him, now he's got the pace to catch and overtake Ben Watson. And if anything, Gaz, we might see Joe Booth begin to just eke away from Ben Watson. Now Ben's going to prove me wrong, no doubt about it.
Karting for you, isn't it? But Joe Booth currently has the fastest lap of the race to his name, so I would hazard a guess that the car is coming to him, but he's cutting it close for time, isn't he, as we roll into the last 3 minutes plus the extra lap. But what has he got? Maybe slightly under a second, I think he's got to Gareth Haynes ahead of him, so it is doable. There's plenty of time, I would suggest, to make that time back.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they're not playing any kind of waiting game, are they? They are driving flat out, as we've seen that by just how close to the fastest lap of the race. And here comes Michael Cornell up to 9th place. Where's he been all weekend? Michael Cornell up to 9th place with the fastest overall lap of the race. Whatever it is that's stopped Michael Cornell showing the pace we saw at Dunkswell has returned. He's done something and he's found the pace to get himself the fastest overall lap of the race, and he's now moving through the field, 9th overall, leading the Masters.
Yeah, certainly coming back to him, isn't it now? Albeit in the final, but nonetheless it's good to get a good haul of points for his championship as it all continues forwards. But I did just spot the rising number 3 of Mitchell Ball. There he is, just flashing to our left out of shot. He's dispatched Ben Watson and Charlie King and Sam King, and he's out to 5th now on the coattails of Joe Booth for 4th. Yeah. Just behind these two we're watching of Jamie Scott and Gareth Haynes for 2nd and 3rd.
I think Mitchell Ball is about to make a move, actually. You might just get a glimpse of that. There they are, just behind the two that we're focusing on. So there's a 2-card battle there for 2nd and 3rd, and then there's a 2-card battle for 4th and 5th between Joe Booth and Mitchell Ball. So while the thing is, Gaz, with under 2 minutes remaining now, if Gareth Haynes starts challenging Jamie Scott, and why not? If he's got the performance to get on terms and have a challenge, why not? That's going to play even more so into Al Patterson's hands as Mitchell Ball makes the move there just off screen and will come out of the stewardesses ahead. Yep, we saw a yellow cart there just behind these two. We'll stay with this battle for 2nd, though, because I've got a feeling, Gaz, that if the challenge is coming, it's going to come very, very soon.
Yeah, with time running out, if Gareth Haynes wants that 2nd place, he needs to think about getting a move on, which I'm sure he's doing anyway. But what he does have realistically at the minute is a whole 2nd of cushion behind him to Mitchell Ball, and so he can think about where he wants to overtake, not compromise himself and possibly lose. That's the 0 of Alexander Lehman in the left there, I saw.
Yeah, he's out for whatever reason, as the blue and white cart of Gareth Haynes continues to follow in the wheel tracks of the number 1, Jamie Scott, the 2025 Junction 6 NKC TKM champion, the senior TKM champion, in 2nd place. Al Patterson has been absolutely outstanding this weekend. He was, by his own admission, a little bit over the weight limit. He's addressed that, and he's been on form this weekend. He's on the number 27. He's a privateer in the true sense of the term. He is there this weekend and every weekend in the Junction 6 NKC in this TKM class, sorting his cart, prepping his cart, bringing it here and working with his dad to keep that cart running all weekend. And there was perhaps the challenge of the race. Gareth Haynes there not positioning the cart to any great advantage, and if anything, Gaz, he's lost out. Yeah,
Jamie Scott covered that off by sitting in the middle of the road there, and didn't really give Gareth Haynes many options aside from to go around the outside, which was never going to work. That's cost him some time and given Jamie Scott a bit of breathing room. That will help Mitchell Ball. I mean, we've got 1 lap to go next time round, so that will help Mitchell Ball get onto the back of Gareth Haynes in 3rd. Whether he can do anything about it, I think it's probably too late, because these guys at the front now are quite evenly matched, aren't they, really?
Yeah, they are. It's an absolute flat chat race here. There's no backing off 50-50 hybrids here. This is pure racing. Air-cooled 2-stroke TKM engine, and a little bit of fan of the airbox there from Al Patterson to give that engine a little bit of lubrication. He's still tucking his elbows in. He's still wanting pace down the back straight. Still squirming on the brakes there for the final time through the stewardesses for the weekend. He'll come back into our view here, heading back towards the paddock now, turning right through St John's, through the left-hander at Sunny. Take for granted that everybody's going to get through there, but it's a tricky corner, and he looks across his shoulder and he will see the checkered flag, which will be his round 2 win in the senior TKM final at ROWRAH here for the Junction 6 NKC, with Jamie Scott hanging on to 2nd, Gareth Haynes dropping back to 3rd, Mitchell Ball was in 4th, Ben Watson 5th, and Joe Booth in 6th. The rest of the field coming through to take their checkered flag. We lost a few carts, didn't we, in that one? And we lost, let me have a look, we lost Alexander Lehman, Matthew Temple-Purcell, Matthew Harris and James Hull went out at various stages of the race. This is the result, though, and it's all about Al Patterson this weekend. What a great win for him. Jamie Scott, the current champion, 2nd. Gareth Haynes hanging on there for 3rd. Mitchell Ball coming through to 4th. Ben Watson 5th. Joe Booth was 6th. And then we had first of the Masters, Michael Cornell moving up another 2. He's just shown in the final here. He's been missing all day, as far as I'm aware. He was 7th, Charlie King 8th, 9th was Sam King, Tom Johnson rounds off your top 10. And then outside of that, Matthew Horton, Leo Crabtree, Lee Whittingham, Molly Nicholas Biles, Will Cregeen, Chris Whiteside, Nathan Bullock, Matt Slate, Ryan Messer, the novice driver there in 19th, James King in the Masters class as well, in 2nd in the Masters for Jim. The 2nd of the novices, just a lap off for D Bolt. D will find their pace. Jake Cox, first of the... Jake Cox was a finisher as well, the number 9. Or was he? No, I think we might have lost Jake Cox. Yeah, 14 laps. He's lost a lap, and then he wasn't running at the end. So, and as I said, we mentioned the retirements earlier on. Well, gentlemen, we've come to that point in any race meeting which is both sad and exciting in the same way, in the same sort of breath, is what I'm trying to say. It's the final race of the weekend, the final race of the afternoon. And it is, get ready for it, Senior Rotax. Stand back from the barriers, all you spectators out there, because this is sure to be quite an event with Kieran Gifford and Blake Ticehurst, the drivers on that front row of the grid. We'll have the grid up in a moment when we get it sorted. Oh, can we have it now? Can we? That's great. Kieran Gifford and Blake Ticehurst then, two very quick drivers. You can never discount Zari Visarek and Joey Brown as well. He's found pace today. Bobby Rosie and Ben Ballou, another two names to conjure with. Sam Wyatt, who's always quick here. James Wood, local driver. He'll be wanting to get on the podium. Riley Thatcher and Finley, Underwood on row 5. Harvey Lee Whitteridge and John Hobbs are on 6. Mason Perrin, former junior champion in the NKC, with Luke Evans alongside. Braden Hill and Ollie Varney are on row 8. Bradley Howes and Kieran Hammond are next. Then we've got Alexander Campbell and Leo French, Brodie Skinner and Zach Fletcher. Reece Green finding himself down in 23rd after that retirement in his third heat, wasn't he? And then we've got... Where have I gone? Reece Green, Arthur Thacker and Ben Harper, Oakley Garthwaite, Sebastian Benson, Michael Seddon, Robbie Rigby, Jensen Hartshorn, Jacob Felton, Taylor Dixon, Jack Theobald and William Eberhardt.
Who was 5th in the B final, so something's happened to the top 4 in the senior Rotax.
Call me Sherlock Holmes, but someone's had a penalty.
That might be it. I'm just trying to
Underweight, Joshua Priest. The 666. The number of the beast was DSQ'd.
Well, there you go.
See? Well remembered, though, in fairness.
So we are recovering a couple of cards. That's the all-plate TKM of Alexander Lehman. And then we are about to go racing for the final 12 minutes of the second round of the 2026 Junction 6 NKC. What a day of racing we've had here, gentlemen. I know we've still got 12 minutes to go.
12 minutes starting now as well.
Starting now, they've been released. We've had a look at the grid, but what a day here at ROWRAH. The Lake District can be either this, which is beautiful, or it can be absolutely dire and miserable and wet and rainy, and we can be in a cloud here. And foggy, yeah, it can be awful. But when it is like this, and I think even when ROWRAH's in the wet and the fog and the mist, it's still a challenge and it's still a great track. But there's nothing better than coming to ROWRAH in Cumbria.
It's nothing better than racing in the sun.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've been very lucky to see a lot of racing in the sun recently, and racing in the sandstorm, but we saw racing in the sun.
We don't want to gloat. Everybody hates us.
That's what it being, wasn't
Everybody
it?
hates us.
But it's lovely. I mean, it is genuinely. It is. You cannot find a more picturesque venue to go kart racing than ROWRAH in the sun, with your very own oyster catcher trying to get her little eggs warm.
Trying to nest, yeah. I mean,
I'm slightly disappointed by the time we come back here, she won't be there anymore.
You might have 5 oyster catchers.
That is very true. How many oyster catchers are
How
too
many
many?
oyster when they hatch, surely the foxes are going to get them.
You're very concerned about foxes, aren't you? You are literally kind of top fox mentioner, but more importantly, the race is about to start.
Let's go then. Kieran Gifford will lead the field round at number 7. What are you laughing at?
Top fox mention.
Here we go then. Kieran gets his foot down. Has that been a little bit of an early breakaway? That will be to the dissatisfaction of our starter. It doesn't look like it. We've got green flags as we've got... No, it's a false start. It's a full start. There's the full start flags coming out.
Yeah,
as we
a
see.
bit too eager on the
I thought,
getaway.
I thought the right-hand train of carts were a little bit eager. Cole's boys disappointed the cafe's closed, but what a day you boys have had. Yes, I know you have. Yeah, are you on Veneto? Cole's Racing, delighted, going off to celebrate on the road home, yeah? Are you staying tonight? 8-hour drive. Yeah, still be celebrating at, I don't know, which services do you reckon? Something on the M6.
They were trying to celebrate with the Twix, but the cafe shut.
Yeah.
I feel better about my drive home. I thought 5 hours was long enough this morning.
Yeah, they won the 177s and the junior Rotax finals, but right now we're all about the senior Rotax as the 162 kilogram category, the lighter of the senior Rotax classes. This is the conventional Rotax class that you will see all over the world in Rotax Max Challenge in various countries. This is the regulation that they run to, the 162 kilogram minimum weight. This time Kieran Gifford keeps the pace down until he gets, and that looks great. That looks an absolutely equal start there into ROWRAH for the first time in this 12-minute race. And all of the field guys, are they through? Yes, they are. Look out the window to check. And they are through, but it's Gifford that leads through McRae's and out of McRae's for the first time.
Yeah, and the field has rounded even McRae's as a whole without any incidents so far. Good start by Kieran Gifford, wasn't it, on the inside? He capitalised on that and made sure he, held the line. He did. It was almost 2x2, wasn't it, which was never going to do him any favours. A little bit wide there into the Stewart S's, but I think he's got just enough.
It's a good point you make, guys, and I think anybody who had less experience and skill than Blake Ticehurst, that might not have worked. But the fact that Blake Ticehurst and Kieran Gifford are very, very quick Rotax drivers and are very experienced, they knew how to do that and get away with it across the line. Joey Brown in third, Zari Viserek fourth, Bobby Rosier, Ben Ballou, James Wood, Sam Wyatt, Finley Underwood, Riley Thacker rounding off the top 10, and it's the top 10 that are literally nose to tail.
Yeah, and there's a reason why our first two in the order of Kieran Gifford and Blake Ticehurst will be 1 and 2 after this event in the championship, showing why. And yes, very organised, isn't it, at the minute? I think I'm slightly surprised that Kieran Gifford hasn't bolted, actually. He's had a lot of pace today.
Early days, though. Early days, too. And again, we're only on lap 2, so the tyres are not really there.
No, not yet.
Not quite yet. They're not right where they want them to be for the balance that they've kind of projected, the setup that they've given these karts. When the tyres come in, you can actually adjust the tyre pressure to give you a better tyre towards the end of the race or a better tyre at the start. Again, that's a lottery as to what you do and who's around you. And this is a fantastic Rotax Max race here, with the top 4 of Kieran Gifford, Blake Ticehurst, Joey Brown and Bobby Rosier breaking away and breaking a massive gap and leaving behind them Zari Viserek, Ben Ballou, James Wood and Sam Wyatt. They're not going to be happy with that.
No, a bit of a late move there by Joey Brown. Gets out of it. I think Blake Ticehurst might have made a bit of a mistake as they headed into the first part of the Stewart S's. Again, a wide by Joey Brown. He's not had a good sequence of corners there, has he? As that brings in our 4th place man, Bobby Rosier. He's going to look for a move as soon as he can. He won't want to see Kieran Gifford get away at the front of this race.
No, and Rosier there just showing his nose there to Joey Brown. He wants to get it done very quickly, doesn't he? He's wanting to push on. There's no kind of hanging around here. This is flat out motorsport. This is absolutely pure as you will get here. These drivers are not managing anything. Kieran Gifford is doing all he can to stay ahead. Blake Ticehurst doing all he can to stay on terms. Likewise, Joey Brown and Bobby Rosier, they're about to go to war themselves on each other, because Bobby Rosier on that yellow and blue kart in 4th place there. He wants to get past the orange LRG kart and get on with catching the 2 in front.
Yeah, definitely. And I've just seen Ben Ballou's moved up to 5th ahead of Viserek, who was holding, there was a huge gap, isn't there? So it was definitely the cork in the bottle for the chasing pack. But that free up Ben Ballou, and can he make some inroads? He's not really pulled away at the minute, but he's still got plenty of time to make some moves. We pick up our leading quartets around McRae's and up the hill. A little bit of a look, but nothing really doing at the minute. I think they're going to be quite content just to let the race come to them for the time being. Won't be going defensive, are they, as such? Just picking their lines, keeping it clean.
Yeah, we are absolutely. This train of 4 guys, nose to tail. If any of these carts miss their braking point, slide wide, they're going to have 1, maybe 2 carts that are going to capitalise on that error. So you are absolutely in this rhythm. You know the carts are behind you. Maybe, yes, it's a bit too early. We're only 4 minutes in. We've still got 8 minutes of this final. And there's the first move of the race. And it's Joey Brown. And look what happens. He slides wide. He takes Blake Ticehurst with him and then goes through Bobby Rosier. Look at that. Ticehurst gives room to Brown. He's left high and dry as Rosier says, thank you very much. I'm coming through. The ROWRAH driver takes massive advantage of that situation.
And that has saved him.
Oh, look at that, Joey Brown back.
I was going to say that saved an awful lot of work, but he's just undone half of it. So, yeah, that's probably happened down the hill, hasn't it, into the McRae S's. And part 1 of that is that the late apex leaves the door open. So the natural racing line keeps you left more often than not. So it's a bit like Sao Paulo turn 1, isn't it? You stay wide, but there's always room for an overtake if you're not awake.
Yeah, and that's what's happened there. So this is playing nicely into the hands of Gifford. So Gifford, who came into this round 2 in second place in the championship, that's because Macaulay Austin, the winner at Dunkswell, it took the lead of the championship. However, Austin's not here, so he's out of the equation now. So it's going to be the North-South Challenge Cup. That's going to go the way of Kieran Gifford if he can hang on to this lead. He is absolutely flat chat racing here with Joey Brown on the red LRG. Kieran Gifford's on his own team cart, of course, Kieran Gifford Motorsport. And it's Kieran Gifford Racing, isn't it?
Yes.
KGR.
Yeah, Kieran.
It's LRG Motorsport.
Kieran alluded to at round 1, this may be his final season of racing, as he probably focuses or looks to focus on more of the team management role, a bit like Louis Large is doing with the second place man of Joey Brown. So, yeah, this is very much Kieran, who's never won an NKC title as yet, a senior title, will be given this everything in 2026, and he's certainly doing it right now.
Oh, and there's Joey Brown down the inside. Kieran Gifford taking the late apex approach to the stewardesses. This is textbook, guys.
Yeah, how many times have we seen this? You watch Kieran Gifford, he stays left. I think he goes a little bit deep, but you look at his head, he knows Joey Brown's there. He leaves the door open, he corrects himself and stops Bobby Rosier coming through. It was a good piece of awareness by Kieran, but Bobby Rosier has got by. Kieran Gifford is starting to fall back a little bit. We haven't seen how that's happened, but I can only imagine that was into Paddock all through the sunny left-hander. But, yeah, Kieran in a bit of strife at the minute, isn't he, Joe?
Yeah, he is, and I'm not sure why. Maybe it is a tyre pressure thing because we are at the half-distance mark in about a minute's time, so we've still got a chunk of racing. Sorry, no, we've passed half-distance. What am I talking about? I'm talking rubbish. We've just passed by half-distance, so maybe it is Joey Brown and Bobby Rosier who's going to have a stronger pace in their cart towards the checkered flag. Whether Gifford can bring those tyres back in and start finding that performance. He's got Blake Ticehurst to keep behind, though. And Ticehurst, who looks like he's struggling to stay with this top 3, as I say that, massively closes the gap through the chicane. And this race is not over, guys, by any means, as Joey Brown leads out of McRae's.
Any one of these 4, I think, has still got potential to win this race. So, yeah, I don't think Blake Ticehurst is struggling to hang on too much. I think he's just running a slightly different gearing. Because down the straights, look, by the end of it, he's right on the back of them. Yeah. He is losing out slightly on some of the mid-range corners, like the last bend at Paddock. He does drop back a little bit. Same there, look, you can see him a couple of cart lengths dropping back. But
he's almost tripping over Kieran Gifford in places. So, yeah, what looked to me like he might have been struggling to keep on terms. He's absolutely proved me absolutely wrong there. And Blake Ticehurst, if anything, been stifled somewhat by the cart in front.
Yeah, it's unusual to see Kieran Gifford holding people up, but he's not doing it on purpose, obviously. We see a move for the lead. It's Bobby Rosier down the inside of Joey Brown. Textbook manoeuvre. We've seen that a few times today, haven't we, into McRae's and 162s. Yeah,
they all behave themselves into Iredale's as well. Joey Brown looked like he had the body language of like, well, I might have a look back at you, but no, I'm going to follow you for a little bit and see where Rossi is strong, where he's weak. It's here's the replay here, and it's out of the chicane, and it wasn't a momentum thing, it was purely braking. Into the braking area, last of the late breakers, Bobby Rosier on the Rolf Racing cart, and he is leading this race at 11 laps completed with 3.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and what we are seeing, to be fair to these 4 guys at the front, always a huge wobble by Joey Brown. I think he must have caught the curb. That's allowed Kieran Gifford to get alongside. Kieran's on the wrong side for the hairpin, but that's not going to stop him. Blake Ticehurst looks on the outside for the cut back down the hill. Is he going to get it? Oh, Joey Brown on the grass as well now.
That was clever driving by Kieran Gifford. He knew the momentum was pulling him alongside Joey Brown, but he knew that if he did that, he would be out of position for the hairpin. So he gave up that, and he just slotted back in behind Joey Brown. Blake Ticehurst on the Coles cart, definitely being tripped up now by Kieran Gifford. And it was all about that loss of momentum from Gifford, brought about by that Joey Brown losing momentum as well. This is all beautiful for Bobby Rosier, by the way.
Yeah,
I should have said it's all rosy for Bobby Rosier.
Very good.
Not really. I'll sit this one out.
Still, but all this consternation has brought in, or is bringing in, Ben Ballou in 5th, who probably can't believe his luck. As I was going to say about a lap ago, at this very point, what we're seeing is intelligent driving by this lot, not to trip over each other. And then they did.
Yeah.
So,
slightly,
disregard.
Slightly.
But, there was a bit of a bump last time round as Kieran Gifford and Blake Ticehurst negotiated the stewardesses, but they've sorted themselves out, and it's very much status quo still as we enter the last 2 minutes of the last race of the day.
Yeah, here we go then. 2-minute bellows were sounded, and Bobby Rosier has pulled a second lead on Joey Brown. Joey Brown regains his composure and sets off after him. There's still 2 minutes of racing, guys, and I'm not sure whether 2 minutes is enough, especially when you consider Joey Brown is very soon going to have both Kieran Gifford and Blake Ticehurst for company. Just coming into the picture ever so slightly is the number 3, Ben Ballou. There he is, the blue and white cart there of Ben Ballou for KGR. He's Kieran Gifford's teammate, remember. Remember the drama from last season between those two. However, Ben Ballou is coming into this pretty much too late, I think. With just over a minute now, I'm pretty sure that this is how it's going to finish, guys. Dare I say that? I've really rolled the dice there because all it'll take is a mistake from someone. But right now, they seem to be equally matched now heading towards the flag.
Yeah, that's a very big a very bold statement to say. But
Stupid
I think,
statement, actually.
Yes. It's like Nick's at lunchtime, isn't it?
Yeah.
But
which one? Which one?
The red flag incident.
Oh, yeah, cool.
But I was going to say they're starting to fan out a little bit, but I think Joey Brown is starting to struggle coming off the corners because we're seeing Kieran Gifford really make some time up, especially coming out with McRae's up the hill. He's getting closer, isn't he? They dropped down the hill one more time through St John's. Brilliant corner in senior Rotax. You just basically lift off the throttle, chuck the nose in and stamp on it again as quickly as you can. But they get defensive into the final corner. That's not going to help him out onto turn 1.
I think you're right, guys, and that the tyres maybe on Joey Brown, whatever, he's making more mistakes than Kieran Gifford's now got through, and that was all about a mistake of going wide at the Paddock turn, and Joey Brown slides down the inside. Blake Tyson says, thanks, boys, I'll have second place, and moves through into second place. Iredale's is the hairpin right. Now, as they go through, here comes Ben Ballou. Is Ben Ballou. He says, let's go and catch them. Time is running out. It's the last lap board this time by. And Joey Brown is now behind Blake Ticehurst. He made the move. Kieran Gifford now behind them in 4th, as this is allowing Bobby Rosier to disappear. But Ticehurst has been waiting patiently for that very thing to happen.
Yeah, definitely. And Blake Ticehurst really needs to get his head down and make a break somewhere, at least not let them through or attack him through these next couple of corners, the 2 hairpins of McRae's and up the hill towards Iredale's. He goes defensive, he holds that inside line. Will that compromise him on the way out? Not really this time, but he'll have to white line it up here to stop Joey Brown getting anywhere near him, as we see the 2 KGRs go 2 by 2 into Airedale's and down the hill.
Are we going to see Ben Ballou pulling alongside Joey Brown, looking down the inside? Blake Ticehurst, defensive line into the stewardesses for the last time. We're going to have to break away from this battle soon because it's all about that driver there. Bobby Rosier in the lead now at Sunny corner through, has gone Joey Brown into second. Off camera as Bobby Rosier takes the win of round 2 here at ROWRAH for the Junction 6 NKC, and it will be indeed Joey Brown who gets ahead of Blake Ticehurst, Kieran Gifford, Ben Ballou, James Wood 6th, Finlay Underwood 7th, Ollie Varney was 8th. Incredible stuff here in senior Rotax, and what I'm really proud of those lads for is not crashing into each other, because that was knife edge stuff.
That was as close to the edge as you're ever going to see, I think, without contact. But I just want to point out, I was watching out the window. Joey Brown took Blake Ticehurst in St John's down the hill.
Did he really?
That is brave stuff.
That test session LRG did last week
has paid off.
Paid off massively. There's the result then. Bobby Rosier takes the win from Joey Brown in second. Blake Ticehurst will finish in third. Kieran Gifford fourth. Ben Ballou fifth. James Wood in sixth. Finlay Underwood in seventh. Ollie Varney was eighth. Mason Perrin ninth. Riley Thatcher rounding off the top 10. Beyond that, we had Zauri Visarek, Kieran Hammond, Sam Wyatt, Taylor Dixon, Braden Hill, Oakley Garthwaite 16th, Arthur Thacker, Ben Harper, Brodie Skinner, Sebastian Benson, William Eberhart, Leo French, Luke Evans was 23rd. Then we had Alexander Campbell, Robbie Rigby, Michael Seddon, Zach Fletcher, Bradley House, Jack Theobald, Jensen Hartshorn, Harvey Winteridge. We lost Jensen Hartshorn on 12 laps. We lost Harvey Winteridge out, as well as retirements when Jacob Felton, Ron Hobbs and Reese Green only did 1 lap. So Reese has had a bit of a torrid time as well. That rounds off and that concludes our coverage of round 2.
Does both. It rounds up and concludes it.
Of the what did you say?
It rounds up and concludes it, but you said both.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Do you want to interrupt any more, or do you want me to close?
Oh, wow. Wow. Someone's got a bit big for their boots today, haven't they?
Not really. It's just the end of a long day of you interrupting at the points.
Well, you know why?
Because you want to be where Gaz is. You were due to be where Gaz is.
I know.
Big thank you to Gaz Bury.
Thank you, Gaz Bury. Thank you
who
for driving
stepped in
over.
right at the last minute.
Laying time for camera work and reading at Mills and Boone. And thanks to Paul Bateman for being Paul and bringing the car battery.
No, great pictures. Great pictures.
Thank you, everybody. And I will now go to tell them. Well, thanks you.
Thanks to everybody in that paddock for entertaining us and making our job easy with some fantastic racing today. I hope everybody's all right, the ones that we were concerned with those incidents. We wish them well. What's next on Karting Live?
Next on Karting Live, we're in 2 weeks' time. We are at the Fullbeck for the TKM Extreme O-Play and the Club Round. And then the next NKC is the first weekend of June at Wilton Mill. It just remains for Joe to say goodbye because he really wants to. So, so Joe, off you go.
Hang on, Gaz, do you want to say anything?
Thanks, boys.
Enjoy.
Love it.
Enjoy. What a great day's racing. We've loved it. I hope you've loved it at home. And look forward to the next time we can bring you some racing action on Karting Live TV. See you all. Safe journey home. Or put the kettle on if you're at home.